Erica Lorraine Spencer here. This is the P.O.C. pattern of conduct, the ongoing real-time documentation of what is the criminal pattern of conduct of federal stalking in violation of 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsection 1 and subsection 2. This is the pattern of conduct underway by a public entity, that is the state of California, that is engaging in federal stalking in concert with the people of the state of California. So this is group conduct. And this is the practicing of what are the criminal elements of monitoring amongst what is the demon possessed. And so this is what is documentation of terrorism as it is underway by a public entity in concert with the people of the state who are in the shoes of the government as this criminal system is in ceaseless operation. And as the state engages in this demented group conduct, this is revealing how the public entity, that is the state of California, that is in the United States of America, how terrorism of an American citizen plays out, what that looks like, how that is facilitated amongst a people, amongst a government, how it is public corruption in plain sight, and not only that, how you formulate policy and how you prosecute that which is demonic conduct, it's demonic activity, but that which is in no way impervious to prosecution in federal court, and being subject to ratification into federal policy. This is the P.O.C. All right, 8U90867. 336UP, that's handicap, 6XBN364, 8HLR535, 8LJU676, 8EEY240. It is currently 8:15 a.m. It is January 21st, 2022. Capturing substantial video of what is documentation of federal stalking in the private space at third-party facilitating venue Ontario Village Shopping Center, specifically the Stater Brothers, where I showed you what is directed light, all manner of impossible light filling that venue, 7CPY337, which is direct evidence incriminating the people of the state who are violent sex offenders, engaging in the criminal elements of monitoring for purposes of ongoing federal stalking in what is a private space. This is where you're subject to surveillance and the invasion of privacy by government, the invasion of privacy by those who are demon possessed, all right? Engaging in that criminal system. This is terrorism and state, state terrorism and surveillance. And you have the state's fake son that's directly over the vehicle as she is driving away at 8 o'clock in the morning from 630 North Fern. Remaining in the window as she drives south on Fern Avenue, remaining in the in alignment with the vehicle as then she drives what is west on Holt Boulevard, following to Ontario Village Shopping Center where it's stationary over the parking lot, and engaging in what is the state's angling of directed light underneath both entranceways. BU80B73 is a paper plate. At Stater Brothers. You hear the state amplifying plain activity over the venue. This is under the fake sun. This is P.O.C. And I'm pointing out in that video that I just captured right now is to documentation of, again, the P.O.C. in the private space, which I'm subject to, and the ongoing relevant positioning where that impossible light is present. It is currently 8:17 a.m. This is P.O.C. at Stater Brothers, where the state's fake sun is present. Just recall my documentation from January 17th, 2021, if you need to remind yourself about the ongoing maintenance of the state's fake sun over my head at this same venue in the afternoon on that particular day, January 17th, 2021. It's the same time of year. This is not the sun that's remaining over my head, as I have already established. I've already shown. I'm showing what is the ongoing exposure of what is demonic activity, the demon possessed in concert and on behalf of a government engaging in satanic targeting or monitoring in violation of federal law. This is surveillance. All right. And that's why you have what is over Ontario Village, the shopping center, the state's fake sun that's over the same parking lot as I show on January 17th, well into the afternoon, 7 PSJ856. That's impossible. All right, you're talking about that which is not the sun, and it is the direct evidence because people of the state who are documented by virtue of that documentation that I just captured, engaging in surveillance in a private space together as an entity, entirely demented, and it's predatory, it's sexually perverted, and it is that which is occurring while that directly incriminating environment is present in possible light. And I'm also pointing out the logical circumstances behind that. For example, 24 hours ago, the state's fake sun is remaining over 630 North Fern. Even though that directed light reaching into the Stater Brothers is never going to occur, even if that was the sun, which it's not. All right, but the state's fake sun is remaining over 630 North Fern still yesterday. It's 8:18 a.m. All right, so this is the pattern of stalking with light, 7W49494 and 8U90867. It's 8:19 a.m. right now. It's 8:18 a.m. 8WEM616. 6NLC 971, 7THV 985, excuse me. 31335K2, my jack alarm, engaging in surveillance, sitting in that commercial vehicle at the Bonita side of the Ontario Village Shopping Center. That is called alignment with where I was showing you video in the parking lot, 7UXA 237. And again, that was a video as I'm showing you the fake sun as the vehicle is being driven south on Fern Avenue. Ontario police group stalking, crossing path while the state is maintaining presence over me with that light source. That is law enforcement engaging in monitoring, doing so with those who are of African American descent, those who are of any American descent. Their condition is one of demon possession, has nothing to do with race. All right, these are black people that I'm documenting engaging in conduct that is in violation of another black person. It has nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. It's 8:19 a.m. 7FBK081. License plate 8TDJ314, 7LDT369. Alrighty, showing you what is the pattern of conduct underway. You have an African-American male driving this vehicle. It's referred to, it's U.S. dot number 1426635 with the Florida license plate IHIP18. And this is the company VPX, Live Powerfully. He is engaging in federal stalking. I also show you what is his operation of his communication device. The fake sun is over the B&G Plaza. Directed light is on the ground while the other third party who I'm capturing on video is crossing past. So these are demons. Let me break down this demonic activity. They are pacing, going in opposite directions, crossing path together. That's called pacing. And you are also engaging in what is directed light creation while they engage in that conduct around me, and the fake sun is above me. And I also go around and capture the image of this African-American, a black African-American, okay, a black-faced demon, in other words, monitoring another African-American. Demons who would otherwise have you thinking that it's some Black Lives Matter when law enforcement are of the same condition, demon-possessed, targeting American citizens together, and it has nothing, again, to do with Black Lives Matter. That's exactly what that black-faced demon is doing in use of his communication device under a fake sun. That's federal stalking. 7VOS 809 8P12439. And monitoring with La Cerveza de Pacifico. This is license plate. This is seen in video, which is sufficient to identify a company in relevant position engaging in surveillance on behalf of the government. Understand that. 4KH9328, 7XPM133, 617GK, that's handicap. And this is the one that's captured on video pacing with the African-American male in the commercial truck, 7LDR250. Alrighty, and the front license plate on this gateway truck carrying a La Cerveza de Pacifico, creating light activity. This is license plate 9F99901. Alrighty, capturing those images under the fake sun at 8:25 a.m. That is the documentation of stalking in the path, doing so on behalf of a government, and it is sufficient to identify a logo. This is the malicious means of the state's engagement in the P.O.C. All right, it is, but I also got the license plate as well, and images of what you see, the fake sun right over that commercial vehicle, and making any delivery is no form. It is activity creation, it's relevant positioning, and it's light activity creation, both used with the vehicle and movement around in that engineered light. It's demonic. All right, it's 8:26 a.m. at Shiro's Liquor. See, 6AAZ515. 51490H2, molesting with directed light while they are driving east on Hope Boulevard. At a distance, the state is reaching backwards with directed light in order to touch, okay? It is monitoring, again, with the minions of 7LDR. That's the red Camry, captured on 2 videos, engaging in the P.O.C. Those same minions are in relevant position. They're sex offenders as well, touching with that impossible light activity. TFAMLEV, 8EZT189, 8SEP020, 7CAX296. It is currently 8:28 a.m., 8TQC070, 06978E2, 6VIJ468, LUNA, Heart X2, 5 U.S.C. 467. Minions loitering in relevant position at the bus stop under the fake sun while the state is molesting me with directed light. All right, license plate 7DAV443. 8K04795. Directed light while this demon exits the parking lot. This fat pimple face minion 8APF949. She got bad skin and is crossing path with evidence of her demon possession. License 7DAV443 is loitering inside of the B&G Plaza. You got another minion that's crouching on the opposite side of the parking lot. This is surveillance by demons who are sitting around at the bus stop area. They're doing so under a fake sun. All right, so I want to be clear, that is their engagement in what is surveillance on behalf of the state in that specific environment, and that's exactly why they're there. That's why a fake sun is here. And this fake sun is nowhere near comparable, nor is in any way going to suddenly migrate and leave from the B&G Plaza. I've already shown to be over the museum where I was sleeping 365 days ago, and the state was keeping a fake sun over me, originating there, not originating over 630 North Fern. Mutually exclusive, all right? It does not coexist. It's not over the same sky space. I'm, in other words, capturing the fake sun over the museum, and I'm also capturing the sky space above 630 North Fern. No, it's not. That Coca-Cola is crossing path. I would have to move locations, if that was the actual sun, that is, in order to have that 5WBA477. Move locations in order to maintain what is central presence under what is supposedly the sun that's directly over the property of the museum in 2021, 7UIR484, over the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. All right, and vice versa. From the museum, I'd have to go to the street of Fern if that was the actual sun hovering over that property. But that's not what's going on. The state is maintaining to the absolute. You are engaging in an absolute departure from being anywhere over the property, near the property, relevant to the location of the property, while you're over 630 North Fern, over the vehicle as it's going south on Fern Avenue, remaining over the vehicle as it's driving west on Hope Boulevard, and stationary over the parking lot, okay? It is currently 8:31 a.m. and then advancing beyond and not over the property of the museum at all, as it's remaining in alignment with me as the vehicle is then driving what is east on Hope Boulevard. That is the same demons that were captured on video stalking in the path, the Ontario Police Department sounding sirens, engaging in demonic pacing conduct, making a U-turn on Hope Boulevard on traffic cameras. It's 8:31 a.m. That's P.O.C. And they're doing that under a fake sun, the same fake sun that they were stalking directly in the path with as I had my camera. I was capturing video, and I just put it on pause from recording because I wanted you to see this fake sun make a turn with the vehicle as the vehicle made a turn. All right, and then you have Ontario Police, the demons that they are, scrambling past, and so I captured that on video. All right, this is awareness of what I'm doing on my phone. Crossing path is for purposes of monitoring what's going on my communication device. All right, and stalking. You're stalking while you're doing that. You're engaging in surveillance. And it is centered on what is communication devices as they are stalking together. That's interstate stalking, violation of Title 18. But also, as I am now documenting it and using communication devices to document, you're talking about what is heavy-duty surveillance and seeking to interrupt my operation of my communication device, seeking to obstruct justice, trying to stop every method of whatever it is that I use to document and publish, all right, while I'm using their little communication devices to prosecute them. All right, license B2707 handicap. And that is Ontario Police. That's audible activity. Let me be clear. I'm going to prosecute them. That's direct evidence. This is the P.O.C. That is engagement in relevant positioning, light activity creation, a demon using a police vehicle to engage in criminal conduct, to engage in terrorism, and also engaging in what is communication of a terrorism while they are demonstrating demon possession. That's exactly what they are demonstrating through that conduct and engagement in those elements in this environment. And that was OPD. License 5FIX752. License 5TLK113. It's 8:33 a.m. Omnitrans, license 1545797, molesting, bus number 2341 at 8:33 a.m. They are arriving out of schedule, as usual. They are doing what they do based on what I do. And as I pause recording right now, you have them arriving and molesting with what is impossible light activity. Alrighty, I wanted to capture video of what is directed light. You're looking at what are the methods of molestation and the arrival of Omnitrans at the moment that they do. As let me get this license, 6YSX, 621, I believe. You have what is Omnitrans that arrives outside of its published schedule, arriving, and I've documented that plenty of times. You're talking about arriving within 2 minutes apart, as I'm documenting specific video that is directly incriminating them. Everything I'm documenting is incriminating to them, though. But I was specifically referencing the conduct of Omnitrans, for example, and you have what is they're arriving within 2 minutes apart. That's just one example of what is engaging in what is arriving at their criminal discretion while they're engaging in surveillance. This is not the operation of a business of public transportation. These are minions engaging in surveillance, getting on what is a facilitating venue, monitoring and engaging in surveillance together. They're demons. And you're talking about what is engaging in criminal conduct under what's a company name. And the pattern is also revealed as Omnitrans does not, 6WXN512 is not devoted to, does not demonstrate fidelity to a published schedule that you can reasonably rely on, and Omnitrans engaging in harassment by not arriving, as I've documented historically, okay? And this is while I am in any particular location documenting the entity, and the state's fixed is over me, and Omnitrans will just engage in not arriving at all, okay? So I engage in honing in on that. Pay attention while I'm documenting the rest of these demons. Pay attention to the fact that Omnitrans didn't show up at all. I've pointed this out on many occasions. And this is intentional while they are engaging in monitoring. And they are still being documented, and they are still engaged in the pattern of conduct. You're engaged in surveillance, and this is an intentional omission while you are not present and engaging in what is relevant to what is harassment while you are engaged in the P.O.C. All right? I'm documenting you while you cross path under that fake sun with the rest of the entity as well. 7TLV 460, I believe, 470 1624378. And you also have what is Omnitrans arriving. You have waiting until their actual time to arrive at the bus stop is, for example, right now, 8:29 a.m. You have arriving at 8:34 a.m., 8:33 a.m. And this is a matter of understanding what is waiting for that opportune moment to engage in what is stalking with audible activity, stalking with light activity, molesting. Bus 1331 is crossing path. They are loitering at Lemon and Holt. And now proceeding from Lemon and Holt to drive to the traffic light at Euclid and Holt Boulevard. So I want to be clear, and this is the same thing that I published yesterday. You're talking about what is engaging in stopping at bus stops that do not exist on the side of the road as I'm in operation of my communication device. This is when I'm on the bus. All right, license plate 8BHT912. 38473W1, a whole family of minions in operation of their communication devices while they're stalking in the path, and demonic activity underway with directed light 8D89520, I believe. So I want to point that out. That's what you're witnessing as well. This is not some minutes behind. We're just, no, they are engaging in surveillance. This is the P.O.C. And it is not a matter, this is already established. They're under a fake sun. And I'm showing you what is impossible light activity, the directed light. It is presence at the particular moment. These are demons. What they do at the moment they do it is relevant to the P.O.C. 9843 4K2. It's not pursuant to some being behind schedule. These are demons. And what they are doing is deliberate, and this is a deliberate intention of deviating from a published schedule for the running of a business, as opposed to that you're talking about what is surveillance on behalf of a government, criminal conduct, demonic activity. All right, and that's what Omnitrans is being documented as, with what it's doing. 7TAB 831, and arriving as I stop recording, 8BBP 873. 8SQA231. As I stop recording, understand that's a method of crossing path, engaging in activity creation, monitoring with the minion in the backseat, 8TDR350. And by minion, I mean their little demon-possessed children. License plate 8VXN569. And they are demon-possessed children. I was showing you at Rite Aid at 222 West G Street a couple nights ago. This minion, this demon, was using its vehicle as a means of light, molesting while Tracy Banks was monitoring with Eric Corey Spencer in operation of her communication device. They're demons that are monitoring together. And the demon monitoring with Tracy Banks and Eric Corey Spencer, engaging in sexual violence while this minion outside of the car was aiming light onto me. So this is a molestation. And then that demon had its little demon-possessed children walk around the vehicle. And that's exactly what it is when it's engagement in the elements. It's not a coincidence. His little minions' children started walking around in front of the headlights. That creates flashing light while they walk through the light. Demonic, absolutely demonic, straight out of hell. 8WMR681, 6TZN222, 7HNM875, 8XAL439, 8TWM887, 6JGG039. And let me be clear, That is to be prosecuted as the abuse that it is of those that are under the age of 18 minors, engaging in terrorism, including them inside of what is a pattern of conduct that is sexually violent. That's saying that don't want to hear it is still being heard on my microphone. That don't want to, it's 26065E1, that don't want to hear the reality of the fact that these are demon-possessed children, and I'm revealing how that is so. That's how you're witnessing that. And that's exactly what I took an image of that third party, and I also documented that license plate. Let me be clear. That is abuse of a minor. That is participation in terrorism with a minor, the delinquency to an egregious, unprecedented level while you're engaging in that sexual violence and terrorism with a minor who are, regardless of their condition being a demon possessed, that's a whole other issue. You could prosecute Satan, 58983E3, for that same criminal system. If you are engaging in what is sexual violence, engaging in raping someone, and then you're including children while you're raping somebody, that's exactly how it's going to be prosecuted. This is an entity that's a sex offender, including children in that sexual violence, including children in what is terrorism with a government and on behalf of their demon-possessed parents, 7KJK297. And that's exactly what that documentation reveals. It is showing the sickness that are the people of the state and their demon-possessed Minionite children, because that's demonic activity. Ontario Police Vehicle 1032, crossing path driving west on Hull Boulevard right now at 8:41 a.m. Monitoring with that minion whose license plate I just read, 7KJK. They're monitoring together. 8JGN090. So I want to be clear. So that's what this is what I mean by with the minion in the back seat. They're including them, children in the pattern of conduct by virtue of being present. 54572W1. That's what group stalking is. So you're engaging in terrorism, you're engaging in stalking, and you're doing so while you're taking your little children to preschool. That's going to be irrelevant to what is prosecution. And the government's ability to engage in surveillance with the people of the state, 8SCC843, while they're doing whatever. Okay, doing whatever it is that they're doing on their way to go do whatever it is as those demons live a life of a con, 5VOL440. All right, taking your children along with you while you're engaging in absolutely demented conduct, showing you to be a violent sex offender and a sex psychopath, doing so with law enforcement. All right, and then going home to make your little demon children mac and cheese. I don't think so. You're going to be prosecuted. 6TJL114, and that entire system, that entire construct is going to be exploded. That's going to be literally done away with. All right. The ease with which a government is engaging in what is public corruption. That's what's relevant. The ease with which the entity is engaging in criminal conduct, wearing the mask of, but it is no mask. The mask of these demons has been ripped off, and you're seeing them for the animals that they are. Okay. License plate. Animals having no position, having no business in the guardianship, 22788E3, over little Minionite children, teaching them how to engage in terrorism and haunting with their demon possession, which is their condition as they're engaging in targeting another. 6XVF792. And let me be clear, that's Union Pacific that you're hearing in the background, the same Union Pacific that the state is amplifying while I'm at 630 North Fern, which you cannot hear at that distance. And it is the same facilitation while law enforcement and the people of the state are engaging in group stalking. That is relevant positioning by an entity that is engaging in surveillance with communication devices together. It is currently 8:44 a.m. (91065P2) showing you the fake sun in the window as she takes off from B&G Plaza, and she takes off as I start recording. This is the demon that's just doing whatever it is that they're doing, that is taking off, beginning movement, 8AIZ382, as I begin operation of my phone. And you're looking at what is the fake sun at that time, which is 8:43 a.m. I'm sorry, 8:45 a.m. I believe. It's 8:51 a.m. right now. This is the approximate time. I just captured this video right now. And you have the state's fake sun that is moving in the window of the bus, 7ZKZ763. In the window of the bus as the bus is driving eastbound on Hull Boulevard at this time again. So my documentation that I've been capturing on a daily basis, where the state is keeping, that's what I'm doing when I'm reading license plates at the B&G Plaza. The state is keeping a fake sun stationary in the same location over the B&G Plaza, over me. All right. It is 8 something in the morning. I have remained till after 10 o'clock, after 11 o'clock, and I believe in November 28th. 2021, I stayed the entire day, and the state engaged in feigning as though the sun was setting at the B&G Plaza. Okay. Anyway, this is movement as I move, stalking with a fake sun, and that's the ongoing documentation. This is the arrival of Omnitrans as I turn on my phone to get my electronic bus pass. 8AIZ382 is maintaining presence in the path. stalking in what is a traffic lane on Hope Boulevard. That's what they're doing, engaging in surveillance. And that demon is listening to everything that I'm saying. This is the reality of state surveillance. And this is also how I'm showing you what are a psychopath, as all of the knowledge that they maintain, that they know of while they're engaging in surveilling you, and how they are outwardly conducting themselves. That is the psychopath. Okay. So like I said, this is the state's fake sun that is remaining over the bus in the window, in sync with the bus's movement. Okay, you're talking about east on Hope Boulevard, and then she's going to turn to drive what is on Vineyard, as I've shown you, at 1850 Hope Boulevard, just like I did yesterday. The state's fake sun turning as the bus turns, street for street, turn for turn. Also an indication of what is not the sun, let alone how it's remaining stationary in one address for as many hours as I remain at the B&G Plaza. Or it's doing the same thing at the Ovid Family Community Library, but this is an address where the state, all of us, it's moving as I start moving. All right, stalking with light, stalking with a fake sun. It is currently 8:53 a.m. And again, that video is captured moments ago, so this is approximately, let me get this, let's see, 8F34442 91065P2, in case I didn't read that one already. These are minions at the intersection of Vineyard and Hope Boulevard, where the state's fake sun is over the bus. Now turning as we are going to what is Vineyard, and then going to the Ontario Airport, where the state's fake sun is over that property, remaining street for street and turn for turn. So anyway, this is the state's fake sun captured as I'm on the bus, and this is bus number 2355. It's driven by an African-American female. She has long black extensions in her hair. Individuals, those are the type of extensions, synthetic braids. And so it is currently 8:53 a.m. That video is captured at around 8:46, 8:47 a.m. This is P.O.C. NDF 641. The Omnitrans, which is the people of the state, so that's exactly how I'm going to reference them. The people of the state driving Omnitrans bus is driving right now on Airport Road, driving east on Airport Road, entering onto now the property of Terminal Way, which is the Ontario International Airport, where ongoing surveillance and terrorism is underway. It's a facilitating venue. 59989Y2. And the state's fake sun is directly over the bus. Directed light on the curb on the driver's side of the bus. Fake sun aimed on me directly through the window. It is 8:55 a.m. (7HTY173) 11717E1 085592. I believe that's handicap.
National Airport, Terminal 2. If you are using Alaska, Delta,
5TNR893, or sorry, 5TNY 893. But this is Terminal 2, just like you hear the announcement. That's where we're at. Parking Concepts 8BHE 854. That's a commercial vehicle. Amazon Prime crossing path on Airport Road. License plate, that's 5XNR893. All right, that's the correct license plate. CRLRRLRL 7LXA 347. 8CGN 098 5PEM 070. 8219 D43, I believe. You've got this would presumably be an employee of the Ontario Airport wearing all black with a neon green, neon yellow jacket in relevant position in the Terminal 2 parking lot. The sign says 2M where they are walking in the parking lot. That's relevant positioning. The States Fake Sun is directly over the bus. Directed light is on the bus. The bus is also creating light activity, and this is a minion crossing path by being in the parking lot, walking on foot. Okay, that's one method. That's one third party acting on behalf of an entity. I just want to describe the P.O.C. at the Ontario International Airport. In doing so while the bus is stationary at the bus stop. And in between the two signs, 2L and 2M, that's where this minion is crossing path. 8 VWF 520, I believe. 44998 F3. Yeah, that's a neon black jacket. I'm sorry, neon green jacket. I've described them as yellow jackets. FedEx is crossing path on Airport Road as well. And walking across the parking lot is a method of engaging in crossing a path or group stalking. 8 LEA 969. And it's 8:58 a.m. where that will be on cameras at the Ontario Airport. 6 LRC 221.
Route 61, Santana.
Federal law requires masks on board, and it stops. No mask, no ride.
Yeah, patrolling by another minion. 8 UDM 455, carrying a target bag. Monitoring with the rest of the minions who are patrolling by traffic. 70X. I can't really see that one. In the parking lot, in the same parking lot behind the fence. They're carrying a white and red target bag in their left hand. Operation of their communication device with their right hand. This is a male with a short haircut, black face mask on, and black jacket, like a black coat, and walking what is east inside of the parking lot area of Terminal 2. All right, and this is called patrolling. And the more that I pointed out, you have more minions engaging in it. All right, so you have a female carrying a coffee mug. 6XLP 372 is crossing path at the same time. This is directed light while they're patrolling in the parking lot. And a male with a lot of facial hair, short haircut, gray khaki pants. He's carrying a backpack and a long sleeve light blue shirt. They're wearing like these name tags. As they're in the parking lot, they're crossing path. 6LBH 800, 7BZF 454. 8WZU 695 is the white Jeep in the parking lot where they're walking. 8MID 776. Passing Westway and Terminal Way in the airport. 7LGD 047. 9865Y handicap. 7RCE 424 5368. I can't really see the rest of them. 7UIM 357. 8YAU 957, I believe. Can't really see the rest of them. 8LWU 972. 95055C2. FB 547 handicap. 7BIF 032 G420EO 20133F2 8YWM 098. They're stalking in the path using their brake lights as a method of stalking with light by being stopped at what is one of the entrance ways of the gate entrance to get into a parking lot area. 7VNX 282. 7HGM 038. 8XDJ 159. And it's currently 9:01 a.m.
Please remember that masks will be required on board Omnitrans vehicles and in stops and transit centers through March 2022 per federal mandate.
It's not Airport Road, it's Airport Drive. Or turning now to drive in the opposite direction on Airport Drive. Alrighty, showing the state's fake sun remaining over the bus at 9:02 a.m. AUSEHLR seen on video engaging in what is crossing path. That is relevant to monitoring with communication devices and doing so in what is engineered light. It's instrumental with regard to the group conduct and demonic activity. This is demonic entirely, but with regard to the operation of communication devices, the use of engineered light while maintaining perpetual presence in the path, not only surrounding with light, but molesting, touching, stalking with light. And this is not normal light, this is engineered light, which is filling the bus. Right, and it's also doing that which is not sunlight, because I'm showing you not only is this not the sun, that's not the conduct of sunlight. It's not creating the shape of the rims on the sidewalk. It's not molesting my person when you're driving by me. It's not filling the inside of the bus as well, while sunlight is also supposedly bouncing off of the bus, because that's what the Omnitrans is documented as engaging in. It's not sunlight, it's directed light. It is stalking in the path, remaining surrounded with directed light, which is terrorism, while you are subject to surveillance. And in this video at 9:02, I'm reminding you at the same time we are on Hope Boulevard still 24 hours ago at the Circle K, while she's the other bus driver, 3362 I believe, is driving east on Hope Boulevard at that time, turning onto Vineyard Avenue, and then we are approaching the Ontario airport. All right, I'm just showing you what is maintenance at that time on that street at that location with the fake sun. And we have already left the property of the Ontario Museum. I'm sorry, of the Ontario, well, yeah, but I mean specifically Ontario Airport. And the state's fake sun is in the window while she is driving on video on Airport Drive, driving west. At that same time, where yesterday we were on Hope Boulevard, driving east at the intersection of Vineyard, making that turn and stopping at a red light, okay, and then getting onto Airport Drive. All right, that is again driving in opposite directions. Maintenance of presence in the window over me, directed light, which is on the bus. None of this is the actual sun. The state is keeping its fake sun in the city of Ontario. I'm en route to the city of Fontana. This is the P.O.C. of stalking with light, and it's entirely demonic. 5LJP 978 is group stalking. It is currently 9:06 a.m. That's 5LJP 178. By the way, that's the correct license plate at Inland Empire and Via Molinara at the Parkside community. Parkside community is a third-party facilitating video. By the way, state surveillance is underway. It is currently 9:07 a.m.
Recuerde que se requiere un tapabocas a bordo de vehículos obligados en paradas y centros de tránsito hasta marzo.
That's the Inland Empire and Center.
Gracias por su cooperación.
7063257 at Haven Avenue and Inland Empire Boulevard at 9:07 a.m. under the fake sun. They're group stalking. All right, the license plate that I just read, I took an image of what is the red pickup truck. It's a Chevrolet. And what you can see is the reflection of the fake sun right on the window of that bus. They are stalking in the path, and that is also the directly incriminating evidence. The state's fake sun not only is a hovering light source, it is literally visible, as you can see, on the window. All right, that's a reflection of the state's fake sun where they are stalking in the path. That's what I took a picture of. All right, that is 7016257, I believe. 5UEH870. The correct license plate was correctly recited the first time I said it. But I did take a picture of that. I want you to look at that. That's what the image of group stalking is. The fire department is crossing path. License 1332570 under the same fake sun. 7ZGR896 under the same fake sun. That's hovering so low it's clearly seen covering the window of that group stalker at the Haven and Inland Empire Boulevard intersection. FedEx? What was that? Oh no, that's not FedEx. FedEx is monitoring, though. They're literally demons just driving around in FedEx vehicles. 8 SGD 336, just like the rest of these demons. Identifiable by license plate, engaging in surveillance with the government. But I was looking at La Quinta Inn, and that was not the logo of FedEx. And that third party whose license plate I just read, including 8EPT845, group stalking at the intersection of Inland Empire Boulevard and the MGR intersection. All right, this is the Banner Bank at 3999 Inland Empire Boulevard, I surmise. That's the address, 3999. Brandman University, 3990. 4141, which is Pacific Lending, CBRE. Those are venues. Okay, the state's fake sun is over me while I'm engaging in what is being driven past. The state surveillance is underway. And those minions you think have something important to do about the business or whatever branding university that is, some online university where you get some artificial educational accreditation. Anyway, they're not doing anything but surveilling. That's why the fake sun is present. And this is the reality of what is the conduct of demon possessed also. All right, this is the revealing of what is an entirely existence of a con, the absence of free society, and especially in California, that superficiality, I mean, it is to an extent that you cannot fathom. This is surveillance at Brandman University, at La Quinta Inn, all right, while they're engaging in what is that center focus, while an entire artificially engineered environment is present for that corporate purpose. That's exactly why it's there. That's the focus. You're not stalking with a fake sun for no reason. All right, it is for that very reason, and that is the central focus of all of those who are demon possessed under the fake sun. It is revealing of your condition, and they're demons engaging in surveillance in the state of California, in the United States, in other words, and that's going to be prosecuted as what it is. It's terrorism that the United States is not above whatsoever. They're terrorizing citizens in their country, and they're not different from from Korea or from Russia or whoever else that this country wants to contrast itself with. No, they're even sicker. They're doing it under the fallacy of some free society, and it's actually the opposite. These minions in the United States are sicker. They are sicker than those that are in the other countries, because at least they are out front with what the expectations are of their citizens. Right? You know you don't have any rights, and that's not funny. It's serious. But you're talking about what is literally the level of malice that you cannot fathom it, and this is why it's never contemplated by federal policy. It was never intended to be revealed. Oh, but it's very real. It's very real as that fake sun, and that is an oxymoron, and that's exactly what it is. It is a real fake sun. The actual sun is not maintaining ubiquitous presence over us in California, which is what I'm showing. The state is keeping a fake sun over me. But then also in Los Angeles, there's some sunny sky over Cesar Chavez in Alameda. That's not the sun. Then that's not the same fake sun that's hovering over me in Ontario while I'm on the Omnitrans bus Route 61. All right, this is demonic activity. You're witnessing the supernatural. That's how you have that light source, which is not the sun, in a different location at the same time. It's not the sun. Not the sun that we learn about, 90915T1, that 1 star, that is exclusive. There's not 1 star per county, per state. I don't think so. Per zip code.
61.
No.
81.
It's revealing demonic activity for you, DP004. That meaning who you hear saying bye, they're crossing path in directed light and under the fake sun. They're monitored. And they're on surveillance cameras getting off at Ontario Mills at 9:13 a.m.
81, 82, and RTA.
It is currently 9:13 a.m. Using the ingress and egress of McDonald's across from the bus stop of Omnitrans. This is headquarters for what are demons pacing all around. And this is Ontario Mills. This bus is being driven by the African American female. Her employee number is displayed as 3750. 7XEX823. Seven D IG 388. Let's see, 8MA. Oh, I can't really see that one. You can scratch that. McDonald's located at 4310 Milliken in the Ontario Mills. Every purchase, everybody on surveillance camera, they're engaging in surveillance. Every single last one of them. There is no form. 6TSB 707 LXRD EVOTNE.
4th Street.
8VCW 453.
Omnitrans and the California Air Resources Board want your feedback on clean transit investments. Take the survey at omnitrans.org/connecttransit and
8PHU 291. Seven PMV200. Group stalking at what is this? We are at the Panera Bread on 8EZY807 on Milliken. I'm sorry, Richmond and 4th Street. 8KUE 703. There's a Panera Bread at that intersection. That's why I'm citing that. What is that? Prudential at the Lazy Dog. Loomis at Bank of America. 8TZA 495. 86192Z2. This is a large white truck.
Omnitrans y la Junta de Recursos del Área de
It's
California
9:17 a.m.
voluntarios sobre las inversiones en transporte limpio. Realice la encuesta en www.omnitrans.org/connect transit y participe para ganar una tarjeta de regalo de $50.
Bettaway, BETTAWAY, US dot 2010499, and that is an Indiana license plate 3124123. Bettaway. I don't know about that syntax, but that is the logo on that truck. They're engaged in surveillance. Miguel Trucking, that is the license plate that I read before reading about Bettaway. And let's see. It's currently 9:18 a.m. Bettaway is Buena Park, California. That's the address. Bettaway.com. The U.S. dot number is 2010499, California 398176, MC 708745, 8VWR. It says 80.000. Just reading all the information while the group's talking. The director light is moving across the passenger side of that vehicle. Understand its shape between the bus and the next lane that it is next to me by. They're monitoring in that Bettaway vehicle. And it's a demon that's driving a commercial vehicle engaging in state surveillance. Bird Tech is crossing path. Santa Anita and Inland Empire Boulevard at 9:19 a.m. 7V88973. Ready refreshes crossing path. P111379. That's a large truck. Truck is the logo on it is called Pigeon. Directed light fanning across the passenger side on the ground toward me, while that truck, whose license plate I recited, is crossing path.
West Valley Detention Center.
$751,513. That's the back license plate of this truck. We're at Barrington and Inland Empire Boulevard at 9:21 a.m. And that is the Pigeon Freight Services with that back license plate that I read. Directed light fanning out, and that's backwards. They're driving in the traffic lane next to the bus. All right, and so we're both driving in the same direction, east on San Bernardino Boulevard. So you're passing in traffic, and then you have what is the fanning out of directed light, reaching backwards from the passenger door location on that bus back towards me. It's impossible light. Let me be clear. It's a demon that is stalking with light. As I am documenting this, let me be clear. In the same way, the fake sun that is over you, whatever state you're in, let me be clear, demons surround. It is the mark of demon possession. This directed light conduct, it is the mark of demon possession. It is literally the admission by a demon who is speaking to their identity, their condition, and they're going to be prosecuted for that. It is going to be a matter of law. 8MQN529. Watch. 4CA9072. Walgreens is crossing path at San Bernardino Avenue and Kaiser Way. Walgreens by not a venue, but a third party driving a large commercial truck with the Walgreens logo on it. 4CA9073. That's the second license plate on this Valencia trucking vehicle. Valencia Trucking associated with Fontana, California, US.551294. Directed light while they are driving by in the shade at Commerce Drive and Inland Empire Boulevard. It's currently 9:23 a.m. The front license plate of Valencia Trucking, YPO6106. Terrorizing with directed light while they are crossing path in traffic. That's a demon driving a commercial vehicle engaging in state surveillance. Walgreens license plate 804465. That's an out-of-state license plate. It's like a deep orange colored license plate with black lettering. CSI, the main truck
Cherry
entrance
Avenue.
at Cherry Avenue and San Bernardino Avenue. Engaging in P.O.C, manning the path. 63347R, that's a paper plate. 8KUE703 is still in relevant position at Cherry Avenue and San Bernardino. Patrolling 8EZY807, that's a demon. Yeah, 63347R, that's a paper plate. All of them are demons, but they're driving by in far off lanes, the opposite lane, directed light all the way over here on me. They're demons. Stalking in the path. And they're under a fake sun, which is remaining on the passenger side of this bus while we're driving east on San Bernardino Avenue. Angels Freight Services, an operation of a communication device, license XP87398, while that directed light activity is ongoing and the fake sun is over me. License TOPTARP.
Redwood Street.
7PTC8125KJY. I can't really see the rest one. You can scratch that.
Michael Avenue.
6TJW732. BU58S45, that's a paper plate. UZC39949715J3.
Elm Avenue.
07080W1. SINFLICTION crossing path. And that's at San Bernardino Avenue and the Elm intersection, 8YCE893. VYU 586. We're at Catawba and San Bernardino Avenue. 8LBT992, but I can't really see that one. You can scratch that one. 7VCA299. 4M. I can't see that one.
Seekers Avenue.
7WHB809 at Citrus and San Bernardino Avenue at 9:30 a.m. 7SGE175. Directed light while 7SGE 175 crosses path. 00481Z1 6RCL 453, I believe. Can't really see there's something. Passing Oleander, remaining on San Bernardino Avenue. 63, I can't see that one. WDC 843 or WQC 843. That's an out-of-state. 6RCL 438 is the correct license plate of the one that I misspoke before. 8AIV 800 at Oleander and San Bernardino Avenue. United States Postal Service driving west on San Bernardino Avenue. That is a crossing path. The state's fake sun is remaining in a specific direction as the bus. And then when it gets to Juniper, the state's fake sun is no longer going to be moving what is necessarily east 7UUH 529 at 16464 San Bernardino Avenue. They're monitoring. The state's fake sun will then engage in turning as the bus is turning on that specific street. All right, that's what the United States Postal Service is doing. All right, you're not delivering mail, then this is P.O.C. This is state surveillance. 8623772. 8EHX 475. 6VWE 667. 63366S2. Matco Tools crossing path again. Turning onto Juniper. All right, license 85488Y1. License 7264S, handicap 8CLZ 846. Showing you the state's fake sun as the bus turns from San Bernardino Avenue. The state's fake sun makes the turn as well to remain on what is the driver's side through the window that I am seated at on the bus. Directed light is stationary on the bus, and the state's fake sun is over the bus. The state's fake sun is no longer going in a direction that will remain in the window of the bus as it would proceed on San Bernardino Avenue. As it turns on Juniper, the state's fake sun makes the same turn at the same time. That is movement of a light source. That is not the sun that's hovering above through the window of the bus. 7LUY 892. And I captured this on video on Juniper. 8JLJ998, and also going on to what is then 5TMM 534 BF 84876, which is the paper plate. Going on to then what is Mallory at that bus stop, and you see a line of demons that get on with their Marigold, excuse me, not Mallory, Marigold. 8RMF 571 8RUL 226 245TD handicap 8HXG 905. Demons just one after another crossing path, which is group stalking that's occurring. The closed universe, and it's not a closed universe, but I'm just so that you're looking at what is the P.O.C. on a smaller scale. They're getting on the bus, which is a venue. They are crossing paths, which is what the people are doing. They're doing so in direct light and under a fake sun. That's what they're doing on the bus. 8NKN941. And that's what I'm showing you in the video at the bus stop that is on Marigold after and Juniper. It's in between Juniper and Sierra Avenue on Marigold, and the state's fake sun turns with the bus as it turns onto Marigold from Juniper, just like it did from San Bernardino Avenue onto Juniper. And it's 9:36 a.m. and I have already documented the state is maintaining stationary presence over me while I remain at the B&G Plaza. All right. So anyway, that's just one example. This is Stalking with Light, and these are demons, and their demonic possession is revealed by that environment, which is also demonic. And the conduct of stalking, which is what you are doing when you are engaging in surveillance as an entity, is demonic. All right. It is 9:36 a.m. The state's fake sun is over the bus as it's driving north on Sierra Avenue. 7KBJ 816. NKN 941 7EGW 124 5HLN 301 7 7DGX 975. It's 9:37 a.m. KRU 995.
Merrill Avenue.
Nine 479 6A3. U.S.C. That's her using the bus as a means of stalking with audible activity. Directed light while 7LHC271 comes from behind the bus. Right, they're driving on the driver's side, directed light on the roof of the bus through the front. They're stalking in the path together. 8CGF 510. 8NKN 941. Let's see. 8UTV 768. Alrighty, this is a bus that I'm on with driven by employee number 3750, an African-American female with long extension braids. All right, those are referred to as individuals. 1545686 is the license plate. Where I'm subject to what is surveillance and ongoing molestation, terrorism with direct light, the fake sun remaining in the window of the bus. Absolutely impossible. Under no circumstances is the sun. Omnitrend is doing nothing but being a venue, a facilitating venue, a third-party facilitating venue, representing the people of the state, engaging in what is state surveillance with the government, and facilitating that conduct, which is absolutely demented. It is bus number 2355. Crossing path is bus route 66, license 1545805. Bus number 2362. State's fake sun is over the venue. What you hear is a door closure in the background. That's a demon identified as Omnitrans using those bathrooms as a means of stalking with audible activity and crossing path while they're monitoring on communication devices under the fake sun and at nightfall in directed light while they're engaging in an ongoing massive orgy while they're molesting with directed light. License plate 1535425. That's Omnitrans bus number 1342, crossing path, driven by an African-American male. It is currently 9:43 a.m. He's stalking in the path, monitoring with the rest of these minions who are engaging what is relevant positioning under a fake sun. These are not normal people waiting for a bus. This is state surveillance. License 1420090, route 10, bus number 1296. All of them are creating light activity. That light activity under the fake sun, while you hear that audible activity, you can fill that in with Metrolink. You can fill that in with the entity sounding plane activity. You can fill that in with the demon honking their horns. You can fill that in with the demon using a young child, a minionite child, crying. It's all audible noise under engineered light. All of Omnitrans is creating light activity under the fake sun. This is P.O.C. This is state surveillance at Fontana Metrolink train station. And it's currently 9:44 a.m. All right, monitoring. License plate 1234513. It's a demon. Directed light reaching out toward me in front of the bus. On the opposite side of the bus in the shade while crossing path. That's a demon. License 1234513, bus 1220. Going onto the property of the Fontana Metrolink train station at 9:44 a.m. The crossing path. AT&T crossing path. And a utility vehicle. AT&T knows it's been documented as well. ADS87S2. That's AT&T. Monitoring while that demon of Omnitrans is touching with directed light. Understand the group conduct and the ongoing criminal activity underway while sexual violence is integral to that criminal system. REVNMST. Blackface demons monitoring with law enforcement, stalking and targeting another African American. 1535619 has nothing to do with race, nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. These are demons. 7CKX994. I don't see no license plate on that. 7W22408, 6NIR201. And it's 9:45 a.m. Omnitrans 1420240. 1BW889, that's an out-of-state license plate. 7EFE129, 8DOE958. Let's see, let me get this minion. License 8RQD745. That's Omnitrans stalking with audible activity under the fake sun. That's not in the window of that bus. It's over me. Okay? License 6YOU529. It's over me while I'm on that bus because Omnitrans is a demon-possessed stalker engaging in surveillance and terrorism. All right? And the fact that it's over that bus is direct evidence against that company acting on behalf of the people of the state, vicariously on behalf of the government. 5JUC338, because that is the sun no day and in no way. All righty? License 8LLW164, 8MRH401, 39897R1, 12607A1. That's Romero's, Santa Fe Springs, California, California 80779. Romero's is engaging in monitoring. I hope that little putt-putt company can make it through a federal prosecution. 8WTE598. License plate 8PAE797. It's 9:47 a.m. (71761J3). ATD, stalking with a light activity, driving with their hazards on. 36403B3, US.16130. That's ATD-US.com. 7JRJ624, engaging in state surveillance. Okay? ATD is not on your side. They're surveilling you, and they're engaged in terrorism. They're violent sex offenders. License plate 8ABV890, 5GUW513, 8CGU031, 8XHM905, 8BQA973, 8UPC222, 8YCE461, 15988J3. This blackface demon, 8WLG589. And it's 9:48 a.m. Six PSV 170, 269 JV handicap, and 6 PSV 170 is engaging in surveillance. This is a Latino male sitting at the corner of Valencia and Sierra, awaiting my arrival. That's what group stalking is, and doing so while the fake sun is advancing over me as I'm walking north of Sierra Avenue. Not remaining at the Fontana Metrolink train station, by the way. Alrighty, State's fake sun is advancing over me north of Sierra Avenue in the city of Fontana and is not remaining visible through a window on the bus of Route 66 parked at the Fontana Metrolink train station, and leaving through the window, remaining over that particular bus that is on Route 66. License 8VNN913. No, the State's fake sun is right over me as I'm walking north of Sierra Avenue. 8XBP 387, 7BCM 357, 8URE 153, 7WPH 804. Budget, directed light, 3FB4741. That's the license plate of budget, a commercial actor. It is 9:50 a.m. (8UVN273), 8MKN556, 6YEK339, 39338D2, 8TQS182, 6SBT885, 8VSY531, 8UTV768, 16037Y2, 52910W2, 4869 handicap, X153GL, 7PFX399-05814J3, 7KAR792, 3LWL707, 8JXV570. And directed light across the storefronts of Casa Barreto, Prime Rehab Center, Wedding Dresses, Bella Bella Bridal. Let me show you. Omnitrans molesting in the shade 1399980, bus 1266 that I just took a picture of. The State's Fake Sun is directly over the Bella Bridal. Bella Bridal is located at 8551 Sierra Avenue. State's Fake Sun is directly over the Bella Bridal. And why? Because I crossed the street. And because I left the Fontana Metro League train station. It is 9:52 a.m. This is nowhere near the city of Ontario. 8KUJ787 in Bella Bridal. As I am facing what is, in order to capture the fake sun over the Bella Bridal, I am facing what is east, 7MBG123 on Sierra Avenue in the city of Fontana. And I want to be clear, Omnitrans, the sex offender that it is, you've got directed light, as I'm showing you, that's on the inside of the bus, diagonally, as though that's sunlight reaching onto the floors, reaching and touching and bouncing off of objects in every direction. And then also you've got directed light that is spanning out to touch all over my body while they're crossing path. That's not sunlight, and that's the sex offender, that is Omnitrans. While crossing path under Bella Bridal in the shade, touching with that light. 7LGV337, 5NWU358, 5EVE 589, 7KAR792, 6WDJ909, 8UNS824, 7PWC193, 6FGH940, 8GYW598, 8YFC895, 5FUV030, Fontana Police 1603, 687, 8YVZ564, 215LB Handicap, CD73617. That's out of state. 7DHN487, 8N30495, 7RCA853, 8WYR762, 8NZA599. And let me be clear, that's the Fontana Police Department. That is a sex offender. Omnitrans is acting on behalf of an entity. Direct evidence of what is state surveillance and terrorism and demon possession. Every third party whose license plate I just read right now, and those that I've already documented, are being documented as a sex offender. Omnitrans engaging in sexual violence on behalf of an entity. All of them are engaging in federal stalking with communication devices. Engaging in what is the demonstration of demon possession while they engage in that together. Doing so under a fake sun and in directed light with the impossible audible activity of what is supposed to be the Metrolink train. I'm at Arrow Boulevard and Sierra Avenue, which you also know because I took an image of what is Bella Bridal. I've already walked to the corner. I'm looking at Citibank, where Fontana PD are demonstrating their demon possession, and they're begging for federal prison. They've already got it though. I've already documented them. This is P.O.C. 8YAM264, 5YKM930. It's 9:54 a.m. Let's get the minions of Citibank. License plate 7YYK782, 7TLD146. 6EUZ726, 7VJJ932, 7JRG061, Alrighty, well, I'm showing you what is the fake sun that's over Citibank. The minions whose license plate I recited, sitting around in directed light, capturing images of them engaging in surveillance while a fake sun is advancing over me and Omnitrans is molesting on behalf of an entity, these demons are sitting around in the parking lot under the fake sun, and I come over here to show you the fake sun at 9:55 a.m. That does not coexist with being over the Ovid Family Community Library. That's stalking with a fake sun. And this demon with 7YYK782 is sitting in their car engaging in surveillance. This demon of 7JRGO61 is sitting in their car engaging in surveillance. 8SFL763 and the demon captured on video 7XPU292. And forming a line outside of Citibank is called relevant positioning. They're demons under a fake sun. They can document themselves by going to make a transaction. Citibank is a venue. All of these minions are engaging in relevant positioning on behalf of the government. There is no escaping that documentation, period. You're talking about what is engagement and what is state surveillance and what is supposed to be the guise of normalcy in society, and it's not. And everything that they're doing is going to be used to document and identify and track them down. 7VJJ932, 6EUZ726, 7TLD146, 7XFE815, 7JZPO81, P.O.C. KAB180, 8BXL032, 8E29600, 7HRP224. Crossing the street of Sierra Avenue. Well, I'm crossing Arrow Boulevard. I'm on Sierra Avenue. Just crossing to the opposite side of the street, Arrow Boulevard. I am between what is the Citibank. Going to the opposite side, directly across, is Fontana Chamber of Commerce. 6WPG842, directed light on the curb while that demon's driving by. 7NKZ237. Hold on. 7NKZ337, excuse me. And it is 9:59 a.m. 8PLU805, group stalking in the parking lot of the Fontana Chamber of Commerce / John B. Robert Fire Station / Fontana Lewis Library. And the state's fake sun is right over me. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. That's a white male sitting inside of that vehicle. UPS is crossing path driving on Lerner as I'm walking through the parking lot. Okay. And the state's fake sun is over me. So that's how you know this is not the normalcy. And so you have some form of, no, you're not, you're stalking. And that's why the fake sun is over. And that's what you need to realize about the environment. 8PGE271, while demons want to act like, all I'm doing is driving. I don't know what you're talking about. That's what I'm capturing the demons of FedEx engaging. I love it. That's why I'm going to prosecute them. All right. It is currently 10:01 a.m. Let me show you the demons of UPS. I've already documented them before. I have substantial direct evidence against UPS attacking with directed light while the seat was keeping a fake sun over me in the city of Ontario. UPS engaging in terrorism using commercial airline planes. And UPS right now stalking in the path just like it was in the city of Upland outside while the fake sun was over Chase Bank at 31 West Foothill Boulevard. And UPS is doing the same thing, stalking in the path using its vehicle as a means of flashing lights and engineered light while the fake sun is directly over me in the city of Upland. All right, where again, I never come toward the Fontana Lewis Library, so this is that which is mutually exclusive. Alrighty, capturing that video under the fake sun at 10:02 a.m. State's fake sun is over me while I'm already on Route 66. I never come to the Fontana Lewis Library. And that's what you're looking at. That's over UPS, who is creating light activity, engaging in surveillance on behalf of the state, under license 450563, doing so on behalf of the state at state facilitating venue, the Fontana Lewis Library, which is nothing other than crossing a path, walking to the entrance door and walking back as a demon that is pacing, doing so in engineered light, which I show you on the side of the vehicle, doing so under the fake sun, which is remaining stationary over me as I arrive at the Fontana Lewis Library. And all of this is supposedly occurring both 9:55 a.m. again, as I showed you on the 19th. The state's fake sun is over the building of the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library. Yesterday at 9:55 a.m., I'm just helping you compare that. The state's fake sun is over me while I remain at the Fontana Metrolink train station after riding Route 61, and the state kept its fake sun in the window, street for street, turn for turn, over me. And then I do not go to the Fontana Lewis Library. I don't even leave the property. I walk around, I show you the fake sun that remains over me. I get on Route 66 and the bus is leaving, and this is what I show you on video. When the bus, Route 66, not the same bus route whatsoever, not taking a similar route whatsoever. You're talking about what is maintaining a hovering light source in the window of that different bus for a different route going through what is Fontana to Rancho Cucamonga to Upland, and the state engaging in that conduct of keeping it in the window. And at this time yesterday, I'm on Route 66, and I'm showing you while on Route 66 as the bus is leaving the Fontana Metrolink train station, and it is driving what is west on Orange Way and then turning onto Juniper, and then I'm showing you at what is 10 a.m., the state's fake sun that is over me while we are on Foothill Boulevard. All right, and so I just want to be clear, and I'm showing you what is the criminal conduct of those engaging in state surveillance and doing it under the names of companies. This is state surveillance, and you understand it as what is UPS. All right, it is currently 10:05 a.m. This is P.O.C. All right, so a couple of things I want to point out to you. So first of all, the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct as UPS provided. All right, they're monitoring. But I also want to be clear, let me give you what is the intent of an entity that wants to communicate without saying anything. But this is the ongoing surveillance system. Not only is UPS providing what is gratuitously documentation of its engagement in surveillance, it is also supposed to be what is revealing to you the fact that the library is closed. Okay, Fontana Lewis Library, it says, which I took an image of, temporarily closed. And let me be clear, this is a pattern as I document venues. For example, as I documented Mercy House in 2020, 2021, they engaged in what was just abrupt closure, using holidays as the form for that, but they were engaging in what was closure outside of holidays and for prolonged periods that were not published beforehand. And this is as I was documenting them. I just want to be clear, you have what is a temporary closure of the Fontana Lewis Library, and let me be clear, it's a facilitating venue. The fake sun is over them. This is directly related to the fact that they are being documented as engaging in the pattern of conduct of federal stalking. And UPS is present because what you are witnessing and what this is supposed to communicate is, oh, I can't make my delivery because the library is closed, which is supposed to be that which is not related to me. It's related to everyone, including UPS, who arrived to make a delivery. All right. So anyway, I just want to point this out. The state's light source is present, and this is the P.O.C. nonetheless, period. It is the pattern of conduct, and it is a method of obstruction of justice, while the cowards that are demons who fill the Fontana Lewis Library are being documented. And this is also relevant to the documentation of the system that they have already been documented. Indeed, while I go to the city of Upland, Fontana Lewis Library was being heavily documented, okay, period. All right, so I just want to document that. These are the pathetic tactics of an entity engaging in that pattern of conduct. And this is the cowardice of Satan itself as you are surrounding it with evidence. And I'm going to prosecute Fontana Lewis Library, period. All right, it is currently 10:08 a.m. and that is documentation of what is an abrupt closure temporarily. They can close up their doors. By the way, these are minions. All right, you're talking about creating any sort of form. Oh, we had combusted plumbing in the bathroom, and we had to close down because, oh my goodness, coding regulations, and then we would have had such an issue. So just to avoid all of that, we just closed down the library. You can make up, in other words, anything, while especially this criminal conduct, which is very serious, and Fontana Lewis Library is at the forefront of it. You're understanding what is the government system as I document venues, which are representing what is present on behalf of the government. You're not going to any individually or identified or uniquely identified a location or dealing with people. You're dealing with an entity, and you're documenting what is the government that is surveilling you through everyone around you and at every location that you're going. But I've broken that down for you so you're understanding how they're going to be treated as the venues that they are, as the entity that they are. So it is currently 10:09 a.m. and that is the pattern of conduct underway, showing you what is the presence of the fake sun over me as I walk to the Fontana Lewis Library. And you're going to recall as I did not do this whatsoever, and so that is equally probative of what is Fontana Lewis Library as a facilitating venue, whether they're open or closed. That's not the sun that's over that venue, and it's remaining over me as I walk to the Fontana Lewis Library. And at this time yesterday, when I did not walk anywhere near it, where did the state's light source go? That's not the sun that would be present over Fontana Lewis Library while I'm on Route 66. No, it's over me through the window of bus 66. 8DCF295 is a demon that's patrolling around crossing path repeatedly on the website. So excuse me, not the ones I was looking at a sign in the parking lot. So anyway, like I said, that is documentation of Fontana Lewis Library's abrupt closure, and the P.O.C. is underway, 7VXH574, while the state's light source is over me. And also at the same time yesterday, I'm still on Route 66. All right, KO17NO. And that is the pattern of conduct that is underway, and the identification of a venue. And it is 10:10 a.m. All right, UPS 4505623 is engaging in surveillance at the parking garage area, loitering with hazards on at 10:11 a.m., which is what I just captured in images. And I want to be clear, they are remaining as I am at the entrance area of the Fontana Lewis Library, and also speaking about them and how it is nonetheless the pattern of conduct. What you hear is the ignition. That third party was remaining in relevant position on the opposite side of the parking garage. While the shadow of the building that they're driving next to, while UPS is driving on what is learner, directed light is appearing in the shade along the curb, while that demon who you see in the images and who is carrying packages for Fontana Lewis Library, while it is temporarily closed, and all of the parking garages were closed down. Now those parking garages are lifted up. I want to be clear, I want to document that as well, while they're providing signage all around the property stating to what is a temporary closure and on what is not a holiday and what is an abrupt closure. This is within the pattern of conduct, especially as you're documenting a government engaging in criminal conduct. But anyway, UPS, that's what I captured. They're engaging in loitering. Understand their relevant positioning with regard to where I'm at the entrance area. So they are at the parking garage area, and they are stalking in the path, and doing so, they're in alignment with me, and they're creating light activity. That's a demon that is stalking and maintaining presence around, delivering a package, which is also supposed to be the liberal application of something that is not personal with regard to being documented. Oh no, UPS can't get in either because the library is closed today. And then you have what is UPS loitering at the parking garage as I walk over here. And so I just wanted to document that. And the state's fake sun is over me, not over that same location. It's over here while I'm at the back of the parking garage of the Fontana Lewis Library, which I've already shown you, while I was documenting Mariposa and the city of Fontana engaging in surveillance, stalking on this side street over here, while the fake sun was right over me while I'm at the parking garage. And at that time I was getting license plates of the third parties and state actors at the Fontana Lewis Library. I've already shown you that. And that's exactly what the entity is doing now, moving across, remaining over me with the fake sun. It's currently 10:13 a.m. Just want to include that. That's P.O.C. Allison Mechanical, license plate 29360A3, and Amazon Prime is group stalking at a red light right here in relevant position while I'm walking through the parking lot, patrolling with what is the fire department, who is on my left. Amazon Prime is on my right at the intersection of Arrow and Sierra. Allison Mechanical is parked inside of the parking lot area of the Fontana Chamber of Commerce. I'm reading their license plate. But I want to be clear, Amazon's not acting by themselves, obviously. Those are demons with the rest of the demons who are in their individually identified vehicles with license plates. But that is P.O.C. while I'm using my phone, and the state's fake sun is over me. What I want to point out, first of all, is that that's documentation as to their cited purposes for closure, for the abrupt closure. And like I said, COVID-19 is a means where the entity that is engaging in surveillance is utilizing to engage in obstruction of justice. It is directly relevant. The fact that a state's light source, which is not the sun, has been historically documented over this venue, because that's what it is. You were talking about knowledge of the fact that you are being documented, knowledge of the fact that you're a sex offender who is engaging in that, and the ways in which they engage in that. That this direct evidence of what is not the sun that is mutually at the same time, as a matter of my documentation, which is over me in the city of Upland, as I showed yesterday, remaining over me while I'm in the city of Ontario, and while I'm showing you what is the presence of the fake sun that's over me in the city of Fontana. Let me be clear. That is directly relevant to what is being referenced as the reasons for closure, citing COVID-19. And I've already told you with regard to what the state is doing, surveilling American citizens, citing COVID-19. This is the same entity that is engaging in surveilling you, unbeknownst to you, that is engaging in demonic activity, engaging what is hostility, while their direct evidence of criminal conduct and demon possession is being revealed, and they're citing COVID-19, like I said, is directly relevant to that. The government that is surveilling you and doing it through venues such as Fontana Lewis Library, who are engaging in documentation, who are engaging in conduct that is being documented, which which is the direct evidence of, first of all, these are demons that I'm encountering, engaging in criminal conduct, state surveillance, and terrorism. Ever it is that they are maintaining presence, this is surveillance by the Fontana Lewis Library. Doing so under a fake sun is directly probative to what you are citing as to the reason why you are suddenly closed when you know you're being documented as well. That's what January 12, 2022 is all about. Hostility by demons who are hostile to being shown and documented as engaging in criminal conduct, which, by the way, under the facts, you do not have even enough for what is that unfounded hostility. And first of all, second, I've already broken all of that down. I'm not going to go through all that. I'll Pippi Longstocking and the rest of those minions that were tap dancing for you, and I'm going to prosecute them for that. You're talking about what is Sarah Bartlett. You're talking about what is the show of hostility while they're engaging in a P.O.C. and then citing what is COVID-19 by that same entity that's engaged in the P.O.C. I'm going to leave that there. 7XLJ857. But like I said, the government that is surveilling you is lying to you. Okay, and then using what is citing COVID. These are demons say, oh, I got COVID. You can come up with that, manufacture that information in less than 22 seconds. 8VDL903, literally. Okay, 6YDU846, and you're talking about the criminal conduct by an entity that is artificially engineering information on a regular basis. All right, it is a method of obstruction of justice, and that documentation does not change with regard to its probative value and what was captured, period. And so you have, again, all I'm going to point out is the obvious: 8NIR890, 5JAG079, 8BLE600, 8LGS029. 5MVV247. The presence of what is a fake sun day in and day out over this venue, Fontana Lewis Library. And as I go elsewhere and I document the Fontana Lewis Library, showing you that's not the sun, which I could tell you while I'm at the venue, and I go somewhere else because it is demon-proof documentation. You got a demon over here pushing a stroller around in a circle. This is a demon over here patrolling, a psychopath. Anyway, like I said, you have what is the citing. Again, COVID-19 as your reasons for closing down when you are being documented engaging in state surveillance, period. All right. 3637OJ3, that's the demons of Amazon Prime just pacing back and forth, engaging in surveilling me, having nothing else to do. All right, doing exactly what I showed you on video. UPS is engaged in surveillance. UPS is engaging in stalking, and doing so what is interstate stalking with communication devices. And they're doing it under the fake sun, which again, at 10:20 in the morning, I'm not in Fontana. I'm on the Route 66 bus that's headed toward Upland. That's what Amazon Prime is doing. And this venue that has a fake sun over it, as I am at that venue of the Fontana Lewis Library, where the P.O.C. is nonetheless underway by UPS and third parties and state actors who are surrounding. This is the relevance, and it's directly probative with regard to what they are citing as to their reasons for being closed and otherwise trying to avoid being documented, which they're not. The fake sun is over that venue, as it is every time that I go to that venue, and it is not the sun. All right, and I documented that yesterday while I go to the city of Upland. I don't even come to the Fontana Lewis Library. 7JUH618. Closed down or not closed down, citing COVID-19. I'm gonna let you know that. Those are demons that are citing that. The government that's surveilling you is engaging in the creation of information and is doing so for what is an agenda that the government has with regard directly relevant to what is the use of technology with which they are subjecting you to surveillance, and it's demonic. BE45Z73, that's a paper plate. It is currently 10:21 a.m. So I did want to document that. It is nonetheless let me be clear, the entity that's talking with the fake sun is engaging in nothing but what is surveillance and terrorism. And then as you document them, the demons that they are, the cowards that they are, engage in trying to avoid being documented. 7AYA345, 6NCG463. That's the demon with the paper plate. 71891G2, 8HXH009. 79996B3, MOIRAA, 7HCY319, 8W77940, HEMIROX, 7RNE428, 50446Z2, 7HCD035, 5RJT502. And like I said, Sarah Bartlett also, let's reach back, 5GKN010. Sarah Bartlett, who engaged in criminal obstruction of justice and criminal summoning, she's being documented as what is engaging in what is grounds for federal prison. The sex offender that is omnitrans, bus number 1343, touching. License plate 1535426 at 10:22 a.m. You have what is the Sarah Bartlett that's engaging in what is monitoring, okay, and this is a disingenuous approach to what is an issue that she could have easily addressed, and she did not. All right, which is a third party putting their hands on me. Sarah Bartlett, representing the Fontana Lewis Library, is monitoring. It's a venue. That was the entirety of a P.O.C. Okay, and documenting what are psychopaths who are engaging in that criminal conduct. And I'm showing you all the ways in which psychopaths conduct themselves, which is no form, where elements remain. And they're violent sex offenders listening to me, surveilling me while my panties are down. That's what Sarah Bartlett was doing. All right, and that's what that entire entity is doing. And that's why a fake sun is present. That's why direct light remains. 7TXV483, 1590828. And you have what is the entity engaging in what they really want to do and understand what Sarah Bartlett does, which is harassment by that entity that's engaging in the P.O.C. Stopping me from trying to stop me, obstructing justice. That's what it's relevant to while they're surveilling for 7 days and having no reason to do so. But nonetheless, let me be clear, that's their point. That's what they want to do. They want to have me not document them, in other words. And I just want to point that out. And that is the focus. That is the purpose. Yes, it is about me. This is not about being some narcissistic, biggest fan of myself. I do not want the attention of psychopaths. This is not something that I have asked for. This is something that was brought to me. And because it is brought to me, given my ability to reveal what it is, I'm going to prosecute it and I'm going to show you what it is. Since they want to do that, I'm going to show you exactly everything that they're doing. All right, including these demons right here. Let me get this. All righty, these demons with license 6M99022. First of all, directed light is on the ground, bouncing off of Electronica y Discoteca Mexico at 8566 Sierra Avenue. You see both of these demons holding their communication devices while they've got cleaning equipment standing around them. That's supposed to be what they're doing. That is license plate again, 6M99022 under the fake sun and in directed light. All right, and you ship them out of the country if they're not even natural-born citizens. You see both of them, they're sitting around what's supposed to be cleaning utensils, but what do they have in their hands? Communication devices. What's over their head? The fake sun. And what's all over the ground? Directed light. AGQX231, 1387134, 8EIF695, monitoring with those demons who are surrounding on the sidewalk, engaging in that ongoing comprehensive surveillance. So like I said, you have what is the intention and what is the focus, trying to avoid being documented. And it's not, like I said about Sean Thrasher, as I go to another library or wherever it is that I go, first of all, I'm still documenting you. Okay, you're talking about what is my presence and I've identified you. You're already a part of what is an entity engaging in a ceaseless pattern of conduct. You're already done. Okay, so I can go to, for example, Palmdale, and guess what? I'm still documenting you because that wasn't the sun over your venue. How is that the sun that's over me when I'm in Los Angeles County, even down to the same minute and hour, just to give you a highly illustrative example of what is stalking with what is not the sun? I'm still documenting you. All right, so like I said, this is the futility. All right, this is the cowardice of the demons. This is Satan, who cannot handle it. That's what you're hearing when I'm documenting demons of Omnitrans engaging in surveillance. Oh, and they cannot stand it when you are engaging in essentially what is surveilling them, showing the faces of faces of Satan and the psychopaths that they are, and they cannot bear it. And I do not care. 8NTB100, because you're witnessing a psychopath. I'm gonna put them in federal prison without audible activity. That's exactly what's gonna happen. License plate, because you're talking about what is delusional. 7SAW055, while they're engaging in state surveillance, and then you hear how they act when you are documenting it. 7PMT196. I mean, cannot handle it. And it's pathetic. It's very sad. All right, violent sex offenders like Omnitrans. License 1387134/1255. 08529T2. So yeah, anyway, I'm going to digress off of that, but I want to be clear. It is all about the pattern of conduct. It is about fear of being documented. It is about obstruction of justice. And that is directly linked to what is not the sun. When you are going to that degree to engage in surveillance, that is speaking to the centrality of that. And it is all about what I have already published about Fontana Lewis Library. It is all about what I have already documented, what they are engaging in, which is relevant to and identical to what every other venue and every other third party is engaging in together as an entity. All right, and that's exactly what that's about, like I said. And this is what happens when you're documenting a government. And guess what? That's what happens when you get documented as a government and you're not avoiding anything else. You're talking about what is federal prison. You should be scared, because that's exactly what that documentation is going towards. 6SSU113. That's exactly what it's going toward. And you have demons that are referencing COVID-19. So I'm just going to bring that up. You have demons that are claiming that they're dying from some made-up disease, COVID-19. Oh, they died from COVID-19. Says who? The entity that is surveilling you, you don't even know it. All right? The devil is a liar. All right? Artificially engineering information. Making it up. Yes. Like they make up criminal prosecutions, like they make up information in order to establish what is a case that is non-existent while they are engaging in criminal conduct. That is the P.O.C. That is what this government is doing. That's what the demons of some medical professionals are doing. That's what they do. Okay? You're talking about what is information based on what you are being told. You are told that someone died. You are told that they died because of a specific cause. You are told about this information that you're supposed to be fearful of, and then told what you're supposed to do about it concerning your body and the affects and what you need to fear if you don't. You're told about all of that. Okay, that does not make it so. All right, and it is directly relevant where the government is engaging in surveillance. It's an ongoing criminal system that you're ignorant about. 7V EP 636. All right, the government doesn't have any credibility. You are talking about criminals and law enforcement vehicles. That is the absence of any credibility. None. It is currently 10:28 a.m. SDK 566. Got Fontana Police. Let me get this for you. Hold on. Remember, I'm in on Route 66 on the bus. Let me show you Fontana PD demons. It's 10:29 a.m. Alrighty, showing you Inland Valley SWAT. That's the demons of law enforcement in a SWAT vehicle. Let me be clear. Those demons are not important driving around in a SWAT vehicle. They have nothing else important to do other to engage in stalking me. And that's exactly what that video shows. They're doing it under what is a light source directly incriminating them. Directed light is behind me on the sidewalk while that vehicle is driving on the street, while the fake sun is over my head as I am facing south on the intersection of Orange Way and Sierra. And you're going to remember 24 hours ago, I'm on the Route 66 bus. I'm not even in Fontana anymore while SWAT is crossing paths, and they're doing so again while they're listening to me identify the fact that law enforcement are demons engaging in criminal conduct. They lack any credibility, which they don't, and they just demonstrated that again as I document them on video. And them being law enforcement there, this is revealing of what is demon possession. This is revealing what is public corruption, and this is relevant to what is federal legislation when you're going to legislate around Satan that's operating over people and operating over a government. These are meetings that are under the fake sun at the Fontana Metrolink train station, and I'm already on the Route 66 bus. Let me show you this. It is 10:32 a.m. That's called relevant positioning. These are all demons. License 1535707, Route 66 is creating light activity in relevant position, and this is P.O.C. And the state's fake sun following from Fontana Lewis Library, where I did not go yesterday. Stayed at the Fontana Metrolink train station, and then I got on Route 66, where on that bus, Metrolink is creating audible activity while the fake sun is visible to me through the window at the back of the Route 66 bus. That's the pattern of conduct. It's currently 10:32 a.m. All right, it is currently 10:35 a.m. This is African American male loitering on Route 61. Hi. He's loitering in operation with communication device monitoring, and this is the license plate 1234516 at bus number 1224. He's just loitering at the bus stop in operation of his communication device. This is a heavy set black male. It's 10:35 a.m. Satan is so funny. Let me show you this demon. I'm just trying to ask him. Let's see. What? I guess he's getting ready to take off. Go ahead. Excuse me. They're so hilarious. This is why I also document them for what is engagement and harassment while they're monitoring me, right? And then they disregard. They like to ignore me while I try to get their attention. And it's also, let me also be clear, Satan is very annoyed with the fact of how I'm able to diplomatically deal with them. I can say, hi, how's it going? What time are you taking off? When they're monitoring. And I know that this is a demon-possessed psychopath. All right, that's very annoying to them also because I'm also going to document. Are you getting on?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Come on, baby.
That's also annoying to them as well. But this demon is monitoring, keeping his back to me, and then ignoring me while I'm trying to address him. It's activity creation while he opens the bus door, directed light. This is Route 61. And it is currently 10:37 a.m. I'm getting on the bus right now with that license plate that I already recited. Oh, okay. Got it. Alrighty, I am on Route 61, bus 1224, and this is the African American male that's engaging in P.O.C. And the state's fake sun is over the Metrolink train station, just like I showed you in video, while Inland Valley SWAT is crossing path with directed light under that fake sun. Indirect opposition, impossible, while the state's fake sun is over me 24 hours ago. Not impossible with the fake sun, but with the actual sun, that's impossible because it is in the window of the bus that I'm driving. I'm being driven on Route 66 en route to what is Upland. All right, it's currently 10:38 a.m. and this is going in the opposite route where I'm already coming from what is B&G Plaza, 8ADV 379, and the state is remaining in the window of the bus. Okay, this is P.O.C. Alrighty, showing what is video of Fontana PD engaging in what is relevant positioning while on Route 61, monitoring with the African American who's driving bus number 1224 of Omnitrans, whose license plate I already recited this bus, and doing so at what is the Family Dollar, the the 76 gas station, which I believe is at the intersection of Randall and Sierra. It is a third-party facilitating venue, and you have what are the demons of law enforcement. And let me be clear, in doing so, while I'm showing the demons of Inland Valley SWAT crossing path under the fake sun, they are under the fake sun, which is going southbound over me and the window of the bus on Route 61, as opposed to what is at the same time I'm capturing on video while I'm on Foothill Boulevard going to the city of Upland, remaining on what is the driver's side of that bus going westbound on Foothill Boulevard, while this bus is going southbound on Sierra Avenue in the city of Fontana, where I'm already advanced beyond that. And I never went to the Fontana Lewis Library yesterday. That is stalking by the demon-possessed law enforcement agencies, okay, in a specific environment with knowledge of what I'm documenting about their condition, their demons. And that's exactly what they are demonstrating, 8AFP 074, excuse me, while they are stalking in the path under what is not the sun and indirected light, which fills the bus. It is currently 10:41 a.m., 8 HPC 535, monitoring with and group stalking with demon possessed, doing so with the Fontana Police Department and Inland Valley SWAT law enforcement, showing their engagement in surveillance. 8D96J27. Let me see. And we are currently actually crossing Randall right now, so that is likely at the intersection of what is after Randall. Well, we're driving what is southbound on Sierra Avenue right now. So I believe that would be, what is the cross street of where the Arco is? The Arco that I have documented before. So I will publish that because we're right now at Randall right now. I'm looking at checks cashed at 9311 Sierra Avenue. The Renawil at 9333 Sierra Avenue. This is where the state's fake sun, as I captured it on video yesterday while sitting on the passenger side of the bus. And the state's fake sun was advancing north on this same street. All right. And then I got on Route 66. And then the state kept its fake sun in the window of the bus. Okay. So anyway, that was the General Dollar in the 76. And I cannot recall that cross street, but it is on Sierra Avenue, and I will publish that. That is P.O.C., and that is the direct engagement by law enforcement, visibly engaging in stalking, which is what they're doing on a ceaseless basis as I'm documenting third parties engaging in what is group stalking, engaging in what is surveillance. And they're doing so as an entity, all right? And they're doing it in a specific environment. AWAP 553. And while I show you what is not the sun, 6FMA 446 incontrovertible, and direct evidence of that, all right? TTPOOH, I am documenting what is an entity engaging in state surveillance. And I am documenting what is law enforcement and doing so under that same environment. So while they are picking and choosing, engaging in what is essentially double dutch for taking turns of stalking in the path visibly and being likely documented while doing so. Fontana PD, while they listen to me tell the truth about them, they are engaging in what is criminal activity. They're demon possessed. They're engaging in a satanic targeting system, engaging in surveillance, and they lack any credibility as the demon possessed psychopaths that they are, having no business whatsoever in the positions that they have. And this is a matter of what is public corruption, and that is what is relevant to not only legislation to deal with such animals, all right, to deal with such lawlessness and criminals that are engaging in the heights of hypocrisy with the people of the state, criminal conduct, and this is a rampant demon possession, all right? So it is 10:44 a.m. That is P.O.C. 7ZSG 905. 7ZDJ 574. It's 10:44 a.m. All right, minions crossing paths, getting on the bus under the fake sun, as I captured on video. And this is at 10:45 a.m. at what is the shopping plaza off of Marigold and Sierra, anchored by Elsa Park, which I captured in video. And I'm on the Route 66 bus yesterday. That is driving westbound on Foothill Boulevard. So that is driving south on Sierra Avenue, and then driving what is westbound onto Marigold, where the fake sun is remaining in the window, going in the opposite direction of the same bus route that I rode on from the B&G Plaza at 8:49, essentially, in the morning. All right, this is P.O.C. Let's see, 87490W2. That's Express Incorporated. We will deliver. That's the logo on their vehicle while they're engaged in group stalking. 5FNB440, 8WEB857, 8FNC619, 8UFE716. $7WGM333. XAT438, 8EKB976. Let's see, 8YFR317. Five LUD 585, 7BDF 842, 8UVK 500, 7RNA 027, 8RQF 083. Yeah. State's fake sun now over me, well, over remaining, but now as the bus turns onto Jennifer, driving westbound on Jennifer, the state's fake sun remains in the window over me. All right. License, it is 10:48 a.m.
Cypress Avenue.
8RTH093 at Cypress and Cypress and San Bernardino Avenue. And so that was turning off of Jennifer onto San Bernardino Avenue. Let me correct myself. It's 10:48 a.m. still. All right, surveillance on the bus, just as I showed you in still images yesterday. The state keeps a fake sun over me, and minions are maintaining presence on the bus, driving the bus as a minion, and getting on the bus, getting on and off as patrolling. It's ongoing surveillance on means of public transportation. All right, and it's entirely demonic. And that's how you're, and that's exactly what I documented. If you look at the still images, I'm showing you the fake sun, stop after stop after stop, and I'm also capturing video and directed light while they're getting on and off. It's the ongoing demonic system underway. At what is San Bernardino Avenue and Oleander. Alrighty, and you have what is the state's fake sun over me, and while I'm on the bus here, and just like yesterday, whereas the state is keeping its fake sun above the Ovid Family Community Library over the 280 North Lemon Apartments. That is what is impossible about that being the actual sun. All right, it's a very peculiar and very precise location where I'm at the location of the Ovid Family Community Library at the entrance, which is where I walk out to show you, and that's what I was able to capture, which was 48 hours before at 2:44 p.m., which is why I showed you that yesterday, where I'm nowhere near that. I'm in Upland at the Upland Public Library at 2:46 p.m. I'm showing you the same time, and the state's fake sun is over the Upland Public Library along D Street, aiming directed light inside of that venue, which is not the location where it's at, where I'm showing you the day before, above the U.S.C. street turn circle in perfect alignment, remaining for the duration of the day, because at 9:55 a.m. I'm showing you before I enter, it's present. All right, and the state is aiming directed light underneath the side, into the entrance, through the Copy Business Center, through the front, through every corner that it can, with what is directed light, SINNYB. All right, and so you have what is impossible to be captured anywhere in the Fontana. That's not the sun that's supposedly remaining all day long. Again, that's not the sun that's remaining present at a single address, let alone the sun that's not going to be over some bus on a street, San Bernardino Avenue in Fontana. When I'm also already documented yesterday, I'm on Route 66 on Foothill Boulevard, driving west. That's all that bus is doing. It's remaining on Foothill Boulevard. And I get off on Upland. How is this the sun? It's not. That's what I'm saying. And so this is what I'm saying. It is direct evidence against the people of the state. These are demons. This is entirely demonic to engage in stalking with light, which is what the entity is doing, which is what the people of the state are doing under a fake sun. The people are doing while directed light coexists with their crossing of path conduct. 7FYJ927, and it is the revealing of what are demons as you're looking at the Fontana Police Department under that fake sun. That is not mutually present, maintaining presence over the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library. No, the state is following with its fake sun, as you see in video, from location to location, which is also not the sun, because that's not occurring with every single person. If I'm not being subject to surveillance by the state, you're witnessing demonic activity, then you're talking about what is occurring with everyone at the same time. And that's not what the actual sun is doing or capable of. It's not everywhere at the same time. That's why we have Pacific Standard, Central Standard, Eastern Standard Time relative to what is supposed to be the placement of the single star, which is the sun, all right? And it is not over everyone at the same time. But see, that's what we learn about the actual sun. I'm showing you what is not the sun. You're witnessing the supernatural. It's demonic activity. You are witnessing the operation of what is Satan over an environment, Satan over people. Those people are relevant with regard to their positions, such as law enforcement, fire departments, government officials, engaging in what is a satanic targeting system. They are the demon possessed. They are puppets of Satan. This is demonic activity made manifest to you. That is what is relevant to every single detail about that. All right, and it's 10:52 a.m. and the state's fake sun over me through the window on the bus at San Bernardino Avenue and Elm Avenue in the city of Fontana. see, 27931C3. And like I said, it is not just yesterday. 6YCD891. It's not just yesterday. You're understanding. When I go to, for example, the Fontana Lewis Library, and I stay there until whatever time it is that I leave, the state's light source is remaining over that venue because I left because there was some temporary closure. You're talking about what is leaving with that light source. That is not the sun. If that was the actual sun that is remaining present, aiming light through what is the Spring Street and Sierra Avenue windows of the Lewis Library, 7P and P566, and aiming light remaining over the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library as I walk through the front entrance, then it would still be there. All right, because that's exactly what it is doing while I'm at that library, as though that's the sun, and it's not the sun. All right, and you're talking about what is an ongoing admission while that is being documented. It is clearly not the sun. All right, and then while the state has already engaged in that, what about what that light object that's supposedly the sun over the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library? All right, it is not mutually remaining over both venues at the same time. It's remaining over me while I am at either venue and remaining for the duration of the day. But if that was the actual sun, then it would be present relative to what is the location of the Fontana Lewis Library, and it's not. It's hovering over me through a window on the bus on the Omnitrans, which is any Omnitrans bus, including Route 83, going north and south of Euclid Avenue in the city of Ontario, from Upland to Ontario, and also the Route 66 going from Fontana to Upland, as I documented yesterday. This is all revealing what is a light source and not the actual sun. 7V74770. And we are at what is Live Oak Avenue and San Bernardino Avenue at 10:55 a.m. And just like I showed you, January 2nd, 2022 at 11 o'clock in the morning, I'm at the Fontana Lewis Library, and that's where the state's fake sun remains as I remain there. And just like on every other day where the library is open, 8WFX539, the state is keeping its fake sun over the library while I'm there. That is speaking to what is surveillance and the presence of the light source that's hovering over that library and not the actual sun. That's why the fake sun is over me and not remaining over some library as though it's the sun that's present. It's not. It's the state's fake sun. This African-American male is employee number 3121 that's driving the bus, engaging in P.O.C, a demon focused on what I am doing, every word that I'm uttering, engaging in P.O.C as a black-faced demon, stalking and targeting with law enforcement of the Fontana Police Department, having nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. This is a demon and a hostile one. Monitoring and surveilling and targeting another African-American female. It has nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. This is demonic, okay? That's why the fake sun is over this bus that he's driving, and he is a demon using a bus as a means of stalking with activity, monitoring with the demons who are getting on and off of the bus, which is the entity pacing, using a bus to engage in ongoing surveillance with the government. It's 10:56 a.m.
Cherry Avenue.
7YWT975. XP4 306, I believe. That's a large commercial truck. And it's 10:58 a.m. Passing what is San Bernardino Avenue and can't really see that, but that's a demon stalking with activity. You pressing the stop request is a method of these demons engaging in surveillance on the bus to create activity. They're all focused on me. It's 10:58 a.m. We are at what is Calabash and San Bernardino Avenue. Yeah, on track, crossing path in the parking lot, and they have a venue right here at the corner at Calabash. And they are also using a vehicle to cross path while the bus is stopping right here. This is P.O.C. It's 10:58 a.m. still. It is, let me show you, 10:59 a.m. All right, showing you the fake sun, and we are now at Etowanda Avenue and San Bernardino Avenue. And again, that's Cargo Solution Express Incorporated, US.1509235, California 248614. And that license plate I recited in that video at 11 o'clock in the morning, 6UEH572. They're all pacing, and they're in relevant position and maintaining group stalking presence as demons. They're nothing but an ongoing pack of cockroach, demon-possessed stalkers engaging in monitoring with communication devices. This is state surveillance, okay? And that's why I'm able to capture on San Bernardino Avenue at Prologis, passing what Calabash on San Bernardino Avenue in Fontana, the state's fake sun, while I'm at the venue of what is the on track. That's right there at the corner of Calabash, 10:59 a.m. The state's fake sun is remaining over me through the window on the bus. And so I'm just going to remind you, 10:59 a.m., for example, not only am I on the Route 66 bus yesterday, not only am I already remaining at the Fontana Lewis Library as I documented on January 2nd, 2022, for example, after being on the 10 freeway and showing you the fake sun, keeping it in the window of the bus of Tracy Banks while I'm on the 10 freeway, okay, going eastbound. All right, I'm at the Fontana Lewis Library at 11 o'clock. Not only am I documenting that's already published, I'm reminding you also about 10:59 a.m., 11 o'clock, where I'm coming from what is remaining in the city of Ontario. I have not been anywhere on the eastbound side of the Hope Boulevard, the B&G Plaza, where I was this morning. I did not get on any bus going toward the Fontana Lewis Library, the city of Fontana. I remained in Ontario at the Ontario Village Shopping Center. And the state's fake sun, while the state is trying to cover it up, it remains present over me. And this is exactly what I show you at what is 10:59 a.m. The state's fake sun is right over my head, not over the Ovid Family Community Library area. It is arriving as I arrive. 8YKG366 is therefore a demon under a fake sun, stalking in traffic, engaging in surveillance with the government with license 480R51 with a Nevada license plate, and doing so while the state's fake sun is over me while I'm in Fontana at San Bernardino Avenue in Calabash, and the state's fake sun is over me. That is impossible to coexist, all right? 6F26596, that is impossible because the actual sun is present in the city of Ontario over the Wells Fargo on that day where I'm showing you the fake sun, where McCarthy and White Oak LLC are creating light activity. 6ADJ238. These are demons that are just patrolling under that fake sun that's over me while I'm on the bus. All right, and the state's fake sun is remaining over 8JNF667 in the city of Ontario. That is what is state surveillance. Enterprise crossing path. That's what state surveillance is, and it's demonic activity. 8XDE625. That is how you know that is impossible. The actual sun is not both in the city of Fontana covering what is the streets, remaining in the buses and vehicles of everybody on in this, I guess in the state. If you want to talk about taking it off of just me, if I'm not being subject to surveillance, if the government's not surveilling, that is not the case when the state is keeping the fake sun over the 280 North Limit Apartments all day long, which is exactly what I document. And it was supposed to be sunlight. That is not the actual sun. That is impossible as far as nature and as far as science as we understand the sun to be engaging in. What it is, though, is the state's fake sun. All right, 6FLA3731, excuse me. And that is demonic, okay? This is not coexisting. You're talking about days apart. It's the same time of year, and I'm just using a specific time. I'm in the city of Ontario. I am not on in any mode of transportation. I'm walking from one venue, the Ontario Village, walking what is eastbound to what is the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library, and the state's fake sun is right there over my head at the Ontario Town Square. Stationary, moving as I move, which is on foot. And I am going what is westbound on San Bernardino Avenue in the city of Fontana, and the state's fake sun at what is 10:59 a.m. And I'm showing you in video moving in the opposite direction in a different city, maintaining central presence over me. That is not the actual sun, and it is impossible, all right? In other words, I would not be able to capture that if that was the actual sun. If this is the sun today, I wouldn't be able to capture that on that day coming from Ontario Village, and vice versa, period, all right? It is currently 11:05 a.m., and those are demons who I'm reading their license plate. They're listening to me document. They're crossing paths in what is directed light under a fake sun on San Bernardino Avenue while they are listening to me document that pattern of conduct. Those are demons. 88TK025. And then you're talking about what are felons. They're engaging in what is terrorism, and that's exactly how they're going to be prosecuted. And by the way, like I stated, which is the pattern of conduct, there is no vantage point where you're driving under what is that fake sun that you see. The actual sun, if that was, is not creating light activity where it's supposedly bouncing off of the car onto the roof on the inside of the bus. It is asininity. It is indeed asininity. Obsessive stalking by none other than the demon possessed who are monitoring. Okay, it is currently 11:06 a.m. 94576C3. License 8XCL862. Let me point something else out to you. What I'm showing you on video is usually where, as of late, where I'm arriving at the Fontana Metrolink train station at 11:27 in the morning, where I'm showing you the state's fake sun that's moving in the opposite direction of this bus route that I'm going now. All right, the state is keeping its fake sun going in the opposite direction of where I am usually originating at the B&G Plaza. 11:06, 11:04, this is about the time I get on, and I'm headed toward the Fontana Metrolink train station. The state is going in the opposite direction, maintaining that central presence over me, where I have documented arriving at 11:57, 11:58 a.m. at the Fontana Metrolink train station. After getting on at the B&G Plaza, getting on at the B&G Plaza and getting off at 11:27 a.m. 11:26, 11:27 a.m. This is the state. Understand that all of this is relevant to showing what is impossible. This is nothing other than keeping a light source over me. This is satanic. This is, in other words, this is the demon possessed, and you are literally witnessing what is the haunting conduct, the terrorism, as Satan itself is operating through an environment, operating through a people, and operating over what is relevant with regard to terrorism and surveillance, a government. all right, and government officials and those who are relevant to the government, such as law enforcement. All right, this is satanic, and that's what's keeping a light source over me. I'm revealing demonic activity to you, and this is the ability to drag Satan in a federal court of law, because that's not the sun. 6 NPC 356, and you have the state's fake sun going in the opposite direction of where it's beginning when I'm in the city of Ontario and getting on the facilitating video of Omnitrans at this very time. State's fake sun is right now at the Ontario Mills. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is group stalking as well, monitoring with 7 VVV 571, 8 PEP 006. Group stalking at the intersection of Milliken and 4th. 8 GXG 259, and it's 11:08 a.m. That's a little activity creator. That's what that minion is used for. Indirect light and under a fake sun that's over the bus. These are methods of demons to engage in an ongoing P.O.C. And it is deliberate. That's why a fake sun is over me. These are the demon possessed. 65306Y2 at Mall Street and Inland Empire Boulevard. Yeah, getting ready to turn into the Ontario Mills. S. Armstrong Trucking LLC, California 513379, US dot 3028960, license plate YP22205, 7CKX471. It's currently 11:09 a.m. KBZ984, 8VYJ832,
Ontario
6GTN898,
Loss 61, 81, 82, and RTA. Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
6EGC 623, I believe. Can't really see it though. You can scratch that one. 5JKS 674. It's 11:10 a.m. AVN951. (8SZF453), 6RFX679, 7FMD458, or 7FDM458. (8HIM743), 8FMR474, 6NDP887, 8VPT282, 8FGE338. It's 11:12 a.m. CA04J98, BTQC210, 8RFX936, 5FCA215, 7XYG800, I believe. Yeah. 11:12 a.m. All right, showing you what is the state's fake sun coming from Ontario Mills. At the street where the McDonald's is, that's the venue where I'm speaking to. The McDonald's that is incorporated inside the Ontario Mills. It's a means for relevant positioning, for ongoing congregation, for patrolling, light activity, loitering, and while at that stoplight at what is Milliken and 4th Street. And then you have what is showing turning right onto what is Inland Empire. You're seeing the state keeping its fake sun in the window of the bus over me. And this is the Route 61 bus. This is what the state was doing as I'm on Route 66 24 hours ago as well. It is 11:14 a.m. That's captured on video. Haven and Inland Empire, just like we were already present earlier today, where I documented the Ontario Fire Department, 8 WFC 222, and going in the opposite direction, going on the same streets in the opposite direction. And that's all the state is doing, just dragging a light source up and down over me on the same street. Yesterday doing so on an entirely different street, 8 EXL 344. Directed light while it's reaching onto the top of the bus, through the bus, while demons are crossing path. That's exactly what they are. They're demons. American medical responses at the intersection while that light activity is present on this bus and the fake sun is over this bus. They are driving what is southbound on Haven Boulevard right now at 11:16 a.m. XXU 430. JPR 626. CA62N44, that's paper. ELRORRO, I believe. Alrighty, showing you what is crossing a path by a demon getting on the bus, engaging in surveillance with Omnitrans, and that's what I just captured. We're at 2940 Inland Empire Boulevard. It's 11:18 a.m. This minion gets on the bus. The state's fake sun is remaining on me in the window. She is getting up, walking to the front. This is the demon that's facing, engaging in activity creation. And the bus driver and the passenger, these are third parties. These are actually demons who are monitoring together, right? It is currently 11:19 a.m. Bus number 2352 crossing path under the fake sign.
I'm tired of your abuse. You know, I could call the marshal and say,
This is all audible activity. They're minions that are monitoring together. And this is the same minion that would engage in P.O.C. at Mercy House as well. It's 11:20 a.m. Again, this is employee 3121 monitoring with the people of the state under the fake sign on this bus.
time you come, you fucking pick me up, you kidnap me, and then you get a job.
Alrighty, documenting what is that minion that gets on the bus. She crosses path, going to the seat, walks back to the front, engaging in what is an argument. This is audible activity under the fake sun and indirected light, and then loitering at the front of the bus while minions are patrolling in traffic but around the bus, all right, and then gets off of the bus. This is P.O.C. All right, I just want to document the elements are underway. They engage in any sort of scenario creation that they want while the elements are being ceaselessly underway. And so you're understanding what is demonic. Demons that are engaging in episodes of none other than ceaseless engagement in the specific demonic formula, relevant positioning, audible activity, and light activity. And it's all happening under a fake sun. 09752H3. We are at Archibald and Inland Empire Boulevard, and it is 11:21 a.m. And I did capture images. That minion gets on and off the bus. She's monitoring with the employee number, who I cited, the African American male, and then gets off the bus. They don't have to get on the bus to engage in P.O.C. That was P.O.C. License AL941, handicap BERZ306. P.O.C. It's 11:21 a.m. Alrighty, showing what is the state's fake sign. I just wanted you to see as it going on Route 61 in the opposite direction, in the opposite direction from when I'm originating, getting on VNG Plaza, headed toward what is Fontana Metrolink train station, where I'm getting off at around 11:27 a.m. as a specific example. The state's fake sun is nowhere near the Fontana Metrolink train station, nor is it yesterday while I'm on what is the Route 66 bus headed toward the city of Upland. And I get off in Upland. All right, so you have what is the state's fake sun that's over the Route 61 bus directly over me, even visible through the window, and keeping that street for street, turn for turn presence directly over the vehicle and directly over me where I am located on the vehicle. And that's what I'm showing you while this employee number 3121 is driving on Archibald from Inland Empire Boulevard, just like you saw coming from the Ontario Mills, from Milliken, onto what is 4th Street, and then turning onto Inland Empire, street for street, turn for turn, from Inland Empire Boulevard onto what is Archibald Avenue, turning onto Airport Road, street for street, turn for turn, and going in what is the opposite direction, heading back toward Ontario, where again at this time I'm typically getting on the bus and arriving at a later time. And also I'm remaining in the city of Ontario on January 1st, 2022 at 630 North Fern. All right, this is not coexisting. You're talking about what is stalking with a fake sun, and that's what I'm showing you in motion over the bus. It's 11:25 a.m. State fake sun at the Ontario Airport, P.O.C. Alrighty, capturing in still images what is the maintenance of presence with the fake sun over while demons are getting on and off. That's the reality of what they are. They're stalking together as an entity. And doing so in what supposedly outwardly appear as though separate individual people engaging about their business and everyday normal life. And they are actually the demon possessed acting together as one demonic mindset, engaging in systematic maintenance of elements. 2 ZBD 3. I can't see the rest of that one. And you have what is Lily is crossing path. Lily 3022787 is the back license plate on that Lily commercial vehicle, the large truck at Campus and Holt Boulevard. And you have what is demons that are, and this is the ongoing this is the understanding of what is demonic and what's wrong with them while this is surveillance that's underway. The environment is present, so you're looking at the environment, and you have what is doing nothing but stalking in the path, sitting on the bus. in that environment. And so, for example, while I'm in operation of my communication device, these are the demon-possessed and what they are doing with regard to surveillance. And I want to be clear, understanding this is Satan that wants to keep tabs on you. 2ZBD639. Satan that wants to keep tabs on you. I want to be, this is what this is relevant to, what the government is doing with the people of the state who are demon-possessed, engaging in what is surveillance, all right? And so the enemy, Satan itself, wants to keep tabs on you, is doing it through the people who surround you, who are of that condition, what is demon possession, doing it through government actors, doing it through state actors such as law enforcement, and it is criminal. And with regard to these demons that are on the bus, I want to be clear, it's pursuant to what is the ongoing acts of surveillance, stalking with all manner of activity creation. As I'm in operation on my phone, I just got through uploading my podcast onto the internet. So I recorded them and they are uploaded. I'm going to publish it momentarily. But as I do that, as I change my conduct, my type of connection of my mobile network, you got a demon that'll create audible activity. And how does this demon do it? In engineered light, she starts coughing, hacking up a storm. She's coughing. It's the creation of noise. It is pursuant to an identical behavioral pattern. And what happens next is you have a demon that gets on the bus. All right, they're waiting in the path. She gets on the bus. She's in direct light under the fake sun, and this is what I'm documenting images of. And so I just want to be clear: this is the ongoing engagement in specific elements of monitoring, and it is state surveillance that's underway, and it is entirely demonic. All right, it is currently 11:38 a.m. and the state's fake sun is in Ontario at the. I'm getting off at the Metro 102 apartments at the Lemon and Hope Boulevard. Excuse me, at the Lemon and Hope Boulevard bus stop. All right, and this has been the ongoing P.O.C. and these are demons and what is engineered light, stalking with whatever methods that they have to engage in noise, and they're psychopaths doing so. All right, taking an image of what is the fake sun as I get off of this bus right here at Lemon and Hope, which is right over the bus. You can see it captured at 11:39 a.m. This is license 1234516, bus number 1224. Everybody on that surveillance cameras on that bus is engaging in surveillance, and they are demons engaging in what is surveillance with the state, and doing so what is under the guise of what is supposed to be normalcy. And you're documenting what is the absence of normalcy, and also the absence of normalcy by their conduct, and using whatever they have at their disposal to create what is the ongoing demonic formula: noise and engineered light. This is the people engaging in what is surveillance. And they're doing it in a very specific environment, and that is the conduct of the demon-possessed, okay? Aramark crossing path at Euclid Avenue and Hope Boulevard. It's 11:39 a.m. My documentation, as I remain at the B&G Plaza today, I went to Fontana and back before 11:50, and as I have remained stationary, as I've documented before, at the B&G Plaza, not going anywhere, and the state kept its fake sun stationary, in direct conflict with what I just documented, again, revealing what is stalking with light in the path. What Omnitrans is engaging in, 8PHV379 is doing as well, 7ZRB617, the Ontario Montclair School District, license plate 1407507. And I am referencing the cameras of the Omnitrans that I'm on. I'm sitting on that bus, and they're also all sitting on that bus, and that is documentation for the prosecution of such companies engaging in state surveillance and terrorism while they are demons engaging in that conduct. 8MJV084, 18805E3, 6WGD, I can't see the rest of them, 8TIZ235, 7DSW831, 70588D3, 8TND530. They're all crossing path under the fake sun that is now in Ontario, and it is not anywhere in Upland, okay? And that's what I'm showing you in images while the state's fake sun is over the bus at Lemon and Holt as I'm getting off in the city of Ontario at the bus stop where these demons are crossing path. And I am in the city of Upland at Euclid Avenue and Foothill Boulevard where I remain. I go to Vaughn's. I'm showing you the fake sun as I'm standing at the entrance. I'm documenting what is demons inside of that grocery store where the state is aiming directed light inside of that venue. I remain showing you the fake sun that's over that parking lot as I'm documenting their license plates, images and video as I remain for a prolonged period, and the state's fake sun is in Upland over me there. 7HLV328, 7LBT929. And that remains the case. That's why I'm able to capture video at 12:50. I'm able to capture video as I go to what is the Upland Public Library after getting on Route 83. All right, that is the ongoing documentation and direct evidence while the state's fake sun is over the Omnitrans in the city of Ontario at Lemon and Holt while I'm subject to that system. All right, it is currently 11:41 a.m. 7DNG819, JMR419, that's an Iowa plate. Rob, that's ROB3KKD. These are venues, I'm sorry, not venues, third parties at Metro 102. 6XKK107. 8WHB648. It is 11:42. This is Metro 102, where the state is sounding plane activity. All right, I want to document on my podcast, again, license plate 8YHH 114, and the state is flying over by Frontier Airlines, where the state is creating like a shadow of the plane's going to arrive on the ground anywhere, but also the fact that it's occurring around me. 8MDK636. This is a demon that is pacing in between two different vehicles, a demon that is present under what is the fake sun, the fake sun that is not possible of being the actual sun, as I showed on video yesterday while I remained in the city of Upland 24 hours ago. So like I said, after being on the Route 66, and so and you are also understanding I'm in the city of Ontario, and where I'm already present at the venue of the library, and I'm inside. Where's the state's fake sun? It's already over above the 280 North Lemon Apartments, and that's what that demon is doing. 7ZJP901. It's called surveillance, and it's also called what is the psychopath. All right, this is supposed to be normalcy, and it's the absence of normalcy. And guess what? The demon possessed, they don't have to look you in your face or address you by name. They're engaging in targeting, and you are deducing that from what is the direct evidence of what is not the sun and what is not sunlight, what is the ongoing stalking methods by the state, including that Frontier Airlines commercial airline plane, where you are looking at the fake sun that's right there cozy above the Metro 102 apartments. Not in the City Hall parking lot, not over Euclid Avenue, not on Hope Boulevard at the B&G Plaza, right over me after getting off of that venue that is the Omnitrans bus, and nowhere near the city of Upland. 7XQT339, where I remained for a prolonged period, documenting Chase Bank, Vaughn's, documenting Uptown and Country Shopping Center, 7TGP854, 6LPL759. And that's showing what's a psychopath. All right, you're talking about just engaging and trying to duck their head in the sand while they're engaging in that demonic activity, engaging in what is stalking and surveillance, and knowing that they're being documented. That's the reality of that psychopath. 5WWM489, and you're talking about what is the same psychopath and sex offender that chases into bathrooms. AS453, crossing path, that's a handicap while the state is sounding helicopter activity. This is Metro 102. 7ZJN190, 7CIM426, 30386F3, 8MFG911, 6CKM112, 50814G3. That is the state stalking by helicopter. This is Metro 102 apartments, every single last one of them, subject to what is a federal prosecution present on behalf of the state, including the demons of Amazon Prime 97581H3 under the fake sun. All right, and doing so intentionally while I'm documenting and while the state is sounding helicopter activity. That's Amazon Prime communicating a threat. 8DZR648. 5USD048. And like I said, Amazon Prime is not engaged in the business of delivering packages. That's not their focus. You're talking about what is state surveillance under the name of Amazon Prime, as you know it. All right, that's why a fake sun is over me in the city of Ontario now and not remaining in the city of Upland. Central, maintaining that central presence over my head. Engaging in terrorism and stalking with Amazon Prime and the state via helicopter is 82326Z2. License plate 6ZUV603, stalking with activity. Hurrying up to cross path as I show you what is the fake sun over the opposite side of Metro 102 apartments, that is along B Street, no longer along C Street, because I made a turn to document these minions stalking in the path while the state's sounding helicopter activity. All right, stalking with commercial actors, engaging in terrorism with those such as Amazon Prime. All right, and that's what I'm showing you. That's what you're looking at. I captured those images at 11:47 a.m. License plate AS453, handicap. License 8WYE550. Those are black-faced demons engaging in targeting with law enforcement, with the state. All right, and doing so, monitoring and targeting another African American, because these demons are not worried about race. This is about what is satanic. All right, the government trying to keep tabs on you, and it is satanic while the government wants to do that. 8HN934. Understand the times that we're in. BLP 1262. Demons of all races engaging in what is satanic conduct, targeting, and doing it with the government. These are puppets of Satan. It is 11:48 a.m. That's amplification of audible activity while these demons on C Street are pacing in opposite directions in vehicles. Demons. Like I said, that's Metro 102, engaging in terrorism. That's exactly what that audible activity is creating. Facilitation. And they're doing it under fake sun that's remaining over me, and all manner of the communication of that terrorizing threat in that impossible environment. That's a direct communication of a threat, while they're also monitoring the documentation. All right, so you're talking about communicating a threat by Amazon Prime. Who knows that they're being documented? Remind yourself about the documentation of the sex offender that is Amazon Prime and FedEx on January 17, 2021, where the state was keeping its fake sun at this time over the Ontario Village Shopping Center. This is relevant to today, same time of year. It's not the sun. And the state is keeping it in the city of Ontario at the Ontario Village Shopping Center. And Amazon Prime is molesting all over my body, touching all over me while they're stalking under that fake sun that is remaining directly over what is the Panda Walk inside of the Ontario Village Shopping Center. Stalking just like they're stalking right now under the fake sun that's over the Metro 1 and 2 apartments, exclusive and mutually exclusive to what is being anywhere over me in the city of Upland, like I showed you yesterday, and mutually exclusive to remaining present over the 280 North Limit apartments in the city of Ontario while I'm at the Ovid Family Community Library, because that's not the sun. That's why. All right, because the state is stalking with a fake sun where those who engaging in demonic activities such as those affiliated under 7 PNG 260, stalking in the path, pushing a crane, wearing a cast on their leg. They're demons nonetheless, engaging and targeting 8GVL217, 90120881. And that's why I'm showing you at 10:59 a.m. while I'm still on the Omnitrans bus, on the 61 bus headed toward Ontario. The state's fake sun that's nowhere near Ontario or the Ontario Town Square, contrary to what I was showing you, while McCarthy and what is the company, White Oak LLC, are stalking in the path under that fake sun that's already in Ontario. That's what Frontier Airlines and Amazon Prime and the state stalking by helicopter are doing. Their demons, ABZS 176. And every single last one of them are being documented. That's audible activity. 7 ESC 971. And that's the same criminal conduct that the Fontana Police Department remain engaged in. Those demons that are showing their demon possession, they're demonstrating it, they're exposing it, they are revealing it themselves. All I'm doing is press and record. All right, because let me be clear, under the fake sun is the revealing of nothing other than demons engaging in what is targeting. That's the times that we're in. It's demonic. And yes, indeed, Satan wants to keep tabs on you. You are placed under surveillance, and Satan is doing it through the very demon-possessed puppets that are in positions of government, that are those who are surrounding you, those whose name you know, they're demon-possessed. All right, because this is not limited to California. It's not even limited to San Bernardino County. This is how you have what is a light source over them in Northern California. That's not the same light source that's hovering over me as I'm approaching the library. That's not over the 280 North Limit apartments yet. All right, that's also not coexisting and maintaining presence over that intersection of Euclid Avenue and Foothill. Over me at the Chase Bank at 31 West Foothill. That's not the actual sun. But you've got what is the maintenance of light over the sky space in different locations, in different places. And how is that? Because it's not the sun. You're talking about what is satanic. All right, that which is of Satan is all around you, actually. And I'm revealing that to you. That's what you're witnessing. It's the supernatural. Satan is in your life, whether you acknowledge it, whether you realize it or not. And Satan is keeping tabs on you, and Satan is doing it through the demon-possessed who surround you. That is not impervious to being prosecuted in a court of law. 8 UQK 142. It's not. While the demon-possessed are engaging in what is interstate stalking, that's that which is subject to prosecution in a federal court. And now this white-faced demon is engaging in surveillance with the license plate 5YSL245, doing so with McCarthy, who's creating audible activity. And that overweight, white-faced, white-haired minion is touching with directed light as well, under what is a fake sun. When you know that's a fake sun, because the state was keeping its light source over me in the city of Upland. And that's the ongoing cumulative documentation of stalking with the fake sun, which is revealing what is surveillance in the state of California. All right, and that's how you know that, because that is not coexisting. That's impossible, all right? So you're talking about what is also impossible, that directed light conduct. It is the admission of one who is demon-possessed. You're talking about literally a demon telling you, yes, I am of Satan. That's literally what they're communicating as that directed light conduct is present, as they are under what is a fake sun, even as they want to keep their back to you, even they want to carry their little demon-possessed children along and hold their hand to try to look as sweet as possible. It is the ongoing revealing of what are the demon-possessed, and Satan is trying to keep tabs on you, keeping you under surveillance. 6 NEH 931. And it is criminal. It's criminal. Okay? So that's what I'm revealing, and it's 11:53 a.m. Alrighty, the state's fake sun, as I show you just days ago, as I remained at the B&G Plaza, and then as I walked toward the Ovid Family Community Library, not yet on the property. You're talking about what is the state keeping the fake sun right over me as I'm standing in front of Enrique's income tax. That's what I captured. And the demons that are the people of the state, while they're driving by, and what do you see in the shade? Directed light, while those sex offenders that are of demon possession, engaging in state surveillance with the government, who you hear today stalking by helicopter, engaging in that demonic surveillance system with Amazon Prime, who is crossing path under a fake sun over my head. is maintaining that fake sun on that day over Enrique's income tax, where I did not leave Ontario at all. Today, I went from B&G Plaza to Fontana Lewis Library and back. And it's 11:53 a.m. and I already showed you at 10:59 a.m. while the state is keeping its fake sun over me, street for street, turn for turn. All right, and this is the placement of the state's fake sun at 11:54 a.m., which I will show you right now, and that is a documentation of what is stalking with the fake sun. It is the prosecution of what is everything that I just showed you yesterday, because the state is keeping its fake sun in the city of Upland. All right, at the city of Upland, on the Route 83 bus at the intersection, the Upland Police Department, all of that entity engaging in that pattern of conduct where I was documenting what is that state surveillance. And it does not matter what city you're in. This is a state system. All right, and that's relevant to what is federal law, the long arm of the law for purposes of what the government is doing, and it's entirely satanic, while the demon-possessed that are in the position of the government understand that's what this is about, wanting to, in the end times, maintain universal control, keep tabs on every single last person. That's what surveillance is about. Satan is not a god. Satan wants to be. All right. And Satan's tactics are being fully exposed for purposes of what is absolutely demented. And it is not impervious to being prosecuted. That's why it's being both revealed. That's why I'm telling you about their condition, because it's going to be a matter of law as for what is prosecuting terrorism, because that's what the demon possessed are. That's what they're doing. That's what their focus is. And they're doing it in the most demented and sick fashion, as opposed to what is under the guise of some fallacy of free society. And it is the absolute opposite of that. That's what a fake sun is about. That's what that documentation is of, revealing. Okay, it is 11:55 a.m. All right, showing you at 11:55 p.m. what is the state's fake sun that is now present over the 280 North Lemon Apartments, and that is keeping it over me as I approach the venue, as opposed to if that was actually the sun already being present in that location. All right, that's not what we have. We have what is following with the light source, stalking with light. All right, and molesting with what is directed light, following to state facilitating venue, Ontario Ovid Family Community Library, which is direct evidence, not only the directed light that's present inside of this venue. As I go to Upland and I'm showing you this, the presence of the state's fake sun over me, speaking to what Ontario Ovid Family Community Library is doing, speaking to what Fontana Lewis Library is doing, which is speaking to what is a bigger picture, what the state of California is doing, and what is the condition of those who are demon-possessed engaging in that terrorism. Psychopaths. All right, it is 11:59 p.m. and I captured that video, and that is presence of the state's light source at this facilitating venue where the state keeps the fake sun in conflict with nature and common sense and science as we know it, and for purposes of what is a satanic targeting system in violation of federal law. It is interstate stalking. All right, it's currently 12 p.m. and this is P.O.C. That is audible activity by Securitas, who's engaging in monitoring inside of the bathroom, talking about some mirror when she's monitoring with communication devices with the state. It's currently 1:40 p.m. That's audible activity, and directed light is already present in the bathroom. You already know the light activity inside of this bathroom where this minion is citing a private space where she's engaging in surveillance in that private space. I want to be clear, that is the audible activity of the sex offender. It's 1:41 p.m. and I also captured still images of what is federal stalking in the private space. McCarthy is driving around in engineered light under the fake sun using a tractor trailer, which is creating flashing light and audible activity, while Ovid keeps the bathroom door open. I'm sorry, not the bathroom door, the front entrance area open. This is for purposes of what is patrolling around, audible activity, communication devices surround while I'm walking inside of the library, okay, which is filled with direct light as well. And you have what is this minion that's in operation standing in alignment to the bathroom door, maintaining what is relevant positioning with the rest of the minions who are monitoring, engaging in surveillance with communication devices. And you are looking at what is bathroom monitoring, all right, and doing so, engaging in what is interstate stalking and engaging in that ongoing surveillance as demons who are sex offenders and also following into the bathroom to continue that ongoing activity creation. It's 1:42 p.m. And that is the company that is identified as what is Securitas, specifically the African-American female. This is the psychopath that's engaging in sexual violence and then referencing the fact that this is a private space while talking about something about some mirror, which I don't have. But this is audible activity and also engaging in what is stalking in the bathroom. A demon, okay? It is 1:42 p.m. and documenting what is federal stalking in the bathroom. This is the sex offender. This is the demon possessed. This is the government. This is every aspect of that P.O.C. Chasing into the bathroom stall at State Facilitating Venue, Ontario Ovid Family Community Library. You have what are 3 minions. These are 3 individuals who are demon possessed. They are each individually acting on behalf as the entity. I want to be clear. An individual represents the people of the state. The people of the state are stalking, congregating inside of the bathroom, doing so on behalf of the government, and that bathroom is filled with directed light, and I will again remind you of that directed light, and all you are engaging in is sexual violence on behalf of the state where that directed light is present at a venue where the state is maintaining what is a fake sun over that venue, where I currently have 3 shadows in front of me. It is 5:58 p.m. and this is sexual violence, and again earlier facilitated by the people of the state acting via McCarthy, a sex offender using a construction vehicle, and this is the breakdown. This is a demon using a construction vehicle, what that demon has at its disposal to engage in the demonic conduct of stalking in the path with knowledge that I'm in the bathroom, a private space whereby they are engaging in what is corporate evasion of privacy, knowledge that I'm there, knowledge that my panties are down, and engaging in this obsessive and demonic and sexually motivated monitoring conduct. That was McCarthy and Securitas. Doing so at what is Ovid Family Community Library. Currently aiming what is directed light while Securitas is stalking on the inside in possible light activity. These minions at the turn circle are not capable of aiming. Those aren't headlights. This is sexual violence. This is sex offender license 6YAR 611. I'm sorry, 6YAB 411. And Securitas, this is the African-American female. She's a sex offender, not only stalking in the bathroom, but she is engaged in an ongoing demon-possessed molestation right now. While she is on surveillance cameras, standing at the entrance, you're witnessing what is a demon engaging in state stalking and surveillance. That's what she's actually doing, and she's a demon-possessed one doing so. Walking through right now at 5:59 p.m. are demons walking through with a little minor child. This is a male with a blue hat on and a black backpack, walking out of the entrance, monitoring together with Securitas, while an ongoing sexual molestation is present and light activity at 280 North Lemon Apartments. This is demonic conduct, and it is criminal. And this is the ongoing P.O.C. also while this entity is aware of the fact that my panties are down while they're engaging in the same federal stalking activity. That is the sex offender, that is the people of the state. The people of the state acting via Securitas, again, that's the African-American female. And that demon fluttering out of the way as soon as I grab my phone to change the function and capture a picture. All right, and you also have what is engaging in what is the pattern of conduct of federal stalking. You have what are minions that are congregating in the restroom, and this is what I want to speak to. And so with regard to what I'm documenting, this is indeed a molestation. Impulsible light activity is that which is the unnatural light, and even at nightfall, it remains. This is why this concrete column that I am facing has 2 shadows going in opposite directions. That is impulsible light. That is not occurring from any light coming from some building. This is demonic. That is a demon at 280 North Lemon. I will get that demon's license plate. This is the sex offender and a demon wearing a Securitas uniform, okay? I already have her image. I will remind you of what that demon looks like. It is 6:01 p.m. The column actually has 3 columns. 3 shadows of the columns. And this is what I'm pointing out. I took still images of that. And this is the sexual violence that the demon-possessed old bags of bones, they're geezers, they're criminals, they are demons, puppets of Satan, all the same. Does not matter if they have liver spots and gray hair. You're talking about what are old, ragged, crusty demons who are closer to hell than the younger ones, I suppose, with regard to chronology. But this sex offender, 8EKX783, is engaging in a molestation, and impulsible light is molesting me while I am standing at the entrance, and this demon is at 280 North Lemon Apartment. Again, that is a demon license 8EKX783. The signage in front of the apartments of 280 North Lemon Apartments, 3 different shadows. I will give you a picture of that, okay? This is the conduct of demons 8EKX783. This is the fat neck, triple chin, white face demon, I believe. 8EKX783. She's fat and disgusting, both in the spirit and in the physical. All right, this is a demon monitoring with an old raggedy demon that dragged themselves into 280 North Lemon Apartments. It is not any compassionate form for some criminal, regardless of how aged that criminal is. This is state surveillance, and this is demonic activity, all right? And there is no compassion for any demonic targeting system whereby Satan is using the puppets that are of senior citizen age. And that's exactly why, let me be clear, these demons are in a venue where the state is routinely engaging in flying over these demons by helicopter. That's why these demons are present under what is a fake sun, all right? They are indeed puppets of Satan. And you have what is the twisted light, the demented light, speaking to their character, their condition. It's twisted. They're demons, okay? It is 6:03 p.m. All right, this demon coming to stalk with activity is 8XDC582. All right, taking a picture of what is, this is signage in front of 280 North Limit Apartments. This is an example. Why is this relevant? Because it is an example of what is impossible light. The stop sign, all right, that has a shadow going to the front and to the back. And that's what I just took an image of. Those are the circumstances of what is impossible light activity that is present both day and night. I am showing you what is present during the day. That is a fake sun, which is a source of what is concentrating engineered light and following. That is literally an object of act in the operation of what is Satan itself. That is engaging in hovering above, engaging in that haunting conduct, haunting with an environment, haunting through the demon possessed. And this demon with 8XDC582 is walking with shadows on both sides of him. Oh my goodness. Alrighty, that is a demon indeed, walking with shadows on both sides as he approaches the entrance area, operation of communication device in that demented light, directed light. He's monitoring. This is surveillance. In doing so, while the state is also, let me be clear, hovering over, while I was reading the other license plate, the demons of the state of California were hovering at a large airline plane right behind the license plate. And you have what is this demon that is standing at the 280 North Limit Apartments. Let me be clear, this is patrolling at this venue because this is where I'm standing. So you have one demon after another, and this demon has multiple shadows while he's carrying a pack of Dasani water. It is Satan carrying Dasani water. All right, a literal psychopath, showing himself to be the goofy looking demon that he is. Okay, got that license plate on podcast. And it is currently, let me get this demon running over to their vehicle in directed light 7FKR163. Monitoring with that demon over there. This is the one that was engaging and running out, pacing back and forth in the entrance the other day as I remained at the Ovid Family Community Library. This is the same one, 7FKR163. And the demons on Ovid Family Community Library allow those other third-party group stalkers to maintain presence inside of the library after closure as they were stalking and congregating in the bathroom. I just want to be clear, that is the same grounds where I have been physically indisposed, and that same exact venue engaged in criminal summoning, threatening to call the police, breaking into the bathroom while they were monitoring, and hostile to the fact that while they were using harassment as their form while they were monitoring. And their form of monitoring, prior to knowledge that they're going to federal prison for that, was busting up into the bathroom, threatening to call the police, yelling in the bathroom, all of which is directed light inside of that bathroom, inside of the library, audible activity, and relevant positioning. All right, that same conduct, they are letting the minions stay inside of the library after closure, stay inside of the bathroom, congregate in the bathroom in order to monitor me. 7FKR163. It is currently 6:06 p.m. and that is criminal conduct of Ovid Family Community Library that's already published with regard to 2019, 2020. Alrighty, 5JES118, 5NOZ723, 7UUN561, 8LWZ405. Loitering in relevant position, listening to everything that I'm speaking about on my podcast. She's group stalking at Ontario Town Square. I have a shadow to the side of me and a shadow in front of me. All right, this demon engaging in surveillance, 6WDH790 comes to join, and 8LWZ405, and I took images of what is my shadow on the vehicle that's in front of me at a distance, multiple shadows. The shadows that are behind me, the shadows that are to the side of me. In total, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that demon whose license plate that I said coming to join, all that demon does is engaging in pacing. So they come right here in alignment with me, make a U-turn that creates directed light. Okay, just like I showed you at 630 North Fern, and I published those images, you're seeing what are magnified size of cars and possible light. That's not headlights. All right, L9A2PB, Arizona, stalking in the path. And this demon with 8LWZ405 is stalking at Ontario Town Square, and I'm showing you the light activity while she is indeed stalking. All I need right there is that's prosecution of that demon, and it is revealing what her condition is. That's going to what is her prosecution as a terrorist. 6YAB411. 6JDW421, And the concerted conduct of this demon, L9A2PB, with the Arizona license plate. He's wearing a black wife beater, a demon that is pacing up and down the street while the state is hovering in aircrafts and sounding plane activity, while my shadow is surrounding me. These are demons. That is prosecution with an Arizona license plate, a demon that is just pacing up and down the street. That's the psychopath. Okay, because that's really what they want to do in this engineered light. This is what Satan is. Satan is a freak weirdo. And you're talking about what is the conduct of that weirdo. They want to run around, pace up and down in this engineered light. It's demonic. It's absolutely twisted. You're talking about what is just driving up and down, doing the same thing in a vehicle. And it is focused on me. It is the same demented conduct. It is stalking. It is terrorism. It's demonic activity. And it is achieving what is federal stalking. All right, that's a demon with triple shadows. I've shown you these minions. Stalking, creating audible activity. There's shadows moving in circles around them. That's exactly what that demon is doing. This is pacing as an entity together in directed light. Just doing so on a skateboard, okay? All right, it is currently 6:09 p.m. This is P.O.C. These are the demons of the people of the state of California. Preparing for and helping you understand what is the groundwork of legislation in order to prosecute terrorism as state surveillance is underway in the state of California. How are you going to prosecute that? How are you going to legislate around that? Excuse me, Satan. And what you're going to do with regard to understanding the conduct of what are very violent psychopaths, all right, and obsessive, predatory sex offenders, including those who you hear sounding their sirens, 7ZJN190. They're sounding their sirens in directed light. And all of those images of my directed light is the direct evidence against the entity that is already heavily documented. American Medical Response, the Ontario Fire Department, the Ontario Police Department, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. Any siren that they are sounding, it is ongoing, pursuant to what is the creation of an ongoing environment. It is speaking to their demon possession. It is engagement in what is terrorism and facilitating that terrorism. A domestic enemy, in other words. All of them are established as such while they're engaging in state surveillance, a violation of the Constitution, a violation of your human rights, and violation of what is understood to be essentially normal for any human being, because you're not dealing with normal human beings, you're dealing with demons, you're dealing with Satan. Okay? License plate. This one engaging in surveillance while the state's sounding sirens. All that light activity, this demon carrying a communication device while she's crossing path, going into Metro 102, 8Y8E423. Molesting with license plate 8RIH747. That's an Asian female. License plate. And that's the tracking of the steps. So as soon as I cross the street to get that license plate, you got a demon that's ready to engage in arriving out of the blue in order to touch with light. That's a predator. 8JSV330. That's the conduct of the people of the state. They're demons. Creeping around, waiting to engage in, okay? Waiting to engage. As soon as I make a new move, some abrupt movement or activity, a method of activity creation is present, and you were talking about some form of touching, some ongoing audible activity creation, some presence that is popping up out of the blue. You're talking about that are demons that are maintaining presence. 8RDW07L, 8RSE885. 6VRD908, and this entire entity engaging, including the Ontario Police at 6:12 p.m. on traffic cameras of Holt and Plum and Holt and Euclid Avenue right now. Well, they're crossing path. They're driving west on Holt Boulevard. They're stalking me. They're pathetic. Anyway, it is 6:12 p.m. 7AFW905, stalking on the grounds of Metro 102. It's a fathead, white-faced demon, monitoring and stalking with law enforcement who are driving around in the streets, and that one is walking around on the property in order to engage in stalking in the path. Metro 102, the entire community is being documented. They are the people of the state. You don't have to know them. It's relevant positioning. It's massive criminal conduct by the state. 6XKK107, and that's why the fake sun is over that entire apartment building as I walk by it, keeping it over me. That's documentation of an entity. All right, while they're stalking me, and I am documenting and prosecuting all of them. ROB3KKD remains here at Metro 102. Demons are patrolling while a demon is intentionally at the stop sign of Women in Holt, where 3-star janitorial is. The demonic pattern of conduct is to create light activity, so demons are patrolling through those headlights. 7VQG128. It's demonic. They are absolutely demented. And this is what the demon was doing at Rite Aid with his 2 children. All right, they were demons turning on his headlights to molest me, and then those demons were walking in front of the headlights. Including in that terrorism is this license plate, 8XBR835. Accelerating to drive down a small residential street. That's audible activity creation and also knowledge that I'm documenting their license plate. It's a demon. Their focus is to create light activity, aim light, touch with light, and also as they aim it, you're talking about interference, but making it dynamic. And that's exactly what they're doing. It's not traffic. You're understanding the demonic conduct that they are engaging in together. And it's entirely of a diseased people. They are infected with demon possession. Whew. It is 6:14 p.m. 6 VOX 190, 6 MLC 636, I believe, 6 EBT 234. License plate, and I can't really see that one. And let me be clear, all of them engaging in stalking in the bathroom with Securitas. All right, and the demons whose images I'm capturing, they're all engaging in that bathroom stalking together. These demons like to chase in the bathrooms. They like to follow and touch all over your body. They like to engage in what is maintaining presence and hovering and maintaining that obsessive engagement in elements to monitor. 7GAF336. You're talking about what is surveillance by the demon possessed. All right, the demon possessed have a very, very hard lesson to learn, and that is going to be with regard to his human rights as demons. I know they don't comprehend that. You're not dealing with normal human beings. Satan is, let me be clear, in direct opposition to the notion of your human rights. 8 PVW 386 and the notion of your constitutional rights and some rights and autonomy that you have by birth. All right, not by any delegation of man. Let me be clear. Satan is inherently antithetical to the notion. Just want to be clear on that. And this is the reality. 6TYX643. And also, I want to be clear. These are those. I'm not going to mince words. When I am speaking of demon possessed, I am talking about a people who are engaging in the conduct of, their attitude is one of what is hail Satan. These are enthusiasts for Satan itself. These are puppets of Satan out of the pit of hell. This is the true condition as I am revealing it. All right. It's 8JNT175, 7XCN263, 6VSL779, 7RAV261. They are all around, working around you, living around you, while you are subject to what is surveillance and unaware of the fact that they are actually worshiping and are literally slaves of the devil itself, which is an inferior creature. It's nothing to fear. It's something to prosecute. It's something to know, be aware of, to understand. All right, to be cognizant of, especially as you're going to create laws to surround these animals. That's why that's relevant. Okay, you can have a 1,000,001 minions, which Satan does. It does. Every single last one of them are inferior too. Every single last one of them. License plate 5YGW508, EKP-LMP, 8VZE703, 8SQA231, 8UVA771, 7ZX. I can't really say you express that one. 8GEN559, 62625P1. 8ABH188, 8YTR649, I believe, 5VWP580, EFC613, that's an out of state. License 8SVB498, 4G. I can't really see that one. You can scratch that one. Let me be clear. All of them engagement and have been documented engaging in stalking in the bathroom. I'm adding more names to the entity that is acting as one on behalf of the state, where ongoing surveillance and knowledge and interest of a desire to just stand next to me stalking in the bathroom while you are already aware of the fact that I'm pulling my panties up or down. The moment that you enter is pursuant to a demonic behavioral pattern to engage in the criminal elements of interstate stalking with communication devices. All right, you're talking about not just interstate stalking, but a sex offender. All right, engaging in surveillance in that private space in that manner. All right, the pure numerosity of the violation by the government, the violation by the government and the people. 99516J1. That's the sex offender, and that is the one engaging in what is interstate stalking. Understand that. It is currently 6:18 p.m. 0925 7W1 7AQW218. All of them sex offenders. The same entity going and stalking where I am in a vehicle sleeping, aiming directed light, just like you see the double shadows outside of the library, inside of the library, directed light, 8UON854, where I'm sleeping, and they engage in ongoing molestation all night long, 8TXN710. License 8PCW988, and I think I already read their license plate. Oh, okay, BF6, hold on, this is a paper plate. And these minions exiting out of Ontario Town Square Townhomes, that entire community is a third-party facilitating venue. And it's light activity creation. BF66F78 is a paper plate. I'll get this license plate in a second. It's 6:18 p.m. License 8MBU106, coming from Ontario Town Square Townhomes. It's 6:19 p.m. Coming out of their venue, wherever it is they're living, they're maintaining what is activity creation. It is making an environment, a living and breathing environment everywhere that you're going. All right, and in the same way, the state treating light like it's a living fungus. Light is not a living fungus; it has a source, and that's why there's reasonable questions when I'm telling you where is this coming from. It's not like a plant. All right, the state is engaging in treating light like it's a fungus, but that's not the case. 93278V2, 8XXY542, ILBABY, 8WIDO52, 40117C1. Empower Solar. Empower is spelled EMPOWER, Solar, crossing path in that commercial vehicle at Plum and Hope Boulevard, and it is 6:19 p.m. I'm gonna get all these demons that are group stalking at what is Andy's Burgers. This is the same venue, directed light. I mean, I've heavily documented this venue, by the way. You're talking about shadows surrounding me at night, fake sun during the day, okay? The ongoing understanding of what is surveillance, that's what B&G Plaza represents. 6JTP847, 25N3044. That's a demon and a coward. They like to use their loud vehicles while they're stalking in the path on the run. 7GXZ603, that was a little motorcycle. All right, that's, in other words, that's Satan using a puppet crossing path on a motorcycle, which is also a means of audible activity, light activity creation. License 8BXN227. 7PSP685. Oops. Alrighty, it is currently 6:20 p.m. Get all these sex offenders over here ordering burgers. Ordering burgers from sex offenders. Sex offenders alike, 6AB and 216. Sex offenders preparing them, sex offenders ordering them. Sex offenders hoping to be covered for each other. 8GPU 763, excuse me. Error mark 7VGO226. That was a vehicle with the error mark logo on it. 7AER 961. This is Lyft 8UKX 468. 8XKH 127. And it's 6:21 p.m. That was error mark going out of its way, crossing path in a vehicle. Okay. 7WZA 692. It's always going out of its way to engage in stalking. But I just want to make sure I point that out. Everything is relevant to the prosecution and all the facts and the information, the circumstances, the state of mind. All of that is relevant. All right. 8VRL732, 7CXM130. Sex offenders, every single last one of them, listening to me while I was at the entrance of the Ovid Family Community Library. Andy's Burgers is nothing but a venue whereby ongoing surveillance is underway. Literally sitting around stalking somebody, engaging in surveillance with the government, sitting in a drive-thru. That's how pathetic these demons are, and that's the reality of what they're doing. 8DCR 785. 42819Y1. It is absolutely the abnormal where you have multiple shadows when you're just supposedly ordering a burger. These are demons. 8BPR167, 8LRD613, a demon pacing in and out of their car, and what is directed light. Multiple shadows in front of me, aiming onto the third party's license plate, 6XBW988, P.O.C. Oh, a minion working at Andy's Burgers. Okay, this is a sex offender, and that sex offender again, 8LRD613. All right, license 94573K1. 8BPR167 is leaving the drive-thru. 7DDJ594 is leaving the parking lot spot. And let's see, 8DCR785, I think I read that one in case I didn't. 8EJS036, 6N28236. 8FNB983, 6ZIM468, 6YVDO14. 7FBH030. Understand what Andy's Burgers is doing, using their vehicle. An employee just arriving, sitting where I'm at, where I'm going is ongoing real-time knowledge. So you have what is an employee that's sitting in their vehicle, pacing out, the getting out of the car, and then they go back to the car. First of all, this is a demon that is pacing. Second of all, this is intentional. While that directed light, as I'm reciting it to you, is being aimed onto me. This is a molestation, and this is why this demon is pacing in and out of their car, and then they walk into the restaurant of Andy's Burgers. This is a demonic activity. This is the ongoing malicious system underway. You're talking about what is literally, they're wasting their own time because they're straight up and down stalkers, but I'm showing you what is their form, what's their intent to appear as while they're engaging in state surveillance. All right, that's what I'm referencing as form. They're stalking. They don't have any form. 8SPD011. All right, but that demon's form, who's engaging in a sexual molestation, who's engaged in surveillance, maintaining real-time awareness, 8SKW424 of what I'm doing, where I'm going, what direction I'm walking as I'm doing it, is engaging in what is supposedly the form. She just happens to be sitting in the parking lot. She's going in for work. This is supposed to be the form. It's supposed to casually occur with what you are already doing, as opposed to doing something that is focused on someone else, external to yourself. It's supposed to be ongoing, everyday, normal society, and it is not. That's why you've got multiple shadows. That's why you've got directed light. That's why you have a fake sun. That's why you have the state stalking by plane and helicopter, stalking by law enforcement. All right, they're demons, and what they are doing is not a secret. You are literally understanding what are psychopaths. All right, because these psychopaths are operating by their system, which was never designed to be documented and prosecuted and published on the World Wide Web. So you're talking about what is they're literally engaging in just conduct like Pac-Man, just hitting the wall over and over again. They don't have any other plan. They don't have any other, it's not supposed to be discerned. It's not supposed to be known. So you're literally understanding what is a psychopath though. All right? Because I stripped down that psychopath to, by stripped down, I mean, you're understanding this is Satan. And so you're going to put a microscope on Satan, shine a light inside Satan's face, listen very closely to what Satan is saying, listen very closely to what Satan wants you to believe that they're doing, and that's what you're going to prosecute them for, the threat that they pose. Violent sex offenders and psychopaths, demon-possessed ones engaging in a state surveillance system with the government. With the government. That's what you're paying attention to. 7ADF511, 6GLN898. That's what you're going to pay attention to. The very form of the system is going to be the means whereby it is intensifying their prosecution and the ways in which they are going to be adjudged under the law. That's what it is. You're not normal because you want to act like you were in a job. Oh, no. That's speaking to the threat that you intend to pose, the malice that you are acting with, the mental delusion that you are suffering from. 6GXM594. You're monitoring the documentation. 8XAZ037. That's what that is all revealing. That's what that is all relevant to. 6YVD014, I think I read all of these already. 7FBH030. 6N28236. All of Center ICE Arena is in relevant position, stalking in the parking lot, and the state is hovering over Center ICE Arena. That's a venue. 8DCR785 is still sitting at the window of the drive-through. 8VRL732, a demon. 7CXM130, a demon, and all of them being documented as the sex offenders that they are. They were documented stalking in the bathroom today. 6777 5W1 42819Y1. 4ZP, hold on, 4ZPA162, I believe. 7CXM130. Let me read the back of this license plate. This demon stalking with activity, license 142DM47. This is license plate 7ZPA162. Yeah, that's correct. License 6GHM384, 8TGJ415, 7HCW384, 3KCA774, 320LG handicap, 6YDL678. 6GYZ561. All of them documented engaging in stalking and terrorism inside of a private space. These are violent sex offenders, and they're engaging in a perpetual sex offense that is ongoing also as I'm being molested with directed light. My shadows are in front of me, and I have multiple shadows in front of me while I'm walking around reading their license plates, and they're in operation of their communication devices as well. All right, capturing images of that operation of that communication device. License plate. Those are cowards. 7VMW. Oh, I can't really see that one. 6WVR778. 8WLV052. 8DIW297. 8RS. I can't really see that one. I'm laughing because Satan is pathetic. All right. You're talking about what is the absolute pathetic and conduct indicative of that loser that knows that they lose. 8 DCR 785. But it's not just that. You don't only lose because I'm a prosecutor. I'm going to embarrass you and show you to be the psychopath. 8 EKF 291. And that's exactly what I've already done. But it's going to get worse. 8 ETT 280. Alrighty, so like I said, I captured images of what is that group stalker with her dog in operation of a communication device. This is a demon. This is a violent sex offender. This is showing her in her pathetic posture, her and her, whatever that thing is driving the car, 8 VRL 732. They're sex offenders molesting me. 8 HKL 741, sex offenders molesting me in operation of communication devices while 3 of my shadows are in front of me. That's what I took an image of. All right, while she's in operation of her communication device, being a stalker. All right, being the demon that she is, okay? That's what I took a picture of, 7 MUG 344, just to remind you of that. All right, it is currently 6GLN 898 doing the same. All right, show you what is a molestation while the state is sounding plane engines, 6GLN 898, 7 NGA 972, a predator, a sex offender, stalking in a bathroom today as well. Engaging 8JHS 373, stalking and touching, and that's an old dirty looking white man, a sex offender and a demon possessed stalker. All right, monitoring and engaging in stalking, and that's why I have what are 3 shadows in front of me while they want to appear as though they're just ordering burgers. That's what Satan is up to, and it's pathetic. It's pathetic. 8 DOR 638. And these same demons stalking in a bathroom while they want to act like they just have to go in and relieve nature. No, you're stalking, and you are a sicko who is systematically engaging in sexual violence. Anybody can just come in. If they're playing double dutch with regard to who wants to be the sex offender today, go in, stalking in the bathroom. Your turn. No, it's your turn. No. Oh, let's all go in together. Demons, stalking. It's disgusting. That's the reality, and this is every license plate, including 1545812 Omnitrans. All right, a heavily documented sex offender. All right, doing nothing but sexual violence while I'm showing you every bus route that they have, a fake sun remaining over me, which is impossible. All right, that's the sex offender that they are, engaging in nothing but what is demonic activity, showing you what are the demons that work for that company, that are engaging in getting paid on the hour, probably what is $12 an hour to engage in what is terrorism, okay? Let alone, let me be clear, I'm being facetious right now, I'm being funny, even though it's very serious. There is no amount of money that you're gonna be able to pay in order to engage in what is terrorism, because that's what they're doing. That's what Amazon Prime is doing, UPS is doing, they're terrorists, engaging in state surveillance under what are company names. And that is the systematic, identical uniformity of that documentation that shows it. In that specific environment, engaging in what is unheard of conduct, where you're looking at, that's not sunlight. So what is that? That's a sex offender that is stalking and engaging in what is interstate stalking with the state, with the government. All right, and then reaching out and touching, you're going to prosecute that as a sex offender that they are. That's exactly what you're going to do. And they're also confessing what is their demon possession. This demon driving this bus, number 2352, is just sitting around waiting at the bus stop and waits to close the door, which is the creation of light activity, and the state is hovering over the B&G Plaza. All right, that's P.O.C. It's driven by what is, looks to be like a black male, I think. Bus number 2352, license 1545812. It's so pathetic. Literally just using a bus and sitting around stalking. Every single last one of them are focused on me. Everything that they're doing. 7 BTR 933. It's pathetic. All right. 8 RBH D14. Where they are, 8 RBH 014. Where they are arriving at the bus stop is based on me. When they do not arrive, it's based on me. Where they are stopping on the bus route, where somebody is getting on it all is based on me. These are inferior demons. Everything that they're doing is centered on me. And it's centered on the one that's going to prosecute them for the inferior creatures that they are. And shipping them back to wherever they belong if they're not even natural born American citizens. 6 MPP 660. 30868K2. I already read this sex offender's license plate on video camera and cider showers liquor. It's 6:33 p.m. Let me be clear, I'm captured images. I'm going to step back a couple steps. I captured still images of what is surveillance inside of everything that I'm documenting. You're witnessing what is surveillance. You're understanding this is state surveillance, the absence of normalcy, the strip down of what the government is doing through the people of the state, and it's criminal, and it's absolutely demonic. I want to step back though. What I took pictures of today, first of all, I showed you that video at 3:40 p.m. And the fact that that's not the actual sun, and the actual sun, if that was it over the Upland Public Library, is not somehow just swooping south to be in front of the Ovid Family Community Library and then aiming light inside of the library, inside of the depths, while at the same time remaining over the Fontana Lewis Library, which is documented as well, down to the same minute and hour in the city of Fontana, over the roof of the library at the entrance, over the back portion of the library, over the Sierra and Spring Street. That is not the sun that's maintaining that central presence over my head in 3 different cities, 3 different venues, dipping down underneath an aiming light into the depths of all of those, all around. And this is what the state is doing. That's not sunlight, and that's not the sun. It is literally impossible. All right. But it's not just that. You're talking about what is the documentation of what I was speaking to, which is 365 days ago. And on this particular day last year, I remained at the Mercy House at 435 South Bonneview from prior to 8 o'clock until after 4 p.m. Didn't go anywhere. Okay. And that is what you're understanding with regard to what I did yesterday. I went from Ontario to Fontana to Rancho Cucamonga to Upland. And today I went from Ontario to Fontana and back from Fontana to Ontario. And what the state is doing with its fake sun is impossible to actually, in other words, be the conduct of that which is the actual sun, the actual star as we know it, or at least how the demon-possessed government and this system that we are preconditioned with by is teaching about the sun. Let me be clear, because you were never supposed to question it. All right, and so this is common sense. It's not rocket science. What the state is doing with the light source is very, very clear. And very thorough documentation makes it literally unreasonable to even, by virtue of engaging and trying to question it, I mean, genuinely, if you want to question it, okay, but the answer is already there, the documentation exists. But like I said, you're talking about engaging in what is revealing yourself as being a third-party servant, a state actor, because the evidence is unequivocal, all right? This is stalking with light. This is not the sun, and it is impossible to be the sun. And because the bottom line is the actual sun is not remaining in, for example, San Bernardino County. Okay, it's not remaining in over one person, which is what the state is doing, remaining over me. And by one person, I mean one person that is documenting it. Okay, so the people that are around me, it is they are in the presence of that light source that is not possibly the sun, because it is unique to where I am, not where they're going. It's not remaining stationary while everybody else is engaging in movement around, and where they go, wherever it is that they go, the state's light source remains over me. While omnitrans, those demons that molest me as I'm not on the bus, but then when I'm on the bus, you also have light that's bending backwards onto the bus, while you're also engaging in what is supposedly sunlight, like bouncing like a laser off of your bus as well. That's not sunlight. That's not possible. That's impossible. And that documentation of being both on Omnitrans and not Omnitrans is what I'm going to prosecute Omnitrans with. Okay, you're talking about companies that are very likely, as a matter of justice, shall not exist anymore. It's criminal conduct. They're not running businesses. These are the forms whereby the government is engaging in surveillance. You shut that down. Okay, so like I said, you have what is impossible conduct, though. That's not sunlight that's bending backwards onto the floor, splitting across and on the roof on the inside of your bus. And also, like a laser, it's shooting off and touching all over the ground when you're just driving by. And not everywhere, just at a specific, precise location, what happens to be where I'm at. That's not sunlight. That's common sense. That's what I mean by not rocket science. That's common sense. All right? And not only that, you have what is, when those demons are driving by in those buses identified as Omnitrans, the fake sun is not moving down the street like I'm showing you when I'm on those buses. It stays in Ontario at the B&G Plaza and over my head as I walk to whatever venue or wherever it is that I go. That's not the sun. It is unique to me, and I am documenting it. That is also showing what is not questionable. You can't question that. You cannot reasonably question that. I'm sorry. You cannot reasonably question that, because that is direct evidence. It's even on video, so you can see it for your eyes, your own eyes. All right, so you're talking about that in and of itself, but the bigger picture is present. I'm talking about time of day, time of year, You're talking about where am I going? Where was I coming from? As I'm showing you and referencing time and dates, and I'm showing you what is impossible to be the sun. Not only this conduct, which is relevant, which you're going to analyze it based on the actual sun as we understand it, the star, the only single exclusive star that is the sun, that is not remaining, and based on what the state is doing in Southern California, but no, it's even more exclusive than that, in San Bernardino County, but no, it's even more exclusive than that, in the city of Ontario. Back to Fontana, if I do that. But if I stay at a single address in the city, that's where the state's light source is. That's where it rises in the morning. That's where the state is acting like it's setting in the evening. That is to the exclusion of any other location in the country. And that's just limiting it to the United States, because the United States is not the center of the universe. All right, the state is treating the sun. This is demonic. This is Satan that is engaging in haunting. This is demonic activity. Understand this is the P.O.C. This is the significance of stalking with a fake sun, but you are witnessing Satan in action. Satan is real, okay? Satan is a very real entity. Satan is operating over people. Okay, Satan does not have a red tail and red horns on its head. Satan is using people. They are puppets, just like I refer to them in their literal form. That is what you are witnessing when that which is not the sun is maintaining presence over me. You are witnessing Satan in action, targeting one who is not subject to that demon possession, who is speaking to the truth as to what is the operation of Satan over people, who are speaking to the genuine condition that they are under and that they are impressed by. And it is the conduct of psychopaths, violent ones, who are obsessively engaging in what is sexually violent, predatory, stalking conduct, and doing it on behalf of the government. The government is identified as the Ontario Police Department, puppets of Satan, under what is the operation of conduct. Let me be clear, when you're looking at this, which is not the sun, and I've established this, so I'm going to go beyond that. You are understanding what is not the sun. Let me be clear. You are witnessing what is the operation of Satan. They don't have strings in the sky dragging that light source around. That's not what's going on. You are witnessing Satan in operation. Satan is engaging and targeting me. This is demonic activity. I am not subject to the control of Satan. He cannot touch me. He cannot have me. All right? I am legislating. I'm prosecuting. I'm identifying all of those who are puppets of Satan, though. That's what's going on. And that is what that targeting is about. Satan wants to keep tabs on you. Satan wants to try to silence me. This is why it is literally Satan that engaged in kidnapping, using the puppets that Satan has at its disposal in positions of government, in positions practicing law, in the position of law enforcement, the people of the state themselves who are engaging in kidnapping, this demonic activity, this interstate stalking, this surveillance system underway while kidnapped by the entity, including the people of the state. This is Satan from beginning to the end. That is the relevant context. You are witnessing what is Satan while that light source is over my head. You're witnessing demonic activity. You are witnessing the conduct of Satan itself. If you're looking for some face, if you're looking for fangs, you're not going to see that. That's not what it is. That is not what is going on when I am referencing demonic activity. When you are looking at what is the fake sun, because that's exactly what it is, that which is impossible, that word is very important. It's probative. That which is impossible is speaking to what is the supernatural, that which is of the demonic. That's what you're witnessing. So when I'm speaking to, and when you are looking at people who are under this fake sun, which is impossible, you are witnessing a demon-possessed person who is engaging in conduct of a psychopath, focused wholly on me, okay, doing the deeds of Satan itself. All right, that's what they are doing. That is all that they are focused on. And while they're doing that, I am showing you how you're going to legislate over what are psychopaths, because they are doing nothing but state surveillance in the state of California. That's why you have Satan hovering over me with that which is not the sun, doing what Satan unfortunately thought, though. But let me be clear. Satan knows who I am. Satan knows the threat that I pose. All right, you're talking about what is a threat, because I am not subservient to the wiles of the enemy whatsoever. And I speak the truth, and I will never speak anything other than the truth. You can try to engage in kidnapping, I'm going to put you in federal prison. You can try to engage in silencing me and threatening me, I'm going to put you in federal prison and or a straitjacket. All right, you're going to eat that and some. Whatever it is that you're dishing out, you're going to get it in heaping folds more. All right, that's what's going on. I'm going to prosecute you. I'm going to legislate, and I'm going to show what your condition is and what you're doing and who you're doing it with. 6GYZ561. That's the reality of what is going on. Okay, this is supernatural. This is demonic. This is out of the pit of hell. What these people are doing, they are doing it under the impression of Satan. You are witnessing what is Satan in operation in the environment while you are looking at that which is not possibly the sun remaining over me. Yes, Satan itself is focused on me, engaging in what is terrorism, the ability to use what is the existing law to legislate over what are people who are engaging in the wicked deeds on behalf of an invisible entity, Satan itself. All right, that's deep right there. There's layers, and I understand that. But I have shown you, and I've taken you from every single level. There's levels to it, and I knew that. So I'm showing you what is the documentation. Where are we starting at? The state is the stalker. Stalking with planes and helicopters, stalking by police. Years of documentation of that. All right, you're not engaged, and then you engage in kidnapping. Let me be clear. You engage in kidnapping because you are stalking. You are. All right, you're talking about what is providing me that documentation, and you can engage in kidnapping. Guess what? I'm putting you in federal prison. That's what's going on, and this is establishing precedent where the government's engaging in surveillance, the government's engaging in stalking you, the government's engaging in terrorism, because this is Satan in operation over a people, trying to freak people out, trying to scare people, trying to terrorize folks. I'm gonna prosecute you with that. We're going to create legislation, and we're going to bound up the animals that they are. And guess what? Those animals that aren't even natural born citizens, you ship those animals back to whatever country that they came from. All right, because you're going to apply the law. That which is not tolerable, that which shall be no more, is going, and that's what I'm addressing, and that's what's going on right here. All right, and this is the supernatural. So when you're talking about what is impossible, you're witnessing what is the demonic. All right, you're not looking at these little skinny white boys walking down the street. They're stalkers, and they are at this young, tender age, they are puppets of Satan. All right, this ain't no time to shed a tear. This is time to prosecute. And you understand what the government is doing, engaging in criminal conduct and using minions under the age of majority to engage in that conduct. That's the reality of that, and that's what you're focused on. That's what I am showing you. That's the significance of it. While they, on the other hand, are speaking and thinking as the criminals that they are. This is Satan. Satan is a treacherous, ghetto thug. Excuse my French, nigga. That's the reality. That's what Satan is. Okay, does anything, does whatever to try to get away. That's how Satan is. That's how Satan thinks. That's how Satan operates. All right. Now, let me be clear. It doesn't change whether he's using the most docile, lily white, soft hair, blue eye, whatever you fathom in your mind as the total opposite of that. Let me be clear. Satan is using nothing but puppets. It manifests itself in different ways. You're talking about what is a spirit that you cannot physically see, that are using the personality, using the person that's in front of you. You're talking about what is spiritual. You're talking, and how are you getting that? You're not talking about going around reading people's mind and being judgmental. That's not what this is. And any minion that wants to go off on that tangent is distracting you from what is the fake sun that's over that puppet's head. That's how you know what you're dealing with. That's not the sun. That's not the sun. You're witnessing satanic conduct. So you're listening to the audible activity. You're listening to the psychopath that's stalking me in the bathroom. That's Satan itself, wearing nothing but a uniform that says Securitas, a black-faced demon who's engaging in targeting me with law enforcement, but would have you believe on the news that it's Black Lives Matter. That's not it. That's not it. Satan is doing a tapping and dance for you, trying to distract you, lying to you about climate control, lying to you about COVID-19, lying to you about Black Lives Matter. That's not what's wrong with law enforcement. That's not what they're doing. That's a false narrative. They are targeting. It's demonic activity. All right, these demons running around in police uniforms, not just in California. These fact patterns that I have seen, that I've heard of. You're talking about what is putting it on Black Lives Matter. They're engaging in what is running around in circles using flashlights. All right, they're in the state where the state is hovering over them with the fake sun. This is demonic activity. This is what law enforcement is doing, and then they're calling it Black Lives Matter when they show you something that is bombastic, where they're putting their knee on the throat of this African American male, or whatever the case might be. You're talking about what is a false narrative, and like I said, the government has no credibility. It is surveilling you and lying about it and trying to obstruct justice, trying to conceal it. It has no credibility. So you're talking about what are the words of demons. You are told, in other words. I'm going to break this down because this is hard to digest, but it doesn't matter. This is the truth, and I'm going to speak it. You are being told by the state. You're being told by the people of the state. The same people engaging in monitoring and surveillance. The same demon-possessed ones. You're being told by the state that so-and-so that is of African-American descent was killed by a law enforcement officer under said facts on said date, all right, and such injustices are going on. And you're being told by those of the law enforcement agency, those of the local government, those who are getting on television, otherwise having what are influence, acting on behalf of this entity. You're being told all of this information, that they're investigating, that they're going to pass said laws, that they're going to take whatever act. You're being told all of this, okay? Because it is being told to you does not make it so. That's all I'm going to say about that. And that is based on what is unsubstantiated information. They're reporting it to you on the news. It's coming out of the mouth of minions. They are under a fake sun in whatever state that they're in. They're in directed light. The ongoing system is underway, and they are feeding you information. They are feeding you information that is it is serving what is an ultimate agenda by a demon-possessed entity that is surveilling American citizens. And let me be clear, Satan is a wannabe God. He wants to be God. He's not the opposite. He's not the equal opposite. He is inferior. He wants to be, though. And Satan is keeping tabs on you, unbeknownst to you, and using demons all around you. Demons whose name you know. You work with them. You live with them. You might be married to them. You might be dating them. You might be sleeping with them. Let me be clear, but this is surrounding you, because what the state is doing in California, like I said, let's get back to the point. You're witnessing what is not the sun. This is revealing what is demonic activity. These are demons. This is Satan in operation. That's what is impossible about it. You're witnessing Satan in operation while that light source is being dragged, remaining over my head. You are witnessing Satan, okay? So let me say this. While the state is keeping a fake sun over me in a very specific city and address in one state, what is remaining over them in the rest of the states, in the rest of the country? Because it's not the sun. This is not just in California. That's my point. You are surrounded by it. It is ongoing. It's an unspoken system. Psychopaths surround, and you're talking about maniacal conduct, that hysteria, even more so as I continue to speak the truth and I publish it and I document it and I'm speaking to legislation to prosecute it. Okay, you're talking about Satan that is running out of time, Satan that is entirely desperate, Satan that surrounds by the minions all around me. And not only that, you're talking about what is hostility, because they know that I know it. Okay, this is a matter of discernment. You're talking about what is good versus evil, wicked, all right, versus good, however you want to do it. But this is nonetheless, this is a spiritual battle. This is spiritual warfare. And guess what? The fight is jigged, all right? Satan loses. Satan already lost. Okay, so I'm not going to mince words. This is not for some, I'm not getting any trophy out of this. You're talking about what is revealing the reality of what is wrong with people who surround, what is wrong with and relevant to the way you're prosecuting. How is that directly relevant to whatever position that they're in? Those demons of law enforcement, oh, you snatch those demons out of that position. They're kidnappers, they're thieves, they're violent sex offenders. They are criminals engaging in violation of federal law and whatever other laws that they are violating while engaging in criminal conduct under the guise of being police officers. They're criminals. They are puppets of Satan. And let me be clear, Satan is a treacherous, short-sighted, act in the minute, act right now, getting past the immediate to get to the next hustle. That's how Satan operates. And it doesn't matter what your race is. Satan is a nigga, okay? Let me be clear. That is the same impression. These are criminals and they're disgusting ones. I'm revealing the truth of what they are, what they're doing, and why they are doing it. This is demonic, and these are the times that we are in, okay? So excuse my frank speech, all right? This is not to offend anyone. This is literally to inform. All right. Those who are genuinely ignorant. I'm not speaking nor addressing the inferior minions who are tuning in to the revealing of what they are. The fact that Satan's army is not in any way winning and never was. It's a matter of time, honey. Okay. You're talking about in the broad spectrum of what is eternity, a master plan, and Satan is master of nothing. Okay. He doesn't run anything. All right. Satan is inferior, and every single last one of his minions are inferior. And I'm doing what is my job, okay? This is my duty. And you're talking about subjecting me to that system. They subjected me being the one that is essentially the wrong one, okay? I'm the one that you don't want it, because I'm going to, on a megaphone, I'm going to speak the truth to everybody indiscriminately. I don't care what your name, I don't care what threat you think you pose. We'll see what threat I will test your gangster, okay? Because this is not coming from some brute strength in the physical. This is of the supernatural, and you are inferior to it. That's why I already know what your makeup is. You're nothing but a puppet of Satan. You're inferior, and you're sitting around stalking me. Let's break it down even in the natural. You're sitting around listening to me pull my panties down. You are pathetic. Why would I respect you? Why? Okay, so like I said, this is the entity that's in, and you also know them, that inferiority, by the way, that they have to have a whole army around them. That is speaking to the inferiority. How many does God need? He only needs one. One, okay? That in and of itself is revealing what is the inferiority of Satan and all of its minions, every single last one of them. Okay, so like I said, I just wanted to go off and make sure that I make those who are listening cognizant. Do not forget what the focus is. Yes, this is documentation. Yes, this is serving a purpose in the natural with regard to prosecuting criminal conduct and revealing what is a criminal system. All right, but this is beyond what is in the natural. This is actually doing what is supernatural in that accomplishing the supernatural in the natural. Yes, you're going to be able to drag Satan, the invisible entity, in a very natural and real life court of law. Okay, so like I said, that is the purpose of revealing what Satan is doing, who it's doing it through. And you are talking about all the ways in which that's what's relevant when you listen to these psychopaths who are harassing me because they are puppets of Satan and they know that they're being documented. And they're going to be documented. Excuse me, they shall be documented. And I'm going to prosecute you for the sex offender that you are, for the terrorizing stalker that you are, all right, for engaging in what is the ongoing, unheard of and demented conduct that you engage in as the cockroaches. All right, they're just a nest of ongoing demons everywhere that you are going, everywhere. It doesn't matter if they have kids. They're not worried about their kids. Those are demons. They use their kids to engage in stalking with the state. This is a demonic agenda. Understand that. And all that Satan is consumed with, all that Satan's minions are consumed with is the counting down of the time Satan is running out of time. Understand that. That's what this is about. That's what's going on in California. It is not the TikTok. It is not Facebook. Those are distractions in what is supposed to be the fallacy of some free society where everybody gets it their way. Let me be clear. Satan wants to be tap dancing and singing in front of you so that you are not thinking about what actually matters. All of that. They are distractions. All of it. This is about the end times. This is about keeping tabs on you. Okay, you, and by you, who am I referencing? I'm referencing those who are of the called, all right? Those who are not under this subservient spirit, all right? That which is of demon possession. Those who are children of death. Those who are not of that population. That's who I'm talking to, because those are the ones that are being targeted by the state. Those are the ones that are being targeted by the state. This is demonic at its core. The demon possessed are living lives as cons, living life like they're all about. No, they're not about their job. No, they are not. They are stalking in California, period. That's all they're doing. And it is pathetic. That's why I speak about them as they are. You're pathetic. I mean, I was really about my business, going to school, going to college, going to law school. All right, really, really, I mean, seriously, call me a romanticist. I mean, nostalgist. I mean, I really believed in this, whole Constitution, founding fathers, American dream. Nobody can stop, and nobody can stop me. You're talking about an entire entity, Satan itself, on my back. I didn't even know it, and I still graduated from law school. I still was practicing law. I still made it to the heights, and understand Satan there the entire time. The entire time, engaging in harassment while I'm in college, engaging in harassment, messing with but see, I did not know that at the time. I just continued on, It didn't stop me. Because you're talking about that which is divine. You cannot stop that which is divine. And this prosecution is divine. Documentation is divine. Identity of minions is a matter of divinity. And every single last one of those inferior demons are going to be identified. It is serving a purpose, that which is divine. It is relevant that you know that Satan is in operation, that Satan you are not separate from, you are directly affected by on a daily basis. It is divine. It is necessary that you know that. Okay. So anyway, it's 6:56 p.m. And those minions are engaging in that ongoing system, an ongoing light show. It's like Star Trek at B&G Plaza, just like it is during the day, where Satan is hovering under what is a fake sun that is maintaining presence over me. That conduct is speaking to what is the stalking conduct and the focus of every single last one of the minions who I happen to not catch on video, on image or license plate. The entirety of the entity is focused on me. It is Satan at work. And these are the times that we are in. And these are the times that we have been in. I just want to be clear that you're talking about just a matter of time with regard to it being unmistakable, it being clearly addressed, it being, broadly put out there, not unspoken, not silenced at all. Okay. And there's nothing that's going to silence that. Nothing. All right. So like I said, anything that tries to get away with that, and I'm just letting you, I've already said it before, but this is, like I said, this is just a message. You can disregard. I really don't care. All right. You can take it or leave it. If you want to try to interject and interrupt, not intercede, but get in the process of what is that which is of the divine, you're going to find yourself trampled over, because it is not going to stop. All right. This is that which is of the divine. It is speaking to that which is as a matter of time. It is on the clock of divinity, if you will, with regard to what is going to happen, what shall occur, and what shall no longer occur, period. It is currently 6:58 p.m. That's Omnitrans 137-0397. 1370397 bus 1326. And those underage minions that I was referencing, they get on that bus on surveillance camera. They've engaging in loitering in relevant position. As I spoke of those minions, they stopped right there and they just engaged in monitoring at the bus stop where this ongoing light show was underway in operation of communication devices. That is prosecuted as what are the people of the state and the government engaging in this criminal conduct, sexual violence, terrorism, interstate stalking with those who are under the age of majority. And that is inherent to the P.O.C. All right, the delinquency of minors while you're engaging in terrorism. And let me be clear, that is omnitrans engaging in that criminal conduct under the same facts, all right? That's how I'm going to prosecute them. 1370397 bus 1326. It is currently 6:59 p.m. This is P.O.C. That is Union Pacific engaging in the P.O.C. It's audible activity and directed light. And I'm at the B&G Plaza. You cannot hear that train at 630 North Fern. License plate 8SQM272. AB273, I believe, handicap. 8FIT072. 8NFL118. 7JHU923. 7NUU152. 6CPU452. 93781L1. Again, let me read that one again. 93781L1, a particularly pathetic demon. 6WDP893, I believe, or 823. I can't really see that one. They're so pathetic. They're in directed light. That's Satan, though. That is. It's important to understand that Satan is pathetic. Satan is the master of what is nothing but bravado, okay, talking big, acting big, scared as heck, okay, and pathetic stalking, license 06098E3. It's 7:11 p.m.
Normally, it's not a
8SGY520.
but normally I handle it and tell like, don't worry about it. We got it all.
7AVC966.
Saturday is your last day there. But no, the
6WDP383 crossing path again. We're driving westbound to Stater Brothers. So I want to be clear, the license plate that I'm reading, they're in the traffic lane, and the shadow of their vehicles, this is supposedly nighttime, right? The shadows of their vehicles is reaching all the way to the sidewalk, past beyond the vehicle that is in, while they're crossing path, driving in front, their shadows are reaching across the lane, touching on the sidewalk in front of the car. I just want to be clear. That's not light coming from any street lamp. That's called engineered light. The same conduct where the magnified size of shadows of vehicles on 403 West G Street, that's engineered light. This is stalking in traffic. 8DQC662, 7VOJ518, DE583. And it's absolutely, they look like the goofy, they look stupid. I'm showing demons in their true raw form, and they are nothing but stalkers. 8FSY379. It is 7:16 p.m. Alright, this is Starbucks located at 111 North Vineyard Avenue. That's open 24 hours according to the internet and the absence of any signage on that building. And this is generally the hours of the Starbucks that is open. It's currently 7:32 a.m. So I want to be clear with regard to knowledge of my arrival and the ongoing pattern of conduct. And 8PDD589. This is a white woman engaging in surveillance, stopped in front of the Starbucks, and now you have them patrolling to the entrance when it has been intentionally closed down. 7ZDB783. And this is relevant to the pattern of conduct. The fake sun is over the Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard. 8JBP519. ALLME16. 7EZC730. 8VWL596. 7ZCT777, 7KJE793, DT374, handicap, 8YFM5, let's see, 84, 8AQK067, 8RTW879. And I want to be clear, there's no signage on the front of the Starbucks doors. It is published on the internet, as has been the case, that it's open 24 hours. These are minions who are in relevant position lined up outside of the drive-through, and the cafe, the dine-in cafe itself, is closed down. I want to publish that on my podcast. Starbucks is engaged in P.O.C, and this is the same exact venue that I've already shown. Directed light is inside. All they're doing is monitoring. This is the conduct of entities. As the entity is aware of the fact of where I'm going, everywhere that I'm going, it's a matter of public information subject to surveillance. And this is what is relevant to what is harassment, while they want to engage in avoiding being documented, which it's not avoiding being documented. The fake sun is over their venue, and it is intentionally closed, absent any explanation, all right, and outside of what is the ordinary business hours and the ordinary conduct of business such as Starbucks, while their drive-thru is full, but the dine-in is locked down, and there's no signage, nothing about hours on the doors itself. I just want to be clear. Engaging in that randomness, just abrupt closure, providing any sort of excuse as to why, i.e. Fontana Lewis Library, okay? I'm just giving you an example. This is a pattern, especially as I am documenting and revealing and prosecuting surveillance in the state of California. And Starbucks is engaging in that P.O.C. I'm arriving, it is currently 7:35 a.m., and this is stalking. They're sitting around in the drive-thru, maintaining presence in the specific environment, and Starbucks is closed down in order to exclude me from being able to enter the dine-in, all right? And it is ordinarily open. It is supposed to be open, all right? It is currently 7:35 a.m., and I will show you what is the fake sun. This is Washington license plates, C19706W. All right, license plate, CA79P78 paper, 6XTM705. Outside of Stater Brothers I'm sorry, not Stater Brothers, wrong venue. The state's fake sun is usually there at this time. Outside of Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue, I did document what is the closure of that dine-in right now and the buildup in the drive-thru, which is relevant positioning. This is the group stalking by the people. And you're looking at what is both directed light and the fake sun at 111 North Vineyard Avenue, okay? Including what are blackface minions engaging in this targeting system with law enforcement. 8WBH830s on video, 6XTM705. I read those license plate already, but I want to be clear. This is what you're looking at on video as I captured it at approximately 7:35 in the morning, and the state's fake sun is east of all of the locations that I'm showing you where I go in the morning. 630 North Fern, the Stater Brothers, the Ontario Village Shopping Center where the state is keeping its fake sun over that parking lot, the B&G Plaza, the 630 North Fern where the state, I documented keeping its fake sun for the duration of the day over that street, over that vehicle that I'm inside of, 7CGS896. And the state following from that address, okay, with the fake sun at this hour. I just want to document. Okay, so let me break down what this conduct is. First of all, Starbucks is the entity. Starbucks is a part of the entity. So you're talking about what are minions that are already aware of the fact that Starbucks is not open. So you're talking about what is pacing back and forth to the door, doing so under the fake sun, in directed light for purposes of engaging in the P.O.C, engaging in what is literally engaging in the conduct on behalf of the state to engage in ongoing stalking. And these are demons. And that's exactly what I captured on video. You're looking at demons that are pacing around in directed light. Ontario Police Vehicle 1875 under the fake sun, crossing path, driving south on Vineyard Avenue right now at 7:41 a.m. This is let me get this license plate. Via Mar, Mariscos Seafood, group stalking in the adjacent parking lot. License 7KHS524, 5RNW854. Monitoring with third parties congregated at Starbucks, PNR1988. This is not about Starbucks coffee. This is about state surveillance. That's why the fake sun is there and directed light is there. 7CGS896. ALLME16, driving in the shade and directed light across toward me into the shade while they are leaving the venue of the Starbucks now after loitering, remaining in the line for the Starbucks. It's not about coffee. All right, that's why those demonic elements are there. These are demons that are stalking, engaging in ongoing terrorism, including the Ontario Police Department under the fake sun at Vineyard and Hall Boulevard. 8454 2S1, 7DTD 679. 8BFT997. FedEx is crossing path, driving from Vineyard onto Hope Boulevard toward the 10 freeway. License plate. I can't really see that one. 8JDY198. All right, these demons patrolling out of the driveway now instead of just sitting around in the drive-through line. 7 PDD 589. All right, and that's because I'm standing on the sidewalk. And I want to be clear, this is the same street. This is Vineyard. Understand, I documented the Motel 6 on this street, Vineyard. And this is August of 2021. The state's fake son was maintaining presence over me after leaving the Ontario Police Department. 5XDK004, 7XXU223, 8XMJ610, 7TWY616, 8ROP376. And the state's fake son over the Ontario Police Department, demons, engaging in state surveillance and terrorism, following to this Motel 6 right up here on Vineyard Avenue in Ontario, 8UIE897, 59437H3, 8AUN042, and the state's fake son following from place to place, just like I documented in August of 2021. After this same entity that I'm documenting now engaged in kidnapping, and I was released from that kidnapping via a fictitious prosecution, and the demons of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, the demons of the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, the demons of the Ontario Police Department engaging in kidnapping by an entity. That's what it is, where state surveillance is underway and you're engaging in the criminal acts of trying to obstruct justice. That's why you engage in fictitious prosecutions, trying to artificially engineer cases in order to maintain my status as kidnapped. All right, no legal basis whatsoever, from an illegal arrest to an entirely fake case. ATCW 309, in operation of her communication device while stalking in the path. DM2 H486. And this same Motel 6, this is what I'm stating with regard to the absence of any relevance. Oh, no, it's not absence of relevance. It is directly relevant for purposes of what is establishing what is none other than satanic conduct. You're witnessing the operation of Satan over the environment. You're witnessing the demon possessed, and it is a fake son. The actual son is not present on this side of Vineyard Avenue. And in August of 2021, I'm capturing it at 5 o'clock in the evening over that same Motel 6. This is the same street, LSM Hart DKM. License plate 8HBN741. Let alone the state's fake son is never present over this location, as I have shown in my documentation, as I have not since returned to Vineyard Avenue during the day, where the state's fake son is remaining over me in Ontario on Hall Boulevard. License 7GJW877, 8L34642, 05774Y2, 6PQS589, 8 URE425. The state's fake son aiming what is impossible light inside of that hotel room of Motel 6. The state is keeping its fake son 12308 and 2. That's Best Western Plus crossing path. They're patrolling. They left out of the parking lot as I walked toward the sidewalk, and they're driving back. They're engaging in what is pacing back and forth. All right. I want to speak to what is the entity engaging in that conduct at the same venue under what is a fake sun. And if the actual sun is not going to be on one street in the morning and then on the opposite side of what is the Motel 6, which is on this street, as I documented in August of 2021. This is not the sun that's also showing, but let me be clear, the specific venue that I documented, and that's an ongoing analysis, and that is documentation that already exists. August of 2021, the demons of the Ontario Police Department are crossing path under the fake sun, and doing so under the fake sun that was over that Ontario Police Department, as I documented that August 17th, August 18th. All right. License plate 47053D3. That's 2021, and that is the same indication of what is demon possession by those who are affiliated with the Ontario Police Department, 7HLC826. And the fake sun in the morning and in the afternoon and the evening, as I went to 2500 South Archibald, the demons of the Ontario Police Department. License plate 7TRJ154, okay, puppets of Satan. That's why that fake son was over that Ontario Police Department, and it is the same exact P.O.C. as we went from the Ontario Police Department to what is the Motel 6 right here on Vineyard Avenue. License plate AR47722, I believe. That's an out-of-state, and there is no vantage point where the actual sun is ever remaining here. It is 7:47 p.m. The state is keeping its fake sun on Hope Boulevard over the 630 North Fern. That specific address, 7PYB427. All right, so like I said, this is ongoing cumulative documentation. You're witnessing what is Satan in operation. This is just like I was telling you and expounding upon. You're witnessing not just a prosecution. This is Satan. These are demons. And it does not matter what that race of that particular puppet of Satan is. Those puppets are creating false narratives, deceiving you, talking about it's some Black Lives Matter as to why a law enforcement officer is breaking the law, violating constitutional rights, and it's not. They are demon possessed and they're targeting American citizens. It's Satan. They are puppets of Satan. It has nothing to do with their race. 7JVY808, because these blackface demons are out here targeting with law enforcement. They're demons together. They are puppets of Satan as one. The same demented demonic condition. 6NLE443. They are under the same fake sun, engaging in the same stalking conduct with the same directed light, which is impossible to naturally be occurring. What is this impossibility? What is this the synonym for? What am I speaking of? You're witnessing demonic activity, demon possession. All right. And it has nothing to do with some Black Lives Matter narrative in the state of California. Demons are engaging in state surveillance and terrorism, and doing so with the government. 8KCU 816, and the criminal conduct of law enforcement is not premised upon some racial bias. This is based on what are demons engaging in criminal conduct. All right. This is targeting by law enforcement who are of demon possession. And that is why a fake sun is over them, telling on their condition, telling on their criminal conduct and the surveillance that they're engaged in. 8SPU 791, 8JAE 252, 7TLK 478, monitoring with the Ontario Fire Department. Sounding sirens under the fake sun. 6S 88705, the fake sun that's right here at Vineyard and Hope Boulevard. Alrighty, just like you saw the Ontario Fire Department driving past me in 2020 under the fake sun that was on Hope Boulevard as I was walking to from 435 South Bonneview, and directed light is across the pavement. The fake sun is on this same street in the morning. That's exactly what they did right now. 1576205, and it's no distraction. You already know that those are demons. 8WBX233 is monitoring with those demons of the fire department. These are demons that are scrambling in all manner of direction. You're talking about what is federal prison and getting rid of such cockroaches who are in positions that they have no business in. 7WBT096, there's no fire. Sirens stop after they pass me. YP28650, directed light on the ground in the shade as they pass me. They're passing me under what is a fake sun that's over me at Vineyard and Holt Boulevard. All right, those are demons that are targeting me. Those are puppets of Satan. Okay, license plate 8UNX053. And let me be clear, Starbucks is still engaging in the criminal conduct of surveillance and federal stalking. Terrorism, 8XHU442, closing down their cafe is not diminishing that. It's not in any way departing from the pattern of conduct. The fake sun is over their venue, and all I got to do is take a picture of that. 8LXN380. I got even better than that. I have video, and I've already documented them. All these demons do are patrol in and out of that Starbucks in directed light, which is what I've already documented. I've already documented that, so this is how you know what you're doing at any place. This is ongoing demonic activity, state surveillance, Satan engaging in keeping tabs on you in your neighborhood Starbucks, and then you've got the cowards affiliated with that company aware and locking out, trying to exclude from that cafe. I want to be clear, it's the doors are locked, and you have what are other minions that are then patrolling up to the door. Oh, what is going? Let me be. These demons are not perplexed. They're not confused about the time that it's open. This is an ongoing pattern. Okay, this is a pattern as I'm documenting state surveillance. TCHIKMA 8UTD270 8WMH029, and it's also understood as part of the pattern of conduct that's directly relevant at where the state is engaging in placing a fake sign over your venue and directed light is documented. So I just want to be clear, you can claim whatever you want, whatever it is. It really doesn't matter. This is talking about what is the ongoing surrounding evidence and the fake sun and directed light and the demons that are of the law enforcement division and of the fire departments, their demonic activity, all of this surrounding your venue. That's what's actually probative, and that's what's revealing what is actually underway and how that's going to be prosecuted as the harassment and the ongoing terrorism that you are engaging in and surveillance that you're engaging in. All right, that's what's going to declare that, not some audible activity in claim 4 AQL LTR, I believe. Can't really see that one. Anyway, it's 7:52 p.m. and 7:52 a.m. and the state's fake sun is up here at the intersection of Vineyard and Holt Boulevard, where you hear demons under a fake sun and in directed light. Are the confessions of demons. It's literally Satan holding up a sign saying, I'm right here, I'm right here, I'm right here. License 8UTD270 is loitering at the Starbucks in the drive-thru. RXU7037. License 8UIE897, 8L34642. 8LXN380. And this license plate is Georgia, RXU7037. 8XHU442. AWBX233, 7TRJ154. Just want to make sure I read all of these minions that are sitting around in a drive-thru. This is the stalking conduct. Understand what is Andy's Burgers when I'm at the B&G Plaza. The state's fake sun is over the Andy's Burgers, and what are minions doing? They're sitting around in a drive-thru. That's not any form. The fake sun is over them. Why is it? It's clearly not over. It is not coexisting with being anywhere over the B&G Plaza or over the Stater Brothers parking lot. It's right here at the Starbucks where they're engaging in state surveillance. Okay? 8HBN741, including 8WBX233, whose license plate I already read. They're driving off, engaging in audible activity creation, maintaining presence in the path. All they're doing is engaging in stalking. All right, maintaining presence all around. 7ZCT777 LSM Heart DKM. Yeah, I read all these. Just want to make sure. Patrolling on the opposite side. They're just manning the path. Directed light across the county of San Bernardino Child Support Services. This is a demon. 6KJE793. 5USN529. It's 7:54 a.m. No license plate on the front, just Georgia plates on the back of this black Jeep Patriot. Yeah. RXU7037. Yeah, this demon 5USN529 who is stalking in the parking lot, and as they drive by a building, directed light appears at the top of that building. Again, that building is the 191. That's the address of the County of San Bernardino Child Support Services, impossible light activity. While they are then getting in the line of Starbucks. So I want to be clear, they're stalking in the path and just getting in line to monitor with and engaging group stalking with Starbucks. That's the reality of that. That's all that's underway. 7SVC446. Okay, so first of all, I want to read this. This says store hours Friday, January 21st, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Saturday, January 22nd, 8:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. These are handwritten store hours on the window of the drive-thru. And this is not placed on the front door. I want to be clear, placed on the drive-thru where people are not, they have to get through the drive-thru in order to see the store hours. That doesn't make any sense. This is 7ZCT777 who's stalking. Let me show you this though. So what I captured images of is the placement of handwritten notes with regard to the daily, to the store hours. This is something that a minion just scratched out and taped up to the piece of paper, not on the front door. It's taped up to the drive-thru window. And this is also something that is indicative of that which was just brought up at the last minute. Because understand, I'm in Tracy Banks' car this morning, and at the last minute I say, can you take me to Starbucks? And so you have what is the absence of any signage on the door, placing a sign on the drive-thru where people are ordinarily coming into as well the dining area, and the absence of any signage on the front door is also out of order. You have what are minions that are just pacing to the front door and back. They're all stalking under a fake sun, right? They're walking to the front door because what is the assumption? They don't know that Starbucks is closed, so let me go walk up and go see. Let me be clear, this is the demon's form of pacing. All right. These old crusty demons are in license plate 8FDA450. Okay. So I just want to be clear. I took a picture of that because you have them placing no sign on the front door where most people are going to go to the front door, just like I did. All right. You have what is keeping what is a sign that is not informing most people who are coming. If you supposedly have these hours that are planned, and if you've already had them planned since before this morning, then why wouldn't it already be clearly visible on the front door where people can clearly see it instead of building up traffic in your drive-thru? If this was the case, I mean, all right? If this wasn't some abrupt closure based on my coming to your venue and the fact that I'm going to document the fake sun and the directed light and the demons that you are and the demons that you are monitoring with, 7DUL474. And let me be clear, that is speaking to what is the knowledge. As I'm just pointing out common sense, the fact that they have no signage on their doors, the fact that Starbucks is open 24 hours a day, the fact that their drive-thru is built up and it looks like crickets, it looks like a desert place. Inside of the cafe, lights out, nobody's visible in there. That is not coincidental when you are documenting a government engaging in state surveillance, okay? Scratching out a sign and putting it on the drive-through windows is not confusing these minions. This is Satan that's patrolling all around. They look like cockroaches. They're going in every manner of direction. This is pacing around in directed light. They're stalking. License plate, and they've been sitting in the drive-through line. They're not confused. There's nobody at the drive-through window understand this is blatant stalking conduct. They were just sitting there waiting for me to realize, okay, now once I read that sign and I took a picture, these fools are sitting at the drive-thru. If nobody's at the Starbucks, then what are you ordering? Why are you sitting there at the speaker if nobody's there? 8UTD270, 8SJX221. So as I read that sign, as I take a picture of it, then you have them scrambling all around like, oh, I guess they're not open. What have they been doing? I'm gonna tell you what they've been doing. They've been engaging in stalking. They've been sitting there engaging in babysitting on behalf of the state, maintaining presence. That's what they've been doing. Because if nobody's working, you see employees, you guys work here? Okay, so the employees are just now arriving. Somebody's scratching out a sign, putting it on the drive-through window. So why have they been sitting there at speakers where nobody is present? I've been here since before 7:30. I'm showing you the fake sun. What have they been doing? I told you what they've been doing. You see the fake sun in the directed light. That's how you know what they've been doing. All right, these minions are engaging in stalking. All right, and doing so on behalf of the state. That's why the Ontario Police, that's why the Ontario Fire Department, that's why the fake sun, that's why directed light, that's why all of those hallmarks are present. You're talking about upon my noticing it and I'm taking a picture, then all of those minions all of a sudden at the same time, all the way to the back of the line, now everybody learned that there's nobody at the speaker. So what they've been doing, they've been sitting in the line. I read those license plates a long time ago. Okay, you're talking about what is engaging in stalking me. All right, and knows what I realize at the moment that I realize, and oh, I guess they're close, so we're going to leave now. Everybody's leaving. It's actually a matter of what is relevant positioning. They're demons that are pacing all around. That's stalking. They're psychopaths, and like I said, everything that they are doing is based on me. This blackface demon, 8NTM386, 8UZP715, and it's entirely pathetic. It is entirely pathetic. 8EXW501. So either way that you want to put it, you're talking about what is engaging in maintaining presence. If Starbucks is suddenly changing their hours, all right, you've got no signage on the doors indicating that. And that would be the first thing that you would do. But second of all, you're talking about what are the minions. Let me be clear. I'm going to point this out, okay? Because this is coordinated, concerted conduct. Even if you want to claim Starbucks is not open, the drive-thru open later, say that this was already the case beforehand, whatever. But I'm not even going to go into that. It's very much likely not the case. But like I said, anyway, you have what is emptying out the cafe real quick, everybody driving off and making it look like a desert place, like nobody is here. 8UZP715 leaving, 8HBN741 leaving, Heart RMADSN leaving. I want to be clear, you have what is the absence of any signage on the front door. All right. And so you have what is a buildup of the drive-thru when supposedly nobody is open in the cafe. So the assumption is maybe the drive-thru is open, but the dine-in area is closed. But however, you're talking about what is a sign that's placed on the drive-thru window, and you've got a maintenance of buildup of traffic in the drive-thru. So what are these minions doing? It's not a mystery sitting there and nobody's talking to you on the speaker of the drive-thru. This is not being retarded. Excuse me. By retarded, I'm referencing minions. I'm not speaking to, I'm not trying to be insensitive with regard to those who have mental capacities. But you're talking about what is not lacking any ability to perceive. This is nothing but stalking. 8EXW501, okay? And so you have what is the arrival in front of me of Starbucks employees. That doesn't mean that nobody is in the Starbucks. You don't make any assumptions. You're dealing with criminals. You're dealing with demons. You're dealing with those who are engaging in surveillance and know every move that I'm making, anticipate everywhere that I'm going, okay? So you are, so first of all, keep that in mind. But second of all, you have, even under such circumstances, even if Starbucks literally is engaging in closure and changing their hours for the next few days, why wouldn't they put the sign in the front door? Okay, that's common sense. Second of all, you have what is keeping it concealed inside of the depths of their drive-thru. And not only that, you have what is maintaining presence in a long line wrapped around the building. That's relevant positioning under the fake sun and indirect light, where you're going to not only notice that nobody's answering you on the speaker if nobody's present, and you're talking about what is nobody driving forward to the drive-through window to see that signage. You're talking about, let me be clear, let me point out, as I took that picture and I approached that window, this is when you have the license plate who I read at that time, and I had already read their license plate. You're talking about what is them sitting there that whole time, acting like they are discovering at the same time that I discover that there is a sign scratching out adjusted hours for Starbucks, and the whole time they're just sitting there. That is not how it works. Okay, that's not how it works. And that is engaging in what is the stalking activity of the demon possessed. Let me tell you something. This is what I'm telling you, everything I'm breaking down for you, what they're doing, what they appear to want to be focused on. These are bad actors. Everything. This is the life of con men. They are demons, first of all, and they are bad actors. And this is an example of it. Okay, they are very bad actors. Knowing that the Starbucks is engaging in acting as though they're closed and they're not available at the drive-thru. So then why are you sitting there in line forever? Why are people sitting there at a speaker where nobody's present? And then I'm sitting here, and this is when Starbucks is coincidentally arriving. Starbucks is arriving as I witness and take a picture of those scratched out hours. Starbucks, and let me be clear, everything that they do on purpose. They know that I'm documenting it. All right, but I'm still pointing out what is common sense. This is the P.O.C. period. But let me point out the fact of how they are bad actors. Okay, you're sitting for in excess of 30 minutes since I've been here wrapped around the building, and you're doing it under the fake sun and indirect light. This is P.O.C. But not even more, even so more than that, you have what is the absence of any signage on the front door. Okay, so why wouldn't you put signage on the front door? You're only putting it on the drive-thru, and then all the minions who are stalking in the drive-thru are intentionally not going forward to the drive-thru window to see those scratched out hours. They're staying at a speaker where nobody is answering them. That doesn't even make any sense. And every single last one of them, they're all sitting there in line, just waiting. They're not waiting, they're stalking, okay? And these are demons who are very bad actors. This is state surveillance. It's state surveillance. Doing whatever means to engage in maintenance on behalf of the state. And while they're engaging in this stalking with the state, that was the fire department, the demons that they are, crossing path under the fake sun that's over this venue, 8YEH298. That was with directed light and siren stopping after they are passing me. I'm the focus. They're stalking. 7VXU725, 6SOC226. And it is the absence of any coincidence while Starbucks arrives. And then again, these are employees who want to be visibly seen as they are listening to me point out the lack of common sense that's exercised when they're engaging in very highly likely just packing up and leaving from the venue before I get here in order to give me this address and like it's closed down. All right. But then you've got all the, okay, so why don't you have a sign that's stating that you're closed down? And why are you published on the internet as open 24 hours a day? And third of all, most importantly, the fake sun and directed light is over your venue. And then not only that, then you have some sign that's in the depths of your drive-thru as opposed to being clearly seen on your front door, which is also formed for these demons who are monitoring with Starbucks. And this is the form for them to pace in and out of their car. Everybody going out to investigate. Oh, is Starbucks closed? This is not the reality of that. This is understand. This is one entity. They are acting as one. You're talking about what is the bad acting as though they are supposed to be ignorant. This is the appearance that they are supposed to be individuals acting, a company separate from what, no, but this is not the case. This is state surveillance. These are demons, 50739E2 included. Okay. And they are aware of what is going on. It is focused on engaging in stalking with the state on behalf of the state. All right. So that's what I want to point out. And and again, it is also beyond a coincidence, the timestamp of the picture that I took. This is when you have this minion that approaches 8SEF727 after they're just stalking in the drive-thru. All right, waiting for me to notice, because once I notice, then that means it's going to be part two with regard. We're going to stalk, but we got to do something else now because she's seen the sign. All right, I've seen the sign. So the moment that I see the sign is when a vehicle drives forward to witness the sign, and then everybody drives away, and nobody knew that it was closed, even though you're sitting there at a speaker that nobody is addressing, nobody is answering, nobody's getting you any drinks, and you're just sitting there for an excess of 35 minutes the entire time I've been here, just like I showed you on video. All right, the black-faced demon has laser lights shooting in front of his car, 7FLW635, 8VVH456. And all of them all they're doing is engaging in stalking. That's all they're doing is engaging in surveillance. All right, and then you have what is Starbucks that arrives to place the sign now on the front door, keeping the cafe locked. They're listening to me point out everything as I'm pointing it out. So I just want to break all that all the way down. It is the pattern of conduct. It is directly relevant with regard to what you're doing with your hours of operation, because you don't want to be documented as the demons that you are, engaging in state surveillance with the government, as the government, in the shoes of the government, and with the people of the state who are psychopaths sitting around stalking with you, ordering drinks from you while you're all stalking together. It's 8SDN 679. 7FLW 635 engaged in loitering, sitting in the back of the parking lot, now driving out. That's a means of crossing path, all of them going into the drive-thru. All right, so you have what are Starbucks employees now inside of the venue, which is visibly seen to me. That does not mean that nobody was already inside. Placing a sign on that drive-through window, okay? Not placing it on the front door, because I have already observed the front door. Understand, all of this I'm just thoroughly breaking down. This is common sense, and this is the reality when you're dealing with psychopaths, when you're dealing with inherently deceptive creatures. Satan is a liar. 13472 into, and Satan thinks that it is cunning. You can have as many minions as you want. All right, you're talking about what are bad liars. They're con men living an entire lie, okay? While you're sitting around in a goofy environment like it's, again, like it's Star Trek at Starbucks. All right, it's pathetic. All right, it's literally sitting around in a drive-thru being a stalker. This crusty old white-faced demon is sitting around monitoring CA40L59. That's a paper plate on this Lexus SUV. She's been loitering. 8UJB 362, and she's been loitering while that ongoing light activity is all over the building. She's stalking. She's just sitting around listening to me, engaging in ongoing monitoring with communication devices. All right, so license plate. It is, by the way, 8:10 a.m. 8RVP843. You have a team of minions that arrive working for Starbucks. As I point out, there are little scratched out hours on the drive-through window, arriving and keeping the doors locked, congregating in front of the doors. As I point that out, that's not a coincidence, okay? And then placing a sign on the door, keeping the doors locked. So I just want to point that out. 7ZHS285, 7YGF822, 8BQG779, demons that are patrolling in directed light. It is 8:10 in the morning. The state's fake sun 24 hours ago is over 630 North Fern. The state is keeping a fake sun over that venue and in the windshield of the car as she is driving south on Fern Avenue, and then she drives west on Holt Boulevard. The state is keeping the fake sun in alignment, just like I showed you on video. These minions are here engaging in state surveillance under a fake sun, feigning ignorance as to the closure of Starbucks, who was abruptly closing down their dine-in area, scratching out hours that they're not posting on the front door, and the rest of these demons that are stalking over here under the fake sun that's not over 630 North Fern. This is how you are knowing what is actually underway, and I'm breaking down the bad acting skills of the demon-possessed who are engaging in state surveillance. And you have what is them crossing path in directed light and under that fake sun that is not possibly at the same time remaining over the vehicle while it is already at the Starbucks. I'm capturing the fake sun in directed light that fills Stater Brothers at approximately 8:11 in the morning after having already driven to Stater Brothers from 630 North Fern. 79344B3. Alrighty, capturing video because I want you to see what I documented yesterday at 8:11 a.m. was that which is under the fake sun, which you already know. Okay, because sunlight is not reaching underneath structures into the depths of that grocery store. It's impossible light. Not keeping strips of light across the ceiling in front of that Stater Brothers. All right, not touching onto the doorways, creating double and triple shadows on the doors reaching underneath the structure in order to even get to that point inside of the store, and then onto the doorways. I've showed you direct light inside of the depths of that grocery store. It's nothing but demons. All right, nothing but state surveillance and their violent sex offenders. Stater Brothers is not a family market. It's not a family venue. They're engaging in criminal conduct and their violent sex offenders. That's why that which is not the sun is captured in that video, and that which is not sunlight fills the inside of that venue. Ontario police adjacent in the parking lot of Morisco Seafood via Mar right now under the fake sun, monitoring with the minion that is U527HZ, Utah. That's the bald-headed, black-faced little midget. He's a Negro, all right? Monitoring and engaging in stalking and surveillance with law enforcement. So like I said, you have what is the fake sun that's over that Stater Brothers, whereas I remain at that Stater Brothers. I show you on video the state's fake sun in the window driving as she's driving west on Holt Boulevard. And then you have what is the state's fake sun that remains stationary over me at the B&G Plaza, not moving to this point of what is Holt Boulevard at Vineyard and Holt, which, by the way, does not remain stationary in alignment with Starbucks. While this minion that's driving the Omnitrans bus that I'm on yesterday at the Circle K, the state's fake sun is remaining on the passenger side of that bus. Okay, 8 DRP 362. This is the beauty of documentation. That is the revealing of the demon possession of the Ontario police, who are stalking as well in this parking lot adjacent to these demons under the fake sun who are patrolling. 8XTH076. The state's fake sun is not stationary over the Starbucks. It is not over this portion of Holt Boulevard whatsoever. It is remaining at B&G Plaza, where Omnitrans is molesting. And then I get on that bus and I show you the fake sun as I am leaving B&G Plaza, which is after 8 a.m. All right. You have what is still at this time 8:18 in the morning. The state's fake sun is still at the B&G Plaza, which is what I capture on video while I'm on the bus. Okay. And you have what is leaving from that venue. The state's fake sun, as I have already shown in video, is remaining on what is the the passenger side of the bus as I am sitting on the bus, and the bus is driving east on Holt Boulevard and then turning onto Vineyard Avenue. It is not stationary over what is the S.I.I.S cafe in alignment with the Starbucks. All right. It is not remaining stationary because that's why it's over the B&G Plaza as I'm getting on the bus. That's why it's over the B&G Plaza while Omnitrans and the rest of these third parties whose license plate I routinely document while they're crossing path, being the sex offenders that they are, that you see them doing now, touching with what is impossible light activity, because that's not even the sun. And that's also not something that's going to occur even if the actual sun was over the sky space, which it's not. Because 24 hours ago, if that was the actual sun, I wouldn't be able to capture it over here at this intersection. It would be remaining over the B&G Plaza. It would be remaining over the Stater Brothers while she's still en route. We're still at that venue, haven't yet driven to what is the B&G Plaza, which is all of this is east on Holt Boulevard. By the way, you're paying attention to something. The state is keeping a fake sun on a very precise location on one street in one city. And that is how you're able to analyze that as well. That's not the sun. It's very precise with regard to where it is, and it's over me. And it also coexists with what is directed light. That is what is direct evidence surrounding all of these demons who I'm documenting by license plate, let alone the video documentation that you are looking at with your own eyes with directed light. Sunlight isn't shooting like a laser off of and then not only shooting off like a laser off of your vehicle, my shadow, when I'm not even walking in that directed light, is moving. This is engineered light. This is demonic. Okay? These are demons. Just like the demons of the Ontario Police Department who are patrolling around in the parking lot of the seafood restaurant right over here. All right? Monitoring with these demons that I'm identifying by license plate. All right? Who the Ontario Police Department are is already known. They're demons. And I've also shown you that August of 2022, you want to witness demonic activity. You want to know about the demon possession of the Ontario Police. Look at the video of the fake sun over their police department. Satan owns the Ontario Police Department. They are puppets. Okay? They are the living dead. All right, they are engaged in the deeds of death, deeds of darkness, and they are in positions that they have no business in. Okay, this is not only serving to what is going to be the prosecution and federal imprisonment of those of that agency engaging in what is kidnapping. They are dangerous psychopaths engaging in obsessive stalking, and it is based on their condition, which is demon possession. All right. And they are demon possessed under the same fake sun in directed light and ongoing admission of the demon possessed who are engaging in criminal conduct. And that's why you have what is not possibly the sun remaining here at 111 North Vineyard Avenue, where Starbucks wants to close down their cafe all of a sudden, and they don't even put up appropriate signage in order to represent and at least not look like they closed it down at the drop of a dime because they knew that I was coming. Okay. And that's also indicated by the fake sun that's over their venue in directed light. And also, by the way, the stalking conduct of law enforcement and the fire department. It's an ongoing hallmark. What you are and what you're doing. All right, license 8XFS 651 7PZG 969, 7PZG 969. 8YXL 815. 8VAN 074. Demon, creating noise, indirected light under the fake sun. License plate 1899837. License 87859F2. Touching with directed light. 8KLX008, touching as well. They're all sex offenders. All right, and this one having what is a flag on his vehicle, United States Navy. This United States Navy Marine Corps is a demon. He's a violent sex offender. Getting out to go to with the Starbucks employee in his vehicle. They're demons. 87859F2 is the sex offender. Nobody of honor whatsoever. They're puppets of Satan. All right, engaging in a molestation, and they're doing so under what is a fake sun. That's how I'm able to get that license plate. The pattern of conduct is already established, and it is not changing with that demon who has stickers of being in the Navy and Marine Corps on their vehicle. It does not matter. They're puppets of Satan. All right, and let me be clear, that is the type of identity that Satan relies on for credibility and importance and status in the world while they are engaging in what is demonic conduct. Satan wanting to keep tabs on you, monitoring you as American citizens, doing so in violation of the law while representing outwardly that they are somebody of stature, otherwise above suspicion, and they're not. They're demons. They're puppets. 8YJC182, and that's why that puppet is molesting with directed light and is under a fake sun just like every other inferior demon-possessed stalker. Okay, license 7SBS056. All right, and that one has a demon affiliated with Starbucks getting out of their car, crossing path with a communication device. That's Starbucks engaging in the P.O.C. All right, it's currently 8:23 a.m. License plate 8YJC182, 8XTH076, 8NGL003, 8YXL815. Just want to make sure I read all of these. 8YJC182, 8CBW939, I tell you, everywhere I go, activity follows, because I mean, they're literally stalking, but you're talking about what should also be thanks, because you're talking about a buildup of business everywhere I go, because these demons use whatever open venue as a means for stalking. So you'll have some little rinky-dink 98-cent store. If it's in relevant position, everybody will go to that rinky-dink 98-cent store, all right, because they're stalking. And they get a whole bunch of business. 6NPG139, 6NVD408. And so this is supposed to be the same conduct. There is no form. They are sitting in line in a drive-thru in direct light and under a fake sun. And the direct evidence of the fact of that you are a demon and that you are under a fake sun and doing nothing but engaging in surveillance, showing what is your actually your disturbed mental state, 8BJG805, and the threat that you pose as a terrorist, because that's exactly how you're going to be prosecuted while you're engaging in the state system, because this is how it looks. And this is stripping down the demons and the psychopaths, the creatures, the animals that they are, because this is the whole form under which it's supposed to be right in your face and you're not even knowing what's going on. So that's not what the case is now. It's direct evidence that they're under what is a light source. They are puppets of Satan, because you're witnessing demonic activity. You're witnessing Satan in the environment. You're witnessing Satan operating over people, and they're doing so while in plain sight. All right, I just wanted to get those little crusty white-faced demons. 7SBS056, stalking and monitoring. Engaging in what is making a U-turn right here to engage in activity creation. Nevada license plate 011H52, and all of them have directed light bouncing toward me. These are demons who are focused on me. They're all inferior. They're all stalking. They're all being prosecuted and identified as such, okay? You're going to understand the threat that they pose. They're psychopaths. This is the operation of Satan over people. They're not normal people. These are very dangerous criminals engaging in obsessive stalking by virtue of remaining present, doing so under what is direct evidence. Any normal person, any smart person that also knows about evidence that's against you, and this is some serious evidence, and these are also very, very serious allegations. You're talking about people that are going to federal prison, they're not getting out, okay? And also the creation of legislation based on the conduct as you understand the demon possessed. Any smart person would slowly back away. Okay, you're understanding. Let me be clear. The obsession of what is Satan, the obsessive stalking activity of the demon possessed. I'm going to prosecute them with that evidence, because while you remain and insist on stalking, because that's what you're doing in direct light and under a fake sun, that is exactly how I'm going to prosecute you, because that's exactly what your conduct is demonstrating and the threat that it is posing on behalf of the state, while you are all together monitoring and listening to every syllable that I'm uttering about your condition and about your criminal conduct. Period. You don't have any form acting like you're sitting around. You're not acting around ignorant, and you have no reasonable basis to feign ignorance under what is an entirely engineered environment. So you're talking about what is a psychopath, and I'm gonna prosecute you even more. I don't know, Erica Spencer. I have no idea. I've never seen her before. You're dealing with psychopaths, demons. How is it indicated? That direct evidence that I've shown you. That's not possibly the sun. That is not possibly the sun, and there is no time of year alteration of what is the sun, where it's going to be in what is the winter time now. The fake sun that's remaining over Vineyard and Hall on this side of Vineyard, and then in the evening, in the summer, in late summer, after 5 p.m., 4 to 5 p.m., remaining on the opposite side and my hotel room on Motel 6, which is on the same street. There's no change of year. That is not relevant to any time of year with regard to the sun. As you have seen since August of 2021, since I have not yet ever returned to that motel, the state's fake sun is at no time of day ever over that venue. It is remaining over me where I'm in the city of Fontana, the Fontana Lewis Library, at around this time, 5 p.m., or on Omnitrans. All right, and it's remaining central over that venue, whatever venue that is, remaining, hovering, hunkering down in front of the Ovid Family Community Library. All right, remaining over 630 North Fern, the Montclair Plaza. While I'm at that is not in any way aiming into the hotel room of the Motel 6. I've already documented that. It has nothing to do with time of year. I'm using that analysis because you're understanding what is not possibly the sun. The sun that we know of, the sun, the only single sun, and that is speaking to what is also the direct evidence. That's not the sun that's remaining. It's right now, it's 8:28 a.m. It's remaining over the B&G Plaza. There's no way that it would ever be present over this precise corner where these stalkers are present. And they are listening to me document them. The way that federal law is going to work, as you're monitoring, the more that you want to pose a threat, the worse that your prosecution is going to be. And it's already really bad being identified as a federal group stalker, period. All right. And so this is what I'm speaking to. When you're going to deal with Satan, the animals that they are, you're going to treat them like the animals that they are. Engaging in terrorism. You want to engage in terrorism in the U.S., there's a hefty price to pay for that. And you are a terrorist of demon possession, placing another under surveillance and doing it with the government. You're going to pay for that, including companies such as Starbucks, okay? It is currently 8:29 a.m. And let me be clear, this is documentation of what is facilitation by a venue such as Starbucks, engaging in state surveillance with the minions, placing the sign on that drive-through, not placing it on the door. You're engaging in what is maintenance of relevant positioning. And let me be clear, when the government's prosecution comes down, when the people of the state are prosecuted, you're looking at how what another is doing is incriminating the other. And that is the nature of what is group conduct, by the way. All right, so you're talking about what are the demons of, for example, the United States Postal Service. You want to engage in creating light activity because you're delivering mail to Enrique's income tax. You and Enrique's income tax are engaging in the creation of that element that is serving to threaten the life of another, and you'll both be prosecuted for that. There is no form. It's not one or the other. They're monitoring together. All right. And so you're understanding how that whole system is breaking down. And while you are engaging in what is stalking in the path and directed light all over Starbucks, Starbucks is monitoring. You're pacing back and forth, engaging in ongoing crossing the path, stalking, doing so at Starbucks. All right. While they want to play tic-tac-toe with their store hours. OK, and engaging in it while I am noticing and documenting. That's not a coincidence. It's also not under a fake sun and indirected light. Okay, AVAN 074, 6NPG 139, 7MPF 229, 6ROX 341, loitering for a prolonged period while an ongoing molestation with directed light is underway, and a stationary fake sun is present. Demons just walking back and forth to the door to find out, oh, it's closed. They're not ignorant of that. You can claim ignorance all you want. The fake sun is here. You're talking about what are demons that are with a program right now, including the demons of the Ontario Police Department. Having nothing else important to do, driving around in this parking lot right here adjacent to the Starbucks because they're stalking. It's pathetic. License 8EKS 304. All of them walking to the door and walking back to and from the locked door is a demon that's pacing, and they're all engaging in that. All right, sitting around in the drive-thru is loitering in relevant position. This is surveillance, and it is surveillance under the light source. That yesterday is nowhere near this vantage point. It is as I am facing south over the B&G Plaza. That's showing the psychopaths that they are. All right. And understanding the entire operation of their whole system and the bad actors that the demon possessed are. They're not good actors. They're not at all. All right. And that's why I let the tape roll, because Satan loses bad, and Satan doesn't even have the last word. I mean, you're talking about going to shut up and going to shut all the way up. I'm going to shut these demons down because there's a bigger picture. While Satan is playing checkers, and this is chess. This is not checkers. 23292U2, directed light all over Starbucks while they are crossing path, demons. All right, and possible light in doing so, also crossing path under what is the fake sun. And you already know what directed light is, and it's streaming backwards. All right, while it's moving all across the Starbucks, and the face of Starbucks is in the shade because the fake sun is diagonal, right, like I showed on video. And this is touching surfaces with directed light. That license plate that I just read, and they're all doing the same thing. It is currently 8:32 a.m. 7MPF 229. 8SJX221, in case I didn't read these. I think I read that one already. These are the minions that went inside of Starbucks as I'm noting the absence of any signage. These are literally, they're cockroaches that are sitting around in a corner in their vehicles and immediately arrive as I'm pointing out. Why would you have a sign on the drive-thru and not on the front door? And that's why they arrived, okay? Keeping the doors of the dine-in shut down. This is ongoing P.O.C. And guess what? I'm going to document all these demons sitting around stalking, including them. 7SVC446 is still loitering. 6MMD233. This is an old white man who's been sitting in the parking lot engaging in loitering. And that is Union Pacific, yes, engaging in the P.O.C. all the way down here. This is the Jack in the Box at 1840. The Circle K at 1850 East Hope Boulevard. That's where there is a train track. Then you have what is Union Pacific using train tracks which are ordinarily not used, just like they do at the museum. Amtrak does not use those train tracks, that Ontario train station as a passenger train, using it as a means of activity creation. And what is a specific environment contributing to that environment? Demons such as license plate U5278Z is monitoring to that activity creation. All right, and Union Pacific heavily documented engaging in that conduct of terrorism. 8 VAN 074. I just want to make sure I read all these. 6G 14198. And I think I read this one already. 6NPG 139. You would think people have something else better to do, and that's what they want you to think in California. That's what they want you to think, and they don't. They're sitting around being stalkers. They don't have anything more important to do. This is what Satan is consumed with. And you understand that consumption by the fake sun that's hovering over me and the directed light that moves all around me. 8MMW 511, 7ZHS 285. And then you're dealing with psychopaths who want to engage in that stalking conduct. And okay, I guess you forgot the way that real life works. You're going to be revealed for what you're doing in the darkness, and you're going to face judgment for it. And it's like, it's one tough pill to swallow. This is no joke. All right, this is the conduct of Satan that's not ready for what is the consequences, and this has been decreed before time. 939HV handicap, an old crusty bag of bones. All right, directed light in front of the vehicle, stalking. Systematic monitoring underway. Doesn't matter what race they are or how old that crusty stalker is. It is currently 8:34 a.m. monitoring with the rest of these minions. All right, D, it's towing is crossing path. And 8FUL924, in case I didn't read that license plate. 8ULF276. Entering the parking lot as I move. 8LSR664 and 8WWU363. 8BQG779. All right, just in case I'm repeating any, I'm just making sure I'm reading all of these that are remaining at Starbucks and that are driving through. All right, you have what is just ongoing group stalking. Alrighty, it is 8:35 a.m. I'm just documenting what is ongoing pacing to the door of Starbucks, which has kept its dining door locked. And again, this is contrary to the ordinary hours of Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue. And this is also that which they did not publish. Oh, and again, I already read this. Today is Saturday, so you're talking about Saturday, January 22nd, which is today, and stating that they were going to open 8:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. and at 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. DT only, and Friday, January 21st, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. And so let me be clear, stating hours from yesterday is something that which is implying that this is something that you didn't just make up. This was something that was written out before Friday at least. All right, that's the assumption when you're referencing hours from the day prior. But I just want to be clear, you're dealing with demons. You're dealing with those who think that they are cunning. And so you make no assumptions with that. And I'm just stating, just because it's referencing hours from yesterday does not mean that it was in fact created yesterday. Just want to point that out. And secondly, you have what is the lack of common sense of putting that sign on the front door. That's not an error. I just want to be clear. That is something that is inconspicuous and could have very well been placed there after I arrived and noticed 8 NKR 112 while the state is molesting with directed light in the shade while I'm standing in front of Starbucks. I just want to point all that common sense out. I'm going to prosecute an entity, and this is relevant to what is harassment and seeking to engage in what is that harassment while you are indeed engaging in surveillance with the state. And by virtue of that criminal conduct, having the convenience of knowing where I'm headed, especially towards your venue. This is what Fontana Lewis Library engaged in. All right, you can cite whatever you want. The fake sun has been historically documented over you where you are engaging in surveillance. And it is directly relevant when you are citing whatever reason you have for closing it down, which is obstruction of justice while you are being documented, period. And it's not anything other than that, where the entity is engaging, the government is engaging in surveillance, okay? It is not anything lesser than that. All right, so like I said, it is currently 8:38 a.m., 939HV, that minion, and I did capture his image while he walks up to the door, which is locked. And that is what is for pacing. crossing a path. And also, it is maintenance of presence. But it is, I also want to document it's 8:38 a.m. and they have not even opened up their restaurant. It is 8:38 a.m. And also, you're going to remember where I'm showing you the video, the state's fake sun is remaining in the same location, not ever possibly being over what is the B&G Plaza, which is, again, the consistent documentation that I've already shown, where I'm showing you the demons of the Ontario Police Department at the Ontario Village Shopping Center. I'm pointing my camera down the street and I'm showing you what is the absence of any light source east of this location while it's right over me at the Ontario Village, and I'm documenting the demons of OPD who are stalking in the path, engaging in harassment, monitoring with the people of the state. All right, and I told them that you're going to federal prison, okay? You are going to federal prison, and I'm showing, I'm being very thorough. There is no light source over the B&G Plaza. While I'm at the B&G Plaza, at the same, I've dwindled it down to the same minute to the same hour, and I'm showing you where I was at the Ontario Village, same minute, same hour. The absence of any light source over that venue, contrary to what you are looking at while it's over my head while I'm at that venue, west of the B&G Plaza. And the fake sun is central over my head. It's not over the B&G Plaza, and I'm looking at it from that direction at the Ontario Village Shopping Center and vice versa. No, it's right over my head, moving up and down the street, just like you see on video. When I'm in the vehicle, the state is keeping a stationary light source over 111 North Vineyard Avenue, where it is directly relevant as to the inability to access that restaurant, the abrupt changing of hours, contrary to what's published on the internet, and to the ordinarily available hours of the Starbucks, I want to be clear. And also, you're talking about what is the ongoing directed light. All right, whether you want to, which you cannot. But like I said, I've been so thorough, there is no addressing with regard to what this is and what I've revealed. This is Satan, all right? First of all, that's what you're witnessing. You're witnessing that which is of Satan. Satan is literally engaging in surveillance, and Satan is using who are these people? They're third parties as you prosecute them, but these are the demon possessed, all right? CA39G46. Pacing to and from the door, monitoring with Starbucks. So like I said, you have what is engaging in that pattern of conduct under what is the stationary light source, which at this time I still remain at the B&G Plaza. And that is not mutually over the sky space of the B&G Plaza. I'm showing you the vantage point. It is over this corner of Vineyard and Holt. That is not anywhere over what is the B&G Plaza. When I'm at the B&G Plaza, I'm not facing what is from B&G Plaza. I will be facing east and showing you what is the light source, facing like the Stereo City location. Stereo City's at Sultana. I'm not facing that location. I'm facing Center Ice Arena. I'm facing south. It's right behind, right over my head, okay? Where the state is stalking commercial airline planes flying right over my head. They're not flying over here in this direction. The light source is not over here in this direction where I am now. It is not questionable. It's not reasonable, other than it is exactly what I'm telling you it is. And this is the fake sun, and this is direct evidence of what the people of the state of California are doing at Starbucks in concert with Starbucks. All right, this is documentation of what is harassment while you're engaged in surveillance. Period. And this is also demons engaging in this kind of, this is the type of chicanery that they engage in, and it's ridiculous, okay? So, like I said, this is in concert with OPD as well, who are stalking in that parking lot of the VMR Grill and Bar. It's right adjacent. It's only separated by a fence, driving around in that parking lot, stalking in the path while directed light in the fake sun is over the venue. That is Ontario Police engaging in the P.O.C. with Starbucks, with the minions who I've identified this morning. They're demons. They're of one condition. And they are demons that are in the natural black, white, brown face, dirty, crusty, driving a beater, driving a Lexus, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. You're dealing with demonic activity, and that is beyond the superficial. It's not about the natural, okay? You're talking about what is not about race, okay? They're monitoring together. And it is currently 8:42 a.m., and this is the P.O.C., the maintenance of the state's fake sun over here at this Starbucks. P.O.C.